888-866-10. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Sox swept away in St. Pete. We'll talk to you Friday at Fenway on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You have been listening to the Nissan Postgame Show. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. You have been listening to Red Sox Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app now and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. Subaru of New England. Don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event.
23-year-old Clay Buchholz has no hit the Baltimore Orioles.
Nissan. Shop your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com. Arbella, here for good. By Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Ford Trucks, official truck of the Boston Red Sox. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. 110 Grill. Visit any of their 33 locations all throughout New England. McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services.
Way back by the wall! Off the wall, the Red Sox win!
Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. TimberTech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit TimberTech.com. DigSafe. Click DigSafe.com or call 811 before you dig.
Way back! Grand slam!
Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com and never re-roof again. North Shore Adult Diapers. For even the heaviest control problems, visit NorthShore.com. Veterinary Emergency Group. Sponsored by Veg. ER for Pets. The official emergency veterinarian group of Red Sox Radio.
This broadcast was presented by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only.
So the Red Sox have made the wrong kind of history here today. 1-1 to Durbin, the pitch. Down and in. This is the first time since 1901 that the top three hitters in any lineup ever have struck out three times the first three times through.
125 years.
1901.
That's a lot of baseball.
This is Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Oh, a lot of dramatic pauses in that post game right there.
That's an understatement, Will.
How many?
That's a lot of baseball.
USA, Paraguay. All right, let's go. Let's go.
All right. If you're listening to us in your car right now, do me a favor, roll down your windows and crank this. The game is over. It's officially over. You can turn the radio back on. The Red Sox game is officially over. Despite at the end there being a little hint of something.
Yeah, finished strong. They showed no quit.
Yeah.
Never say bye, Red Sox.
By the way, I do have that. We were supposed to do the play of the game. That's the shame of the game. And it's brought to you by Nissan. You deserve a car that thrills you. And Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store at NissanUSA.com today. I just want to read this text right here that we got in. It says, "What the hell, Nesson? Now that everybody has cut the cord, zero chance I'm paying a couple $100 a year to John Henry. My 9-year-old son, who loves Little League, has never seen a Red Sox game on TV, been to Fenway Park, and can't name 5 players from the Red Sox team. By his age, I could tell you the entire roster and their stats." I first of all, you've heard me bitch about NESN 360 because I cut the cord too. And the fact that they're charging us almost $300 to watch slop on television is an insult. But, which by the way, I think NESN Plus cost me almost as much as all my other streamers combined to watch this fantastic product. But there we go. I said it yesterday. I said if they were to get swept by the Rays,
Yes, you did.
you could officially say, put a fork in it, the season is over, because you are now 13 and a half games back of first place. I didn't look at the wild card standings, but I'm sure it's...
I'm afraid to look.
Yeah, it's what...
Nobody wants to hear it.
It's 5.5 games. There's probably 6 teams ahead of them now. This is just a really, really, really historically bad team. And you know what was great too is that not only did our broadcast do a good job talking about how it's been since 1901 since you've had the first 3 batters get struck out 3 times in a row.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's over 212,000 baseball games.
How do you do that? How is that possible that you could do that? And the other part that's so unbelievable, and we talked to Chad Tracy about this yesterday, is this team can't even draw a walk. They can't hit. They can't draw a walk.
23 straight innings without a walk. 23 straight innings.
Just everything about them is bad offensively. How about Caleb Durbin, though? The one guy who went and saw our man Lorenzo.
Yeah, Lorenzo's paying off.
That's right.
Let's get the whole team in there.
But I mean, it's
back up to grade them tomorrow.
How can a team have be this incompetent offensively and have all of the everything you would want at your disposal as far as the tools, the coaches, and you still can't get it right?
Yeah, I think that's part of the problem, though, is the tools and the coaches, and they haven't been on the same page. And you know what? I think you have a young team that's pressing. I mean, to not walk, they're swinging at everything. So they have zero patience. You can. It's obviously the stress of the season is you can see it in their plate appearances, and so they're out of sync, man. They don't know which end is up, and I mean they're on pace to have the second worst record in franchise history. This is. It's unbelievable.
Could be the worst. The record is 111 wins.
Yeah.
They are not. They could challenge the 1932 Red Sox at this pace.
I wouldn't doubt. I mean, they're breaking records.
111 losses
all the time. I don't want to hear. I just don't want them lying to themselves anymore. I don't want to hear that this is a playoff team. This is not a playoff.
Well,
team.
that's Sam Kennedy.
But you're talking crazy. 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
they were saying that. Okay, and so. That's done. No more. I don't want to hear that. This is not a playoff team. It's just stop fooling yourselves, Red Sox. This team doesn't have a chance to make the playoffs.
The only thing they should be concentrating now is how to make this team better for the future, is what pieces you're going to sell, what kind of moves you are going to make, because right now it's an absolute disaster. Winning. What are you talking about? You're in a 13.5 game hole at a first right now. I mean, I don't care how bad. It's funny. As bad as the American League is, you're bad. You're really far bad.
They're tied in losses with the Angels for the worst, for the highest total in the American League. So you are the bottom.
You're at the bottom.
You're at the pits. They right now have the exact record the 1965 Red Sox had through this many games, and that team lost 100.
And you know
so
what's
you're
wild?
on pace. You're on a 100 loss track.
I don't know if you guys are with me, but I still don't blame Chad Tracy at all. I don't think Chad Tracy. I don't want to say he's completely blameless, but I don't know how you can do anything with what you've been given.
No, it's a flawed roster. I mean, which we knew coming into the year they had no power. You thought maybe that with Roman in there, he would take off. He and Meyer would, and Contreras and Abreu, that you would have enough.
Trevor Story would, be the guy he was last year,
right? To piece together some wins like the Rays are doing, which they have Caminero, but they're not a great offensive team, but they are unbelievable. They're 14-0 at home in the AL East.
It is crazy though, Ken, to think that this team didn't have one player projected to hit more than 20 home runs, and they thought this was a 90-win team, like no power. Yep, but pitching and defense.
But they were last year, basically. I mean, I know they flipped some of the roster. They lost Bregman, but they. We're in a wild card series with pitching, I guess, is their strength, but they probably felt like we're not that different from a year ago. We're just going to run it back again.
It's just been a giant miscalculation, and a lot of it has to do with Craig Breslow relying too much on stats and not on feel and people. What were you saying, Stiz?
Hey, props to our guy Lorenzo, though. Caleb Durbin, 2 home runs in the game, and we still lost.
Thanks for listening, Stiz. Rich just said that 5 minutes
ago. Oh, sorry.
That's all right, but it's true. It's true. I mean, the one guy who had to step out of the organization to get batting help is actually doing okay. He was so frustrated with what was happening with the Red Sox. And by the way, when we brought that up to Chad Tracy, Chad was very nice, but his answer was wrong. His whole thing was, people during the offseason, they have their batting coaches. And I said, but this is in season. You're supposed to be surrounded by the best that there is in the business. You're the effing Red Sox. You can afford to bring in the greatest batting coaches in the country, and these guys can't hit, they can't walk, and they got to go outside and find a dude named Lorenzo up the street to teach them how to hit.
They fired their 6 hitting coaches. So, I mean, so the next 6, come on up. I mean,
drive line.
That's right.
Dude, it is, the philosophy at the plate is I don't think anybody knows what the philosophy is. I mean,
this is 6 straight games, 7 hits or less. 6 straight games, 7 hits or less. Your top 6 batters, according to Tom Caron, good job. 119 in the series. They get $119.
How about this? This is bad too. Boston is now 1-33 when they trail after 7 innings.
Oh,
and
they're
0-36 when after trailing after 8 innings. They have lost 5 of the last 6 games. And by the way, 6-14 against AL East competitors. Let's go to Dan in line 1. Dan, what's happening, my man?
Hi, good afternoon, guys. How are you?
What's up, buddy?
So, again, not that this would be a solution, but how many of the people on the coaching staff have actually played, baseball? Is Andrew Bailey the only one?
He's the only one. Only one.
And Ted, you being a former player, if you were playing at this moment, wouldn't you want to be coached by someone who is actually on the field and knows what it's like, the struggle to, the successes, the ups and downs? I think, again, I don't know if that would necessarily help this particular team, but it couldn't make them any worse. I mean, I would want someone who has played the sport, the position, to be there, be my coach, and because he's gone through it.
Yeah, Dan, no, it's a good point. I mean, I've heard people write about that there is no big leaguers, former big leaguers in the organization. That basically Breslow got all those guys out. Varitek, see ya, and it's funny. The guy played 12 years in the bigs. Yeah. But he leans into more of the Yale analytic guy than he does the player guy. So you got the Dodgers, you got the Yankees. They all have former general managers in their front offices. They all have former big league players on their coaching staff to help the guys. But the Red Sox don't. They don't have any former other than Andrew Bailey.
It was amazing when at the same time Cora was fired, the Phillies obviously fired their manager, and they bring Mattingly in there, and sure enough, bang, they start working. Because just as you said, I'm not saying it's the only reason you can be successful, but it helps that you're Don Mattingly. And you
helps they have Schwarber. Helps they have a DH. You have 4 home runs from your DH spot this year. 4. It's the designated hitter.
I know.
Connor Wong.
It's Yoshida most days.
The DH 7 times this year.
And Chad Tracy is a lifer. You got. What's one thing you can say? I mean, he grew up in baseball.
Can I just but Chad Tracy might not be the problem, but I don't know if he's the solution either. You know what I mean? Like I feel like there's a little bit more and more kind of like, all right, Chad, you need to make your mark. Where's your, kind of imprint on this team? You're not seeing it.
Ted, to your point, we were discussing this yesterday. Is like, is he doing anything that would justify him being able to, impress other teams around here and maybe get another manager position somewhere else or maybe even stay here? And the only thing I can say is that, there hasn't been a lot of noise from the locker room. And a team this bad, usually there's chaos, and you hear people sniping against each other. You had the little Jaron Duran thing when Michael Holley put something out there.
A little bit of Narvaez. He's pissed he's not playing.
But that's not even that big of a story. The IKF thing was a little interesting. But
you think you'd hear more?
You would.
With this record? Yeah,
and so fair. Maybe, and I'm not going to give him all the credit because I don't know, but it sure does feel that maybe there's people from the outside looking in and saying, despite all this, the locker room doesn't seem to be screaming and fighting against each other.
You do have the Roman thing and the injury, and I do wonder if Cora would have communicated better and put that to rest because that has been weird. Yeah. Now, the fact that he's still not playing, not even close, is just bizarre.
It's weird. It's very weird, and I don't know how long this is going to take. There were some crazy reports that came out today that were being shot down everywhere. Who knows? All I know is that the guy's hurt. Most likely you're not going to get him until after the All-Star break, and who knows if that's even the case. They're like radio silent on what's happening now. It's scary, man. It's just
what is the move before Friday? Like, what can you do to appease people between now and Friday when they open up the gates at Fenway when we're down there?
I don't before Friday. Human sacrifice. I
mean, nobody's making big trades right now.
But, what if you brought in a legit big league manager? Would people be pacified? Would it make sense?
I don't think so.
Man. Rocco Baldelli, like you. Call up the Dodgers. You say, look, I know he's helping out the special assistant to the GM, whatever he's doing out there. He's a former big leaguer. We're going in a different direction.
Like a respected old
school.
Yes,
we're going with a new, same pivots.
If you were
to
say,
have fun, we're gonna just we're all gonna just you know what, just restart kind of thing.
Yep.
Maybe. Maybe that's
maybe if you run like a David Ross or something.
Right.
You might. But right now, it just seems like you're polishing a turd. I don't know how much you can do to make this situation better.
But you can save face, though. I mean, you don't want to lose 100 games. It could get worse. This feels like rock bottom. It's not, right? This could be a long summer of protests. And,
Dude, I don't know how much worse this can get.
We do want them to go. I mean, don't we want this to hurt so that they do something, right? Don't you kind of want at this point, like, dude,
Yeah, be embarrassed.
If you're going to go down in a blaze of glory so that it embarrasses them to do something.
Wear those bags. I'm telling you, that stuff like that actually gets under the skin of ownership.
We'll see those Friday.
Apparently, he's picking up the phone and calling people. Chuck in Southie. What's up, Chuck? How's it going?
Hey, Chuck.
Hi, what's up? So I don't understand what everybody's obsession with needing a former player to be the coach, with all due respect, Ted, you're the man. But, like, what is the obsession with that? Listen, if they get a guy in there, is he a leader of men? Does he know situational baseball? And can he deal with these young punks? That's all you need. And GM Breslow's got to go. My Gucci smells. Mom!
Look, Chuck, I don't think it's imperative that the manager is a former big leaguer. Just can you have some former big leaguers somewhere on the coaching staff in the locker room? You know, I'm not saying he's got to be the manager, but just, guys that played that are on the staff,
Let's go to Tim in Hanover. Tim, how you doing, man? What's up?
Tim.
All right, guys. Hey, like I said, man, this was over before the season started. I just want one thing out of this offense. I mean, this office. I want them to not buy anybody right now at the bat. Wait till next year and show us you're really serious about it. I'm speaking for the fans, man. We got to get 2 big bats and let all these other parts and pieces fill in. We have the pitching. They got to do it. If not, they don't want to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
so true, though.
It is true. Like, you don't want them to do anything rash because, as I was saying, you're right now polishing a turd. You're going to, unfortunately, have to suck it for the rest of the season. You're going to have to be bad, and then you're going to have to start all over again.
What if they do get a big bat, quote-unquote big bat, between now and Friday?
I mean,
they've obviously been calling. They at some point they thought they were a contender. Maybe not now. But what would the reaction be? What would your reaction be if they do make a trade?
Honestly,
Too late?
I think you would. I don't think it'd be minimal. It'd be
Waste?
a pimple on the ass. Yeah, total waste. It'd make no sense.
Even if you got a summer of baseball, competitive baseball,
you think one big bat is all this team needs?
I don't
you think
know.
they're one big bat away from making the playoffs? They got a lot of problems, Ken. There's not just one big bat.
You say, what can they change to appease the fans? Right. How about dynamic pricing? How about dynamic pricing for tickets and for NESN 360, a refund for people who spent $300 on it? Because when your team sucks, your ticket prices should plummet. Because Fenway's still expensive, one of the most expensive places you can go see a game. And I'm telling you, right now, I get angry having to watch this team because they're boring. They're wasting my time. It's not that they're just like a team that just, barely can't make it. They are boring. They can't hit.
Slayton didn't give up that home run. We had a dramatic comeback today. What the hell?
I mean, he had that moment, baby, just for a second there. And I was
always a silver lining.
Yeah,
I like that. Buddy.
That's right. All right, let's. Boy, we got a lot of great calls. You know what? Do me a favor. Do the little number thing if you don't mind. Let's go to Jim on line 5. He's got a way to fix the Sox by Friday. Jim, what's up, buddy?
First of all, Ken.
Yep.
You're not going to, whatever you're smoking, I want some of. But anyways, fire Breslow tonight. And before the game on Friday, you have a sacrifice of John Henry.
You just build like a temple, kind of like a Apocalypto, and bring him to the top. And just the head goes rolling down. Yeah, no, that sounds very violent.
Absolutely.
I don't think, Jim, that's what you want to do.
I don't care if you get Babe Ruth. One bat ain't gonna fix this team.
Nope.
Might as well just take our lumps now and look forward to next year.
Yeah, Jim. I feel you. Now, I did say something. He mentioned something that I did say before this series. I said I know that report came out that Breslow's job seemed to be safe. And before this series, I said if they get swept and they end up being 13 and a half games back, you may have to fire him. And you may see a firing because you want to talk about something that appeases the fans. Everybody knows that Breslow is enemy number 1 right now. Number 1.
But they can't. They just put that in the Globe a day ago or 2 days ago.
The
owners called up Alex Spear and said, we're not firing him.
Oh, what? Are they not going to like ownership anymore if they go back on their word?
Well, people would rip them for doing a 180 within a 2-day span.
No, they'd be happy that Breslow's gone.
Does it matter that they just keep going through general managers, one after the other, after the other, after the other?
Yes, you know what, Ted? It's because the philosophy of ownership sucks. And they're just instilling it into each one of all of these people are just figureheads. They're just like spokespeople for the methods in which ownership is trying to instill with them. After Dombrowski was gone, it's been the same old philosophy. So sure, just because Breslow's gone, you're right. It doesn't ease my tensions anymore, thinking that they're going to bring in someone who's going to act completely differently. It'll probably be another Breslow. It'll probably be somebody who's going to not pay as much money, who's going to do stupid stuff like make a guy like Bregman not sign him because he wants a no trade clause. How stupid was that? And not use his brain and actually be a person who talks to another human being like they're a human being and not looking at a freaking robot that shoots out numbers and stats.
Doesn't underestimate the impact of talking to humans.
Yes.
What that can have. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, the best line in that article, I'm spitting, I'm so fired up. The best line in that article is that Breslow needs a translator. Yeah, well, like, you can't even speak his language. Like, beep, beep, bop, boop, beep, boop, beep, beep, numbers.
What if they convince Theo to assume for the rest of the year they put Breslow up in a cushy position, and Theo's your guy the rest of the year? Does that impress anybody?
Yes.
You know what? That moves the needle.
I think so.
That moves
the
needle.
Best plan.
Yes, absolutely. You want to make a major impact? That's what you do.
Do you get any sense that Theo is ready to just jump back into
Especially
it?
not into this.
He want to do it.
He is the last place he wants to be. Right.
But that would get people back in. They would.
And maybe they can twist his arm and just say, "Hey, for optics, just say you're doing it."
In the meanwhile, I want my money back. I want my Nesson 360 money back, or at least I want some sort of discount. Like, you give me give me something in return, because I spent way too much money on garbage.
We should start a change.org petition. I'd get behind that.
I would do it. I feel bad for anyone who, like me, cut the cord thinking you're going to save money, and all of a sudden you're getting jacked around watching awful, awful baseball.
Always free on the Odyssey app, Rich.
Listen, it's true. But sometimes I'm at home and you know what I do? I watch it on TV and I listen on the
Turn
app.
down the TV sound and put on the Wills.
That's what I do. I listen to Look at these phone calls. Okay, let's go to John in Worcester. What's up, my friend? How you doing? Actually, this is John in the car. What's up, John? How you doing?
There is nothing you can do to save this. I hate this team. I hate this team more than I've hated any Red Sox team going back to the late 70s. I mean, this team is unbelievable. You want to fire Tracy after you just fired Cora and bring in Rocco Baldelli. So you got rid of a baseball guy to bring in a yes man, and now you're going to go back and get another baseball guy, and in the meantime, you're going to fire the general manager and you'll have your second general manager. This is madness. The philosophy and player development of this whole organization has gone off the tangent. You want to do something Friday night? Here's what you do. You have a Roman toga party for Marcelo Meyer and our boy Roman Anthony as Caligula, and check and see if that finger actually works, for Christ's sake.
Wow. You wonder, is this you're going to see the impact at the gate? If people are going to stop going to games now.
It's tough. It's a tough product to watch, and it sucks because it's on our station.
And the World Cup fans are in town. They want to see some good balls. So in the downtime.
I know, and it sucks because I am a person who loves going to Fenway. I do. Like, I'm one of those people who gets swept up. I get in there. It's when the weather's nice. There's really not many things better.
By the way, Sam Kennedy, 9 a.m. tomorrow on the Greg Hill Show. A must-listen call there.
Sam,
he better be announcing that Breslow's not around anymore. Yikes. Or that they're giving a discount or some sort of refund for Nesson 360 or Nesson Plus, whatever whatever they call it.
I get the backlash to the Baldelli idea because Bradfo just tweeted me that quote again, that the player said it's like bleeping your pants and changing your shirt, changing the manager. But from here on out, you just make the next right move. And if you don't think Chad Tracy is the guy to go to the next level, then you go about getting somebody who you think and believe in.
Yep, it could be. All right, Nolan. Nolan on line 4. What's up, Nolan? How's it going, man?
Yeah, I just had a couple of things to say about the joke that the Boston Red Sox are. And the thing is about Breslow, you have to get rid of him, like, today, because what's the point of keeping him around to build the team for next year if you're going to fire him anyways? It's a person that should have the job now. It's a person that's going to be having the job next year. So at the deadline, they can do whatever they want to do. And I don't want to hear anything about selling the stuff away. I want Henry to pay Chapman or whoever and keep paying him because he didn't want to pay anybody else. So the heck with selling the team. Pay for the team and then pay for it next year and then pay for it tenfold because the guy's just nuking his supper year after year, and I'm sick of it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
No, and I feel you. And the one thing that makes this worse is that you just as a fan feel like nobody cares. Like, you feel like nobody cares because it's like the ownership's not speaking. They haven't spoken in years. We're getting condescending attitudes from a lot of the higher ups as if we don't know what we're talking about. I remember when Sam Kennedy was on with Greg, and he was talking about the report he heard about his torn finger, and he's like, "Oh, Dr. Greg over here." Come on. If there's anything you need right now, you need some good PR. You need somebody to teach you how to talk to the media, or just not look like jackasses.
It feels at this point that Breslow's kind of toxic. Like, people are going to be, they're out for blood. This season, because when he fired Cora and he just leaned into I still think this is a playoff team. I mean, okay, all right, let's see how it does. And we see what it is now. He's the face of this season, the Craig Breslow.
Or at least if he's going to stay, I think they need to fire the driveline crew and just come out and say, you know what, we've lost the faith of our fans. They blamed this group of people as the reason we can't hit, so we're going to do that. Even if that's optics, we're bringing in some pro big league hitting. We're changing our approach to how we approach our hitters.
Our lines continue to remain full. Let's go to John on line 5. John in Worcester, what's up, my friend?
How's it going? Love the show, you guys. This is what I want to say. If the Red Sox are going to have these day games and interrupt the afternoon show and most of you guys' show, I'd rather listen to you guys' show in the afternoon show fully than instead of listening to those bum Red Sox. Thank you very much, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you, David. I mean, listen, I don't know. We're
going to do the altcast, the rich altcast.
All I know is you guys can vouch for this. As I was sitting there and listening to Will Fleming for the last 20 minutes before it, I was just like, I got to get on the air now. I was like, but please, people do not want to hear the Red Sox game right now. This is awful. This is bad. I want to be angry.
Your idea of having Theo kind of take the place of Breslow is gaining traction.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people starting to say that right now.
And as they should, because that would be something substantial, but that's not going to happen. That's one of those things that sounds great.
Theo looks and sounds like the last thing he wants to do is to get involved in a day-to-day operation here.
Maybe this is just me, but I think he made that one comment. First of all, I don't buy this whole thing. It was taken out of context. I think he's a very smart guy and has spoken to the media enough to know exactly when he says things, how it's going to be interpreted. But I do think that he's so embarrassed that he had something to do with Craig Breslow being the guy that calls the shots here, that he had to say something. I think it was gnawing at him. But by the way, nobody even really remembers that he had much to do with it. And they wouldn't kill Theo. Theo's basically got a punch
Pass
card for life.
He's
people love him here. But I do believe that's why he said something. Is because he
feels responsible. I mean, it was reportedly like the 10th GM candidate they interviewed. I mean, nobody would take the job. So it goes back to that. If they had all those other candidates ahead of Breslow, then there's clearly somebody else in baseball that they value that would come in and take the job.
All right, Tony in Worcester, line 2. What's up, Tony? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you?
Good, buddy.
Boy, I tell you, man, it's brutal watching this Red Sox team. I'm a homer, and I always have hope. When they fired Cora, at the end of the day, I was still all about it. I was like, all right, hey, it was inevitable. Cora got a lot of criticism. It was time to go. Maybe it was a shakeup that they needed. But you know what? I'm really thinking about this, and this goes back some years. This is by design, right? With the anticipation of the strike coming through next year, possibly. Let's go back to 2018 during the offseason when they were trying to sign J.D. Martinez. They kept every team was like lowballing them. This is by design. And ever since then, they haven't bought anybody. What happened to the days, hey, Fenway Park, Hitters Park, you need a big right-handed bat. Let's go get a big right-handed bat.
It's true, Tony.
I don't understand the concept.
Yeah, and Tony, you're so right. It's not like they didn't know. That was the thing going into the season. It was such how did you not realize?
But they put that money with pitching. That's their philosophy.
But that's not you can't go all in on one side and neglect another side.
They thought that would work.
That's what they were thinking.
A good question from my buddy Sully. Is this decision by Breslow to think that you could win with pitching and defense worse than Belichick hiring Patricia?
Nothing is better than Belichick hiring Matt Patricia.
I like that. It's not though. Belichick putting those guys was the worst, but it's close second.
I said that immediately, and I think Bill Belichick gets a lot of grief for a lot of stuff. But the minute he brought in Matt Patricia's offensive coordinator, I was like, that's a fireable offense. Like the minute he did that, I'm like, this is going to be as bad as it gets.
But Driveline, you set a record today in the modern era of baseball. It's never happened. 9 strikeouts, the golden sombrero top 3 for 3 straight innings.
It's crazy.
It's unbelievable.
Wow. It is really.
Dude, when they talk about this pitching staff, it's like they talk about it and they go, when we get to the playoffs, it's going to be. Can you imagine when we have Crochet and Suarez? Oh, it's
Right,
like
and that's great.
Sonny Gray, but you got to get to the playoffs.
Right.
It's
you can't hit 50 homers. I mean,
dude.
Let's go to Jesse on line 5. I mean, full phone lines, of course. Everyone's pissed. Jesse, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I actually think it's a good thing the Sox keep losing because that just means we're closer to hopefully getting rid of Bresbot, you know? And so I'm excited. Every loss, I'm like, oh, come on, here we go.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Jesse. Now, because I made a prediction. I thought that if the Red Sox got swept against Tampa, which they just did, that there was a better chance, like a pretty good chance that Breslow could get fired after that. What do you think the chances are now? Do you think they'll fire him after this series, or do you think they're going to let him ride for a while?
I mean, with this ownership, I think they're just going to hold on to him to the end of the year.
I think you're probably right. I know you. I hate to agree with you, Jesse. I think you're right, but man, you got to do something to save face. I mean,
Monday night in the Globe, the Red Sox are not considering firing.
That
Greg
means
Breslow,
nothing.
per a team
That's
source.
awful.
That means nothing.
That's
to me.
coming from
One
ownership.
more quick thing.
You got it, Jesse.
Caleb Durbin, 2 home run day. I might as well go buy a lottery ticket.
There you go.
That's the Lorenzo magic. That's right. It's Lorenzo, the batting coach, right there. He had to go outside the effing organization to get somebody who knew what they were doing when it came to a batting coach.
I hope Lorenzo's getting some business out of this.
He should.
I hope, man.
I mean, look what he's done. I mean, it's not a joke. Like Caleb Durbin, since he has seen him, has been one of the few players who has actually. I was about to say stepped up to the plate, but that would have been really lame. It's actually like delivering on doing something at the plate. We'll take. I mean, this is so funny. I've ignored commercials because there's been so many people calling in. Let's go to Ken on line 4.
Can't go wrong with a Ken.
What's up, Ken? How you doing, man?
Good. How you guys doing? Appreciate you guys taking my call. Good show as always.
Thanks, man.
I hate to be like, no problem. I hate to be like everybody else because I'm a big baseball fan and, I'm big into media. This team is just atrocious right now, and the only upside right now is Peyton Tolley and Connolly Early. It's pretty sad.
Yeah.
Outside of those two guys, you got Crochet on the IL. God knows when he comes back. Roman, that's TBD. I mean, it's hard to watch. I don't know. I just wanted you guys' thoughts, and, I appreciate you guys taking my call.
No, you nailed it.
You know what sucks, too? It's like Tolley and Early is great, but Marcelo, you
Back
have
spasms today. Couldn't go.
Brian Bale, you got Roman on the IL.
Christian Campbell, AAA.
Yeah, it's just all these guys that were supposed to be the next generation of stars.
And you traded your first-round pick from Texas A&M, Braden Montgomery, walks it off for the White Sox yesterday. You saw that. 5th guy in big league history to have a walk-off hit in his first game against the Braves closer, Raisel Iglesias, who's nails. That's unbelievable. Now, you traded for Crochet. Nobody's going to complain about that.
Yep.
But I think now you're going to have to start. Hey, you're the White Sox of a couple years ago. You're going to have to start trading guys for AAA players.
All right, or the Red Sox are going to have to do something like now to save face, at least just to save face, because this has become an embarrassment. I mean, you can pretty much declare them dead after this series where they're 13 and a half games back. You can just stick a fork in them. It is as bad as it can get, and they have to do something.
Bad as it is in June since '97.
Yep. Whether it's moving on from Craig Breslow or making some sort of drastic move outside of that, they have to do something. And we're going to roll with this. We're going to continue to take your calls because we got a lot of them. 617-779-7937.
Cape Cod, here we come. Tomorrow night, join us.
environment is like right now inside the Red Sox organization? What?
Terrible.
Buster came ready, man.
Rich is like, wait, what? Terrible.
Hooked right in.
Terrible.
That was Buster Only on our show the other day talking about, terrible. How bad things are right now. Inside the organization of the Red Sox, it is Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson, 93.7 WEEI. You can give us a call at 617-779-7937. We have been taking your calls since the end of that unbelievable craptastic series that they just got swept by your Rays.
You want another quick stat from Chris Smith? Just the fourth time in franchise history, the top 4 hitters combined for 11 strikeouts in a 9-inning game. So fourth time since the franchise began.
The Sox are now 13.5 games behind Tampa Bay. Boston is now 1-33 when they trail after 7 innings and 0-36 when trailing after 8 innings. They've lost 5 of the last 6. And what were you saying, Ted? How many innings in a row without a
23 innings in a row without a walk. That's ridiculous.
That's pretty
But
bad.
now, was that just literally Rasmussen was like, I'm putting this right down the effing middle.
Yeah.
There's
Oh,
no
no,
way
yeah.
you can't hit it out of the park.
Right.
Why would I walk you? Or
They weren't. He wasn't like nibbling the edges. No, dude, it was right down Main Street, man.
Just going right at you.
Kidding me?
I thought it was going to be a perfect game through 2.
Yeah, it sure felt like it, didn't it? I
was
saw
like-
that text. I was like, yeah, I'm kind of feeling that too. Someone said crap-ass team hasn't cared at all for half a decade, but expects me to. I mean, it does kind of seem ever since Dombrowski was gone. I mean, everything. It's just this.
But Breslow,
this is bad.
This is a 2-year thing with Breslow. They had to step in and trade Devers, right? Ownership got involved last year and completed that deal.
Yep.
Now, this year again, we found out from Buster they're on the phone trying to make calls. What is going on with Breslow? If he can't do the job, then get somebody else in who can.
He's a figurehead. He's somebody
Well,
who's
doing it then,
It's
Sam?
ownership. It's ownership. The ownership doesn't want
Can't
to.
be John.
No, I mean, it's not John.
Linda?
But it
Maybe.
could be
I mean,
Linda.
it could
Sure.
be.
All I know is that there's a philosophy that this team has stuck by for a while now, and it's now finally, it's coming to roost. Like now, it's as bad. It is manifested into what you are seeing right now in the 2026 Red Sox. And that article was so great because it spelled it out in a way that nobody's really been able to do it so far. It's that they have forgotten the human element of running a team, and it's all about numbers and stats and algorithms. It's the reason Schwarber's not here. It's because they said nobody over the age of 30 who can only play one position. And you're going to lose out on a guy like that, a guy who embarrassed you, came here in town and embarrassed you. But any person with a brain, somebody who actually knows how to run a successful baseball team, would have looked at Kyle Schwarber and said, "There's a place for you on this team."
Yeah, but
somebody
that goes
who
back.
Yeah.
That's Bloom and Breslow. That's
Yeah,
a double whammy.
Bloom and Breslow, same page. Same guys.
Yep.
I mean, they made deals together. They think this similarly. So,
But like to Robert Kraft's credit, Mayo was hired and he was overwhelmed. Right? He was not cut out for
and
the
he
job.
saw it pretty early.
And they corrected
made it
course.
work.
How long did he last?
Right?
Yeah, 1 year. I mean, I give him a lot of credit for, kind of covering up their mistake quick.
Yep.
Right.
You can do that.
Bait and
People
run,
make
baby.
mistakes.
Hey, you know what?
Sticking with someone who's bad and everyone knows is bad it's not a mistake. That is it's detrimental to the team.
Breslow could handle the pitching side of the GM equation. He's done a pretty good job with a lot of the pitchers and a lot of the arms they have. He has a role in the organization, but you need somebody that can actually come in, make the call himself, and get the job done.
It's toxic.
And dude,
I want him out.
And Breslow, he lost all his cover when he got rid of Cora. I mean, it was all on him now.
Yeah.
So he's got no protection. That's what everybody's venom is going to be going right at him now.
All right, let's go to Richard on line 4. What's up, my man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Love your show. Listen to it all day long while I'm working.
Thank you.
I just want to say, first of all, sweet Mother Jesus, if they play Sweet Caroline at this Fenway Park anymore for the rest of the year.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Everybody should walk out, okay, number one. Number two, I think everybody that goes to the game Friday should put a bag on their head. And number three, shut down the concessions. Don't hurt this guy in his pocket. If he's going to make a change, don't buy his concessions. Don't buy his $15 beers. That's all I got to say.
Thanks, Richard. Listen, I'm one of those people. I'm going to buy a beer if I go to the game, unfortunately. And
The weather's just peaking.
But,
stop
but
it.
I think that the bags on the head actually work.
Oh, it's going to take off.
Oh, yeah.
It works
oh, yeah.
because it's always talked about. It becomes a huge story. And from what we are hearing, John Henry personally hates it, despises it, to the point where there's been stories about how people have come down and when they're in the view of the camera are asked to either leave or go to a different part of the stadium. Which, by the way, if somebody tells you to do that, you tell them to go F themselves. I mean,
if you paid money for those tickets.
Yeah, if you paid money for those tickets and you're sitting there and you put a bag on your head.
Tarps on or tarps off with the bag?
Listen, if you're going to do bags and nipples
out.
Whatever you want to do. Let it roll. All right, let's go to Skip in Salem. What's up, Skip?
How you guys doing?
Excellent.
So this whole thing we're forgetting about is they're probably playing for the lockout. You know, they're not going to do anything because they don't have to. Because next year is going to be a throwaway season if baseball goes out on strike and there's a lockout. So what is the motivation right now for them to do anything?
I mean, there's not a lot, and we've been talking about that.
That's a fair point,
right? I mean, you if they do anything right now, I would rather have it be find a great manager. I mean, I like Chad Tracy, I do, but if you're going to shake things up and you could get like a good veteran manager who has had success, that's one way you can change it. Having Theo come in and having a bigger role with the team, hell yeah, that's something you could do. Getting rid of Craig Breslow is something you could do. But outside of that, player-wise, you're right. There's not a ton they can do right now, but that's because all of their bad decisions have led to this place. And by the way, somebody on text said, this is worse than the Bobby Valentine year. This is the worst team since John Henry bought the franchise.
I think it is.
The Bobby Valentine year at least was hysterical. Like, that was a really funny year because he was such a nerd, and, like, everyone was fighting on the inside, and then you had Gonzalez and Adrian Gonzalez and Carl Crawford. I mean, there was so much insanity going on.
At least it was entertaining.
It was great because he was like an idiot, and you knew that they were going to get rid of him at the end of the season. And
they were 4 games over 500 at the end of June, that team. So obviously it was the late collapse, but still, I mean, comparatively, like, you were on a much worse track than that team was.
How bad is this season, comparatively speaking?
I mean, historic.
Right now, it's the worst season they've had since '97. It's the first time they've been 12 games under in June since 1997. So, and that was a bad team, but it could be 1965 bad. It feels like there's just no escape. Like, we're talking about these solutions, but what is the obvious pivot to go to right now?
I don't see a clear one. I don't. There isn't a clear pivot. It's dude, we got to just swallow this pill.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to change.
Okay, so today the Red Sox did achieve history, and it's been since, 1901, that you had the first 3 batters in the lineup strike out 3 times in a row. Where would we put that on our list that we have here to the right of the 2026 Red Sox lowest moments?
It's like a triple crown of whiffs.
Okay, so just to remind everyone, at number 10 was John Henry on TV mouthing the words, "Oh, sell the team." Number 9 was Schwarber coming back in town and embarrassing the team. Number 8 was Jared Duran versus Michael Holley. Number C, Catherine Veritek dances on the
where's
graves.
Catherine?
She'll be tweeting tonight.
Yep.
Number 6, Brian Bayo gets the yips, gets sent down. Number 5, the word driveline is introduced into the public.
Yep.
Number 4, Breslow getting ripped by Theo Epstein in a podcast. Number 3 was Cora getting fired. Number 2 was the Sam Kennedy mischaracterizing the Roman Anthony injury.
Yep.
And number 1 was the hysterical social media ad that they put out for an all-star ballot post where they had players that were injured, like Roman Anthony on there, like you're supposed to vote for him, for Gary Crochet, and Caleb Durbin, who now it's not
so funny now,
Not
right?
funny now that Caleb Durbin was on there. So where do we?
And they're better on the ABS. That was a bonus, but they're turning that around.
That is true.
Their challenges are good.
So where do we put 3 times in a row the first 3 batters get up and all strike out?
I think top 3 for sure.
Yeah, I think it's just in front of Cora.
You've set a baseball record.
That's
definitely top 3.
I'd put it like maybe between 4 and 3.
Because it highlights the biggest problem on this team that they can't hit.
Can I work this out from Mickey Gasper, who's a good guy? He's tried his best. I root for Mickey. He's their catcher now somehow, but he just has no power. So yesterday after the game, he's asked, by Spear, how close were you to those being home runs? Here's what he had to say.
Did you think that both of those balls were out?
Yeah, I did. I thought I got them both, honestly. I just put in a bad order with Tommy because I'm pretty frustrated with the wood I got. The second one I felt a hair.
Anyway, he goes on. But
Dude.
If Gasper gets those new bats in time for Friday, it might turn it around.
Sure.
I saw something where it's like in 8 other ballparks that would have been home runs.
Right. Right.
But not in that one.
That's your DH. Now your catcher. The
DH numbers are.
It's not his fault, but it's just.
I know.
This lineup.
I know.
It is Patricia bad. This is going to last as long as
Matt
Patricia
bad.
People will talk about how bad the 2026 Red Sox were and their offense. It's going to last. You're going to tell your grandkids about this summer.
I do have a weird feeling that something's going to happen. Something's going to happen before Friday's game. There's going to be some sort of move, something that's going to try to distract people from just how bad of a hole they're in.
I don't see it. I don't see the move.
It's either Breslow gets fired
Noah
or
Khan concert. We canceled the game.
Sure. They're going to have, Craig Breslow bobblehead day for everyone. Oh, man, what a sucky team.
OTAs, second day of minicamp.
All right, well, let's get to that.
Go.
Let's get to, you know what? Because all I know is that there's certain reporters down there who are essentially naked and covered in peanut butter when it comes to Drake May and how well he's been playing, especially with A.J. Brown. And everything I'm hearing is that it's exactly as advertised. Exactly what you wanted to hear when it comes to how those two are connecting down there at Pat's camp. We will get to that. Also, the question of Steph Diggs and whether or not the Patriots might entertain bringing him back. We will get to all of that with Mike Vrabel, and we're not going anywhere. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Let me tell you.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson is brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. It's fast, it's easy, it's free.
Now, here's what's in our feed.
Brought to you by Boston Prolotherapy, day 2 of Patriots mandatory minicamp. Christian Gonzalez back as a full participant outside of 11-on-11s. Mostly a walkthrough day. Rookie first-round pick Caleb Lomu, first-team right tackle for the second straight day. And Mike Vrabel met the media again, was asked about Steph Diggs and whether there's a chance he could return.
Do you guys ever consider bringing Diggs back?
Right now, I don't think that that's something that, I think we're exploring, but I would never say no.
If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate that pain at Boston Prolotherapy online, bostonprolotherapy.com. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich certainly. Ken Laird. 1, 2, 3 times Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. And man, what a interesting offseason this has been for your New England Patriots. But now it finally gets down to what matters, and that is actual football and how things are going down there. And
football or football?
Oh, the football.
Yeah,
which, by the way, you're wearing your kit today, right?
Yeah. What's this called? Got kit shirt?
Yeah, I call it a slinky shirt.
World Cup starts tomorrow. Can you feel it?
Not yet. When Mexico and South Africa go at it, gosh darn it, I'm in. 3 o'clock tomorrow.
I live downtown where you're supposed to be seeing everybody coming from all these different countries, and there's none of it except for the CVS. The CVS is selling like FIFA like mugs and FIFA.
Is that like the only? Have you seen signage anywhere that it's advertising the world?
Okay, so this was kind of funny. I had to go to the airport to drop my son off for something last week, and when I got there. Ted, you've flown into the Super Bowl before, and you've like seen how different cities will decorate. I mean, it'll feel like
buildings everywhere.
It's like you're riding the Super Bowl ride.
Yep,
You get there, and everywhere you look, it's Super Bowl. Super Bowl. I saw one World Cup sign, and it was on that big ass like moving walkway to the parking deck. Literally one sign, and it's going to be here this week. It is. It's definitely strange. And if you want to get into later on, like, there's a bunch of articles coming out about how, as you were saying, everyone thought this was going to be a huge boon for business. They miscalculated massively. Now, does that take away the fact that usually the World Cup's freaking great and a lot of fun to watch and the one time I enjoy soccer? No, it does not. But it is wild because I feel bad for a lot of these businesses who kind of got screwed. There was hotels that usually would have conventions during the summer, and they shoot them away because they had like all these different like FIFA and organization stuff had put out a block of bought a block of rooms and then canceled because they couldn't sell them.
But now, can we tease our guest for tomorrow? Because I am excited to talk to this person.
Yeah.
Or do you want to keep it a mystery?
No. It's and I want to get the name right.
Okay.
It's somebody from the Scottish broadcasting team is going to be in with us.
Yeah, but they're here with, according to her, 500 Tartan fan club people. 500 or 5,000?
I think it's like 5,000.
5,000 Scottish fans. So she represents.
And they all have their shirt off and they all wrestle each other.
Right.
They're groundskeeper Willie.
So
every single one of them.
That's actual sign of life. I like that. Maybe they'll sneak up on you late as we get close to the tournament. Like people are coming into the city. That's great.
As I said, I'm excited for the World Cup. I like the World Cup. It's just there's no World Cup fever downtown. I'll tell you that. I don't see it anywhere. It's very, very, very strange. All right, but back to the Patriots. Drake May. Right now, there's several writers who are foaming at the mouth over this guy. And I don't blame them because, I mean, this is supposed to be, not only is this supposed to be the year that, most quarterbacks, go next level. In Josh Allen, it was year 3. And there's a lot of other quarterbacks you can point to and say, year 3 is the year that if you are a talented quarterback, the game slows down for you.
This is technically his third year.
Yep. So this is technically it. And it's his second year with Josh McDaniels, which I think is even more important than it being his third year.
I agree.
So Phil Perry, who I like a lot.
My man.
He was obviously, and he's stars on the TV show with you.
That's right.
What, The Breakdown?
The Breakdown, Mondays in the fall.
You make complicated stuff good for idiots like me to understand.
Thank you. Thanks, bud.
That's probably the best.
A lot of work
one
into
thing
that
I can
show.
say.
My favorite, though, is when Ted and Phil literally reenact a play. And it's like, Ted will have Phil in like a headlock. It's like, all right, this is how you do it right there.
And then he shoved his head in the locker. And then he did that.
So fun.
So Phil Perry wrote, it's early in year 2 of the Josh McDaniels offense, but Drake May is getting an opportunity to exhibit real ownership of the operation. In yesterday's practice, there were 2 plays where May hurried to the line, then assessed what was in front of him and called his own play.
Yep.
Quarterback coach Ashton, that's what we're talking about. Like the game slows down. Audible, you got it. Quarterback coach Ashton Grant says that's something that the coaching staff, specifically Mike Vrabel and Josh McDaniels, have wanted to give May as he grows in the system. Quote, let's just go on the ball and not give Drake a play and let him practice solving the problems himself in which he is succeeding. Very nice. That is, I mean, obviously that's, you think of Brady, and that was what he was best at, being able to get to the line and
Drake May's abilities and skill set with the brain of a Tom Brady. Can you imagine? Like that's just my mind's blown. I can't imagine what that looks like. Like, see, he's going to be so much smarter. He's going to go up there with options. He didn't have that before. At first, you basically here's the call, go up and run it. If they're in a defense that you feel like that it might hurt you, then you can check into a run. Now he's going to go up there and he's going to have 2 or 3 different plays that he can change into to get based on what the defense is showing. And so when his brain catches up to his ability, oh my goodness, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, that's going to be fun to see.
Now, Drake spoke after practice today, and he was kind of talking up A.J. Brown. It's a short clip, but I think you can hear the excitement in his voice, Diz, if you have that.
The best thing about him, he's been a winner. He knows what it's like to win, and he's had someone in that room that you really, we were we're kind of looking for, and I think that's the best thing. I think Steph provided it for us last year, and there's been guys that are growing in their roles, but just coming in with that stature and his ability and his size, and just the respect that you walk in there with that kind of Steph had. AJ's got it too.
Is this going to be one of
Love
those
it.
things like with Brady where you would see him and like videos of him and AJ Brown on vacation together?
I hope so.
Yeah, I mean that would be nice.
I would love it.
But isn't Gonzalez going on vacation with the Crafts to get that contract done? Like
Hey,
they took Ted down
if he's
to
smart, he would. Yeah, Gonzalez is going around asking all the other, Carlton Davis, hey, you feel like going down to Miami and golfing with the owner? Get out of here, man.
Kraft got me Game 4 tickets to the Knicks.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, it worked, though. I got my big deal, man.
You know what?
I do it all over again.
For them.
The Stephon Diggs thing came up too because I don't think any of us, am I wrong in thinking that? I don't think any of us believe that Stephon Diggs, there's a future for him with the Patriots this
Vrabel
year.
was interesting. He went on and on about it today. He did not rule it out.
He did not.
It sounded doubtful, but he said.
I wish he just said there. I just wish he said we've moved on so we can stop talking about Stephon Diggs. I just think it's not going to happen.
Let's play the clip because I, to be honest, I read the quote, but I want to hear how it sounded. Let's
Would you guys ever consider bringing Diggs back?
I mean, I think we've probably at the number that we would need right now. I wouldn't say anything is off the table. We would want to add anybody that could help us. I'm not going to give a percentage on it, but I think we're happy with where we're at right now with the numbers and the people in the receiver room. I appreciate Stephon as a person and as a player and what he did for us last year. I'll value that. Helped us win football games, helped us get to where we got. But right now, I don't think that that's something that I think we're exploring. But I would never say no.
You didn't have to say that at the end. He's moved on. They are not.
He's
they're
moved
happy
on
with who they got.
unless somebody gets hurt. Yes.
Okay. Unless somebody gets
We
hurt.
agree.
Correct. Yep.
But to me, doesn't it seem like it would just complicate things to have him here?
I don't.
Don't you just want AJ Brown to just be the guy?
I don't know because I don't know where like Steph. Maybe he looks at. He was not the same Steph he was 5 years ago.
Sure.
He's chilled out. Maybe he's mellowed. He's like he doesn't have to be this top dog, and he just wants to come in and hey man, just help this team. So you never know where his mindset is.
Is Diggs a better slot receiver than Pop Douglas?
I would.
So there you go. I mean, it's a.
He is on short to intermediate. I mean, Pop's the deep, but yeah, I would way rather have Steph Diggs. In
So
the
if he's
slot.
your 3, if it's like Brown, Dobbs, and Steph, that's a great trio right there.
That gets me excited. That would fire me up. That would be. Ooh, I like that.
And then Matt Collins is your 4, or basically like a tight end or something.
I think Matt Collins is better than what people think. I think he
He's
could
good.
be the 3 here.
He only signed a 2-year deal, though. You think he's like a guarantee to make the? I heard Wiggy talking about this morning.
Yeah,
He doesn't think
what do
Mac's
we-
a lock.
What?
He thinks they could. There's just
No, he's a lock. I think he's a lock. I think because I think he's kind of a glue guy. I think he like his
shoeless Matt Collins.
Dude, he's a beast catching balls over the middle. No, I like.
No,
Matt
I like him
Collins.
too. It doesn't seem like he's featured now. They had what's his name, Booty running with the first team yesterday.
By the way, Booty sounded really. Do we have his sound clip by any chance? When he was asked about this wasn't today. It was yesterday when he was asked about his contract. It was really weird. It didn't sound like he really wanted to be here. If you took a listen to it,
He sounded better with Roach before camp.
Yeah.
And then he showed up. You're right. And it was different. It was kind of a different vibe.
It was almost like hey man, if they want me here, great. In other words, hey, if there's another team that wants me and wants me in a bigger role, I'll take it. Is this it right here? Let's.
I mean, I wouldn't mind being here. I do want to be here, obviously. But I mean, at the end of the day, like I say, I do want to be here. So whether that's X, Z, F, like just whatever I got to do, that's best for me, So whether it's learning the playbook more, moving around, I mean, it's only one football. It's 5 of us, But that's football at the end of the day. You don't know
Tells
who's
you everything.
going to.
Yeah,
That tells you everything.
Dude,
It's only one
thing,
football.
the first thing he said was, "I wouldn't mind being here."
Yeah, right.
I wouldn't mind it.
We say X, Z, and then F. F is the fullback. So I don't know if he'd be a good fullback, but dude, he doesn't seem engaged.
No,
like in those comments. But he got some run with the ones, so maybe I don't know. If they can't trade him, what are they going to do with them?
Use him.
Okay, well then they got to get him, engaged mentally.
Burt Breer said yesterday on NBC that if they could have gotten a 5th for him, they would have traded him, but they couldn't.
Damn, they couldn't. They
could not
drafted in the 6th round.
He's good enough for a 5th, though.
What does that say about people? That's what people think about Keyshawn Booty, man.
I think he's better than that. I don't know what's going on behind the
I think
scenes.
he's limited. I think he's limited in what he can do. I think he's a one-trick pony, which is that
pretty good
trick was
trick.
nice.
I was about to say, pretty good trick.
That trick was nice. Yeah.
Not a bad trick.
Getting deep,
All
but-
right, we are in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studio. No fee unless you win, and you can give us a call, of course, at 617-779-7937. All right, we got to talk about this Knicks Spurs game tonight. There is some chaos, and I did it for the
There
guy
it
right
is.
there. He loves
There
the
it
word
is,
chaos.
the C word.
There is some chaos in the streets, and there is a celebrity who absolutely embarrassed themselves in Game 3, and we have a follow-up. When it comes to what happens when you spend a ton of money on some of the best seats in the house and you don't put down your phone the entire game. We will get to that. Also, some plans for whether or not there is going to be a repeat of just how insane things were after the game. We'll get to that right after this. 2 minutes. We'll be back.
Celebrities came out. You had Timothy Chalamet, Derek Jeter, DJ Khaled looking at his phone, Ben Stiller, Spike Lee, DJ Khaled still looking at his phone, Jay-Z, Larry David, and DJ Khaled showing Fat Joe something on his phone. What are you doing, man? You're courtside at the finals. Unless you were Googling how to go down on your wife, pay attention.
Who's that? That's the Daily Show.
Dang.
Nice.
That is.
Poor DJ Khaled.
DJ.
Didn't we all see it? We all saw it.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody. How that doesn't drive you crazy. Oh, by the way, did you see the set list for Rush?
I
second
got.
night?
I did.
They already have it out?
All 21-12.
They played 2 shows now. And by the way, you're going to love it. The set list is like hits. It's awesome.
Love it.
I got the multi-set list 38 song special, so I got the whole rotation.
Yeah.
By the way, I've met some ladies that are going to the Rush concert.
Really?
You guys talk
That
about
is-
no ladies. I've already,
Female
You
drummer?
know some ladies
I
that are
know
going to the
some
Rush
ladies
concert?
that are
Going to
going
see Annika,
Rush,
I'm telling you.
So, dude, Rush is more women like Rush than you think.
I'm gonna
Thank
send.
you.
I'm gonna
Thank you,
send
Ted.
Jackson, and I want him to do interviews in front of the ladies' room, and I want him to interview every person who tries to go in because he'll get 2 interviews that night, probably. Yeah, that is definitely a lonely place to be. The women's room at a Rush concert. It is Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson here on 93.7 WEEI, and give us a call at 617-779-7937. Listen, I could feel it when I was watching Game 3. I just kept thinking to myself, this feels bigger than a regular basketball game. And it's not just because it's an awesome finals between the young, up-and-coming, quote-unquote, face of the NBA and Wembanyama, but a Knicks team who in my lifetime has never even been there. And obviously it's the biggest city in America versus, a guy who is obviously going to be a superstar. You knew that this felt bigger than most finals. But then Ken just told me and told Ted off the air what the ratings were for Game 3.
Pretty crazy.
And what were they?
23.8 million record-setting audience for Game 3 on ABC and ESPN, the largest since 1998.
That's
It's
crazy.
the most ever watched NBA Finals on ABC or ESPN, up from last year 160%.
Dude, that is
Like 1998. That's what that was kind of the golden era of basketball.
Yes.
You know?
And that was when you had like 3 things to watch on TV. You had to watch one of the 3. And that right there,
true.
that is NFL numbers. Everyone's talking about how basketball, was dying and it was going down. That right there is.
It was Jordan, Bulls, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the era, sure.
Yeah.
But that is Thursday night football. Isn't like 25 million like Thursday night? I'm sorry, like Sunday night football. Isn't that like 25, 30 million?
Yep,
That's
yep.
close to that, which is pretty insane. And so tonight is going to be ridiculous. And maybe DJ Khaled will be back there. By the way, I learned something. I was talking to Stiz, and Stiz obviously knows all of this because, he was an MC, is an MC. But DJ Khaled, I was like, oh, so he's like a producer, kind of like Pharrell or something like that. And Stiz told me something that blew my mind. The dude doesn't produce. He doesn't play any instruments. He doesn't do anything.
He mixes, doesn't he?
No, he doesn't mix. He just apparently finds people and puts them together and go, all right, you're a good singer. I'll buy this beat from you, and then you sing on this.
He's a glue guy.
Yeah, he's like, he's
a connector.
He's an A&R guy. He's a connector.
Yeah.
That's lame. Well, if you doubt it, though, this is one of my favorite videos. DJ Khaled got this guitar from the Bob Marley family, and he's sitting there, and he's like, "Wow, this is great." And he picks up the guitar. Do you have this? Stiz, do you have the clip? This is it.
Get a close up. Get a close up. Get a close up of the case, the guitar. You know what I'm saying? And a special note from the Marley family. Shout out to the Marley. Melissa, can you read this for me? Can you read this to the world, please?
Okay. DJ Khaled, we're excited
By the way,
to
stop
share
it.
this new guitar.
I think he asked her to read it because he was stoned out of his mind. He looks obviously stoned out of his mind, but let's take a listen.
DJ Khaled, we're excited to share this new guitar with you. As someone who has an appreciation for Bob Marley's life and music, we want you to be one of the first to play the Gilded 20 Marley, based on Bob's at-home songwriting guitar from 56 Hope Road. This guitar inspired songs that help unite the world, and we hope it gives you inspiration as well.
The dude stopped. The dude starts strumming it, and he doesn't know how to play guitar.
That's attitude.
He's like, look at this great guitar. So DJ Khaled basically just knows people.
But isn't he a producer of some kind?
No.
Does he make decisions on what they?
Well, maybe he makes decisions hey,
I
that
like
hook sounds good,
yeah.
or you know what I mean. But
All
no,
right,
as far as making anything, creating anything, no.
Wow. That's man, good work if you can get it. I know this guy. I know this person. Let's have him say. See, I thought he made the beats. I thought as I was
shout his
saying,
name in half the songs.
I thought he was like Dr. Dre. I thought he was like Pharrell, one of these guys who's just kind of a genius at putting together good beats and maybe even writing the vocals and having someone come in and sing them. He's none of that, huh? He's obviously a great guitarist. But that is pretty funny. Maybe he'll be down there with his stupid phone in his hand once again. So I knew this was going to happen. When I saw those videos that came out, which were just awful of these, you've seen it by now, right?
I still haven't seen them.
Oh, really?
Oh, man.
Yeah, I still haven't seen them.
It's awful. It's after the game in multiple places. There were guys wearing Spurs jerseys who were running down the street, and a mob of Knicks fans.
Can I just
were
ask?
coming after them. Yes.
They weren't. The Spurs didn't fans didn't instigate anything, did they?
It's hard to tell.
Listen, we never know what happens before video starts, but I know that there's enough of them where it looks like they were just trying to get away. Okay. And then, even if they said, "Hey, your mom sucks,"
no, you're right.
It's
you're
a
right.
group of 40 people
That's
jumping
fair.
on top of one
That's
guy
fair.
and beating
That's
the
fair.
snot out of him.
That's fair.
There was one person who, at Times Square, as I said, in front of the Disney store in Times Square, there was a guy who fell to his side, and a Knicks fan jumped up with both feet and landed on his head. Almost a curb stomp. If his teeth were to the curb, it'd be a curb stomp. But it was a side head stomp, which is basic attempted murder, and it was all caught on video. And there's, of course, the cops are looking for these people. But it was in multiple cases. There might have been 5 or 6 different videos I saw of these Spurs fans just getting, tackled and the snot beat out of them and having the clothes ripped off of them. And I knew this was going to happen after that. Is I started seeing tweets going viral like this. No one ever talks about how Boston treats New Yorkers after a Red Sox game. Plus, we aren't dumb enough to walk through South Boston with a Yankees hat. So if you're a Spurs fan, be smart. Don't be dumb. First of all,
well, I agree with the last part. Take the jersey off when you get out of the Madison Square Garden. Don't be dumb.
You shouldn't have to. That's like
You shouldn't,
utterly
but
ridiculous.
you do. You shouldn't, but you do.
First of all, you walk around Southie with a Yankees hat. No one's saying a word like
Right.
that.
That's correct.
That rivalry has been dead
That's
forever. Like nobody gives a rat's ass in Boston anymore. Whether you wear a
Even
Yankees
last
hat.
year during the series, the wild card series, that was not like any
Dude,
hostility.
nobody
It's gone.
cares. It's dead. I mean, I think the last that this thing was alive was the face wash. That's when it felt real. Was when you had Veritek sticking his hand. Like that's was like the last time that it felt like it was a true I hate the Yankees type situation. Nobody cares anymore. And second of all, everyone for some reason when something bad happens tries to say, "Well, Boston's just as bad." Nothing is as bad as what I saw the other night.
Do you think tonight will be as bad or potentially worse?
I think the cops are ready. I think that they were caught a little off guard.
That's probably true.
And I also think that
I think they were teed up with the president being there first game.
Yeah.
You know, I think there was just an energy that kind of lent to something like that happening.
And you know what's crazy too is that I was talking about how this whole thing felt a lot like Vancouver to me, like Bruins in Vancouver, because the Bruins were up by Vancouver was up by 2 games, and everyone in Vancouver just thought that they had the thing won. Like all the fans were like, "Oh, we got this." And then when they realized, "Oh my God, there's a chance the Bruins could win this," and then ultimately win it, it's like such a fall. It's such a collapse. And that's what Knicks fans are going to be going through. But they did that after 1 loss. They did that after game 3.
Right.
There was there was like a riot at that one watching party that they had in the park. I mean, it was, but I've seen it all over the place. Everyone's like, "Well, Boston's just as bad." No, we're not.
No.
We never done anything like that. I mean, listen, there's been a lot of awful stuff that Boston fans have done. They've been racist, they've been bigoted, and, there have been some injuries. But I've never seen someone get stalked and gang jumped and had their clothes ripped off of them and them getting beaten up in bulk. It wasn't one of these, it wasn't 2 of these. It was like 6.
Not to mention
at least that I've
cops
seen.
attacked. There were like 5 police officers that had to be hospitalized or, treated anyway.
And it sucks because this is such an unbelievable series. It's great.
Dude, would you be surprised? You know what the ticket prices are going for? Sorry, I just took a right turn.
More tonight?
No, it's good.
A lot less.
Yeah, I was about to say,
really?
yeah, it must have plummeted.
Yeah, you can find 3,000,
Really?
4,000.
Oh,
yeah.
Dude, how great would it be if the Spurs won tonight? Like, I mean,
I would love it.
if the Spurs win this thing, first of all, it couldn't happen to a better owner, which would be fantastic if Dolan ended up losing. But I just.
It's 2-2-1-1-1. Right?
You know what? The world was on the Knicks' side until Dolan became a jackass.
I don't know.
And then all these videos came out of all these Knicks fans like beating people up. And now I think public opinion has switched.
But
I think
people are
now-
down on Wemby from the shove, the face shove. Some people are saying that's out of line.
And that's real news, by the way, is that they are not going to give him a retroactive flagrant because
surprised
of that.
about that.
Oh, they
surprised.
Really? They
Yeah.
took it away?
No. They never gave him a foul, and they never gave him. There was talk that they were going to give him a retroactive flagrant,
I thought they
would.
like they did to Draymond back when he ended up. I think it was in 2016, and he ended up missing a game. And ultimately, Golden State lost to LeBron,
Right.
and they're saying that was a huge part of it. They're not going to do that.
Oh, okay.
So, Wemby, you continue to push. You do your thing, man. You do your thing, Wemby.
But they're going to ref it different tonight. I bet you they're
Yep.
much tighter on it.
Because Mike Brown had.
Mike Brown.
Yeah,
I think
chirped.
that's part of it.
You're probably right. All right, 617-779-7937. We will launch some take grenades next. You go to the WEEI app, press that little microphone, leave us a message, and we will play those, and we'll do that right after this. Is this DJ Khaled?
No, I should have. Eminem.
There is somebody who's very mad at you, Stiz, on the text.
Oh, the text line's going crazy.
Who's saying, DJ Khaled is too a producer.
That's not true. Well, define producer. Does he produce beats? No. Does he produce songs? Like, I guess.
See, I think to be like a pop or a hip hop producer, you've got to have something to do with the formation of the beats. Like, to me, I've just always thought that. Like, if you just find a bunch of people and put them together and say, go, that to me doesn't seem like a producer. It seems like you're like a friendly introducer.
Hey, man, the most prolific producer of all time, debatably, is Rick Rubin. He can't play an instrument or sing.
But he...
That's actually a good point, Jackson.
But he's also somebody who knows music and is able to...
So obviously Khaled does, too, you know? Like, he probably says, what he likes to hear and what he doesn't and gives ideas and...
Does he? See, I don't know. I mean, the thing that I read or the thing that you showed me, Stiz, was that he just doesn't do anything musically. He just says, you're good on this beat and you're good on this beat.
He's a conductor.
He's a conductor, yes. He conducts everybody, puts them in the right place. I don't know. Obviously, the guy has got enough money to sit courtside at the most expensive NBA game probably of all time and not watch the game.
Yeah, he's doing better than I am.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
so good on him. All right. By the way, speaking of the Knicks, this is an interesting story. Oh, you can give us a call, by the way, 617-779-7937. This is a wild report that came out from CBS Sports. And so it's a reputable report. And that is that depending on how this finals ends, if the Knicks lose, that is something that the Bucks are watching and considering in the whole Giannis sweepstakes, because they believe that if the Knicks indeed blow this, that they're going to want to make some sort of change, potentially bringing in Giannis Antetokounmpo to the team.
Now, that would be pretty dumb. If you're the Knicks and you're this close, why wouldn't you just run it back? I mean, a tweak here or there, but you get this close and you would blow it up for Giannis?
I'd be curious what you'd have to give up to get him. You know, but if you fall short, you know, you need somebody to put you over the hump.
So, but that would mean, I mean, I guess they try to get a big three. They would try to get Brunson, Towns, and Giannis.
I would be very careful. I'd be careful if I was the Knicks of messing up that chemistry.
Right.
Like they got the balance seems to be working for them.
I agree.
Well, so it says any deal would likely center around Karl Anthony Towns, whose value has actually risen after a strong postseason against Wembanyama. The real play here might be Milwaukee using the Knicks as a threat to pressure Miami and Portland, the two most serious suitors, into sweetening their offers. Classic Bucks leverage move. Notice how they didn't even mention the Celtics in this report. So, but it just
Brad's laying in the weeds.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
sneaky Brad.
Going to make something big happen. All right, let's launch a couple take grenades, shall we? You got it over there, ready to go, Steve? Incoming! These take grenades brought to you by Milligan & Higgins, OUI and criminal defense attorneys. Go to milliganandhiggins.com for free consultation. You can go to the Odyssey app, press the little microphone, leave us a message, and we play them later on the show. Let's just do a couple here. Let's see what we got.
Oh, Rich, that is not true. A lot of women like Rush. My wife is a hardcore Rush fan. Has been for over 30 years.
That's not true.
Take it.
That is not true.
Wrong again.
This is unicorn stuff. You know what it is? It's like people who say they've seen a moose before. Moose don't exist.
I've seen a moose.
Have you really seen a moose?
I've seen a moose. Yeah.
I saw one.
Have you really seen a moose?
Yeah.
Because I see all these things up in Maine, like moose are everywhere. Every time moose crossing, I've never seen a moose.
That was in Jackson Hole. I mean, you have a better chance of
I
seeing
saw
one
one
in
in
Jackson
Maine.
Hole.
Did some rafting in the Penobscot. And early in the morning, 6 a.m., pulled up, there's moose right on the side of the road.
Sick brag.
Sick brag.
They're mean sons of bitches, aren't they? Like
they
they'll
just
beat
standing
those-
there.
Yeah, I've seen videos of moose, but then again, it's all AI. There's really no such thing as moose.
A lot of female Rush fans up there, too.
There must be. There must be. We should do the women of Rush.
I must say, every girl I know likes Rush.
Thank you, Jackson.
What?
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, there's more than you think, buddy.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I just seems like it just seems like vag repellent. Living in the limelight, the universe. Listen, I know it's dirty and I love it. You know, there's a lot of nerdy things that I like, but I also, I'm not trying to pick up chicks with it. I don't know many women who like Rush. If you're a woman who likes Rush, 617-779-7937, because I don't think you exist.
There's women that like Zeppelin. Yes.
Zeppelin's different. Zeppelin's sex music. Like, Zeppelin is listen to that music. That's like Babe, I'm gonna leave you, like that. Like the first album is basically a lovemaking album, And you remember Fast Times? I said, if you really want to hook up with a girl, remember the side one of Zeppelin 4.
But early Rush is Zeppelin-esque. It's hard rock. So maybe you're just thinking of the nerdy era.
Yes,
pretty
much the
with
spirit
80s,
of radio,
the synth era.
Like there's no chick listening to 2112.
No,
Come on,
2112, yeah,
man.
probably. It's probably a
The
little
Temple of Sphinx or whatever that song is called. No one's into that. Roll the Bones. Come on, no girls into that. But I would like to meet one. I really would. If you're a huge Rush fan. 617.
Routine not sending the trees to Mike Vrabel.
No. She's not doing that. All right, let's listen to the next ticket.
I have reached a point where I'm rooting for my favorite baseball team to lose so that Breslow will get fired.
I mean, that's
it. That's what everybody wants now.
Ted, you're so right. It's all on Breslow now.
Yep.
He's going to face the heat.
He lost his cover, man. When he fired Cora, it's all on him now, man.
Yeah.
Why is there no Sam Kennedy? Like people getting angry at him.
Well, I think people understand his role, right?
Sam doesn't really make decisions. He's just the guy that talks for the owner.
Where does the buck stop?
Yeah, I mean, the guy paying the checks. I mean, the guy cuts the checks, and that's John Henry, right?
Who's invisible.
Yeah.
Who's nowhere to be seen.
Well, he was at
the
Yankee
Stadium.
Yeah, he's around.
Oh yes.
He's making calls. Busy.
That's right. He's the guy on the phone. If you listen to Buster Only. All right, let's go to the next take grenade.
Hey guys, what's good? I can say this: Breslow's one of those people that if you stick a piece of coal inside him, it'll come out a diamond because he's wound so tight.
That is
and he'll be the first to say that my coal becomes diamonds. That's a problem.
That is a Ferris
Ferris
Bueller
Bueller,
line, is
yeah,
it not?
Totally.
That's right.
Great start to that movie, too. We were talking about great openings in film. You get very excited. He's taking the day off. He's pulling up the curtains.
Oh, the greatest opening scenes?
Yeah, greatest opening scene.
That's a great one. Yeah, that's a good one. Oh, by the way, shout out to the Ipswich High School lacrosse team. Did you hear about how they were supposed to play in the semifinal?
They got screwed.
They got absolutely
cigars.
effed. So apparently they took a picture at graduation.
Yeah.
There was a picture of them standing with cigars, and somebody saw it. Somebody tattled, and I guess there's this thing in which you aren't allowed to consume any kind of tobacco products, or you're not allowed to play. And sure enough, they had to forfeit the game.
There was supposedly no tobacco in the cigars.
Okay,
Unless they lied.
That sounds like a likely story. I read the explanation here, and they're like, "Yeah, we even had this bag. We brought it in and said these aren't really cigars, and we it's just fake cigars." Or else, dude, they were cigars. In my opinion, I don't know, but it just seems like. Well, first of all, that's the crazy thing about high school nowadays is that you graduate before your sports are over. Have you seen this? Like people are graduating and they still have games to play because around the state, not everybody graduates at the same time. So if I'm them, I'm like, dude, I'm already done with school. Don't punish me. Let me just play my stupid lacrosse tournament. But they had to forfeit because there was a picture of them and somebody narked on them.
Who's the team that won? Then they should feel bad. Give it back to them.
I don't know. I mean, it's ridiculous. They said so. I guess that one of the dads was like, "Hey, listen, I can't get you real cigars, but I started rolling. I can try to make some fake ones if you guys want to go down there and just want to hang out." He said he contacted a local cigar shop for advice, gathered the supplies, and rolled makeshift cigars. No, you didn't. He didn't do any of that, in my opinion. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. You shouldn't have to forfeit your game because after you graduated, you smoked a cigar. It should have nothing to do with you end up playing. It's so dumb. And there's a picture of them all standing there, and it just sucks for them that they're not able to play that.
By the way, quick aside, you want some uplifting Red Sox news from the Globe? Garrett Crochet said Wednesday his lat strain is, quote, a lot worse than what we thought, end quote. And when asked when he might throw again, I have no idea.
There we go. Just
from Pete.
Just chill out, bro.
They said it was a mild lat strain on May 26th. Now it's, quote, a lot worse than we thought.
Yeah. He's like, they're 12 games under 500.
Ooh, my arm.
My arm. Yeah, dude. I mean, what's the point of bringing him back at this point? Seriously. I would almost rather him not even be
shut him down. But I would make sense if he had like something surgical that he needed to fix, though. Like if it was, okay, you need Tommy John. Okay, or there's, I don't know. It's just depressing.
All right,
Whole thing.
Ken. I asked for calls from female Rush fans. Let's go to line 1. Okay. Let's go to line 2, and let's see. All right.
Line 3.
Let's line 3. You female Rush. Okay.
Let's go to the text line 603. The effing drummer's a female. You boob. I agree.
Yes, she will be the only woman at the concert.
Well, she got a lot of fans.
The only chick at the concert. So there you go. Still waiting for your calls, female Rush fans that don't exist, but according to these two guys, absolutely do. 617-779-7937. We will sweep the leg next.
Miss something? Download the Odyssey app.
Oh, dude.
Yeah,
Is
nice
this
job.
track 2 from the Roll the Bones album?
No. Is it?
I think this is track 2 from the Roll the Bones album. Because Dreamline is how I believe Roll the Bones starts, and then it goes into this.
Yeah, you're right.
What is this song called again? I believe it's track.
Bravado.
Bravado. Am I wrong? Is that track? Dude, baby,
right.
I told
You're
you I
right,
was
you're
a
right.
Rush fan.
Good job.
Hell yeah. Ghost of a Chance, by the way, best song on that album. All right. I was saying that I don't believe, by the way, it is Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson.
Look
Ted,
at all these female callers.
Yes, Ted and Ken are both going to go see Rush when they come back. They just made an announcement, or not announcement. They played the first 2 shows in the set list. I will say this: if you're a Rush fan, they're playing the hits. It's great. Like that's what a band should do when they're doing this whole "Hey, we're back from the dead." You don't want to do like Bruce Springsteen and play like 900 songs that are like C-list tracks, and then you barely play "Dancing in the Dark." But I contend that there's not many women. It's going to be might be
You
the
said
concert.
none. Don't change.
It might be a concert at TD Garden that has the least amount of female patrons. I said that it is very rare to see a female Rush fan. And although I'm about to be proven wrong, line 2, Jennifer, you are a Rush fan. You're saying.
I am a Rush fan.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, before we speak, I just have to do a quick screener. What is the name of the guitarist of Rush?
Alex Lifeson.
Okay, good. All right. No, I love it. All right. There we go.
Egg on your
A lot of
face.
people know Getty Lee. They know
There you
Neil
go,
Peart, but all right. So Jennifer, you've been a fan of Rush for how many years?
Probably about 32. Matter of fact, when I met my husband, the reason that we actually continued dating was that he saw that I had a Rush CD in my car, or a tape, I should say, at the time. And he decided I was worth dating because he liked the band so much.
Have you guys ever played Dungeons and Dragons while listening to Hemispheres before?
No.
Okay. So Jennifer, do you have to somewhat agree with me that when you go to a Rush concert, it is fairly easy to use the women's restroom, correct?
It is easy, but I'm going to tell you that all the concerts I've been to for them, there's probably a third women to 2/3 men.
A third women? So you think it's a third women? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, I've seen Rush so many times, and I remember it was like finding a good-looking person at the Guns N' Roses concert in Worcester when I went years ago.
Well, now we're talking about 2 different things. I didn't say anything about good looking. I simply said that there were a third women.
Well, okay.
Myself included in that.
Okay, so what is your favorite Rush song, Jennifer? Give me a deep cut. Didn't something that's not Limelight or closer to the heart. Give me a deep cut.
I like By Tor and the Snow Dog.
By Tor. Even I don't know
doing that
one.
for the encore.
What album is that from?
Oh, that's early. I can't even tell you the exact album, but that's early stuff from them.
How do you like Annika, the new drummer?
Love her. She's not Neil, but she's not trying to be Neil. But you know what? She made it so that they can go out and play again and enjoy what they do, and I'm excited to see them. We're seeing them in Boston in September.
Hell yeah, Jennifer. All right. Well, thank you for proving me wrong. There is
Thank
one female Rush fan,
Great
and
job.
I found her, and she called the show.
That's
Thank you
awesome.
very much. That's cool. There you go. Very, very
By
nice.
Tor off Fly By Night.
What's that?
Fly By Night is the album that's off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fly By Night, is that a good album?
Yeah.
I know that song's good. Actually, is that song good? I don't even.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah.
I don't think that's a great Rush song.
It's a long
all
one.
right.
Well, that's.
Spirit of Radio is a great Rush song. I like the older, like the more recent nerdy stuff, like Presto.
See,
and
you're a fan. Why are you ripping on him?
I'm not ripping on them. I'm saying they just don't have any female fans. I know what I am. I'm a nerdy Rush fan. I like Rush. I like counting the scales and the pentatonic rolls and all that stuff. I'm into that nerdy stuff. It's why I like Tool so much. That's why it should have been Danny Carey playing the drums. Let's go to Steve on line 3. What's up, Steve?
Hey guys, I heard you talking a little bit earlier. I got out of the truck. You were talking about the Knicks fans like beating the crap out of all the Spurs fans in the streets and like curb stomping them and whatnot.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys were listening, but I called in yesterday to the 10 to 2 show and I was talking to Jones and Keith about it, and I was talking about the videos of these dudes like getting their heads stomped in just for being Spurs fans. And they were calling me crazy. They're like, oh, there's no videos of that. They weren't getting curb stomped. That happens everywhere. And it was complete. I don't know if you guys heard it or not, but it was just very refreshing to hear you guys talking about it, actually acknowledging that Knicks fans are the scum of the earth. So,
Steve, in fairness,
Philly fans, I mean, are getting a pass here, man.
Oh,
I get what they were saying. Like, you see that kind of stuff everywhere. No, you don't.
You don't,
You don't
Steve.
see people getting their jerseys ripped off and getting jumped just for being a fan of another team. Like, that's what?
Steve,
But
I'm with you 100%. And I'm trying to. That's the one thing I've been saying. And in fairness, though, I don't know if Jones and Keefe saw the videos because Ted had not seen them. So
I literally sent him the video on Instagram right after he said it.
Oh, okay.
Like, I followed him and sent him the videos.
Yeah, because if you haven't seen it, you're like, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen anything like this with any other fan base. I haven't.
It's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
Like,
it's straight up assault. I mean, there's a
you see
guy.
the police just kind of standing there watching it happen for a little bit before getting involved.
Yeah.
That part's crazy too. But
It's not good. All right, Steve, thanks for calling. Let's go to Billy real quick. Billy, what's happening?
What's up, gentlemen? At what point does the Red Sox medical staff start getting investigated? This is worse than the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim medical staff. Or, well, I shouldn't say worse. They haven't killed a guy yet.
Oh.
But, I mean, Jesus Christ. At what point does it get to the point where the people get fired, investigated? Everything is wrong.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the
This
Sox
is the tipping point today.
Now, do you think
I
is it
felt like
lies or the medical staff wrong? Because they have definitely minimized two players now. They're two premier players, Crochet and Anthony. It looks like Crochet's on board with the team, though, because he's saying we misdiagnosed it or it's worse than we thought. But obviously Roman is not.
There's a history with Red Sox and doctors, and they're not being on the same page.
It's like everything is wrong with this team. Like every facet of this team, it's just so bad.
What is the redeeming quality of this team?
Dude,
is there one thing?
I don't know. It's kind of funny, after
There's not one thing. Not one thing.
I mean, some of the pitching's good, but even that, it's like it's. It's funny. I was watching
Sonny Gray likes trees.
After I watched
Nice
the
guy.
game yesterday, I was thinking to myself, I was so depressed, and I was watching this team, and I made something, and I wasn't gonna play it, and maybe I won't play it. I made something yesterday. I took like way too much time on it, and it's not something I'm proud of. It's like there's sometimes where I'll come in and I'll put something together, and I'll be like, okay, this is kind of cool. I'll do it. This is not something that's good at all. But it was how I felt last night when I watched the Red Sox suck again, and I just had a feeling that they were gonna suck once again. I'm not proud of this. It's not good.
Oh, boy.
But I made it, so I might as well play
Sure.
it. It's garbage time anyway. The show's almost over, so...
Arcan doesn't like to hear that, but it's,
no, it's
fine.
garbage time for our show, so it's...
Let's
all
give it a
right,
whirl. Go
so
ahead.
here we go.
I watched the Sox today to see if I feel pain. John Henry doesn't care as he licks up his ice cream. This Breslow cobbled slop are one gigantic bore. 400 men on base, and not one of them will score. And they can't hit at all. Hell, they can barely walk. Each game I watch feels like a drop kick to my crotch. And acid plus cost me almost $300. When every game is pain, I'm running out of
Well done. Excellent job. That's good. I really enjoyed that.
Bravo, Rick.
Nice.
It's pain.
That was.
This
That
season-
sums it up.
This season is pain.
I like that those new bats come in for Mickey.
I'm not-
Jasper,
I'm not-
Jasper ordered a new bat.
I'm not proud of that. Christian Arcan.
This
hello.
team doesn't deserve great musical bits like that. Honestly, it doesn't. I just, like
That was very funny.
Even with the dumb lyrics, that song still hits you in some weird way.
It really does, yeah.
I was going to do the Johnny Cash version. No, it'd be a little more grizzled.
The little guitar twang in the beginning is haunting, no matter what you're singing about, you know?
Sure.
It really is.
Yeah, not proud of that one. All right, so Christian Arcand, let's talk about a garbage team, shall we?
Yeah, Sean McAdams going to join me at 8 o'clock. We'll get the Mass Live take on all of this. Sean's seen it all, so we'll get his historical take on the futility we saw today. Just brutal. We'll get to Gonzalez. We will have the dongs later on, and I thought that hockey game last night was pretty awesome.
It was.
And we got another NBA Finals game tonight to preview and react to, depending on where we are. But yeah, it's a loaded show.
25 million people watched that game 3.
Yeah.
That's NFL numbers. Watch that game 3. Absolutely insane. All right, well, everybody, thank you so much for listening to us this afternoon, and thanks for, you know what, I like the show being a place where you can go and it be therapeutic. That whole first hour was people just bitching about how awful this effing Red Sox team is and how frustrated we all are. So let's keep it rolling. Give Christian Arcand a call and bitch, baby, bitch. That's how we go. The Red Sox blow! Bring out the bags, baby! All right, ladies and gentlemen, everybody have yourself a fantastic week. We will see you tomorrow. We love you. Goodbye.
My name's Phil from Beverly, Massachusetts. I've lost 88 pounds with a weight of 180. That was
With the home runs. You can't go through the lineup that many times, striking out that many times. 13 strikeouts for Rasmussen in 7 innings. 13. It was awful. I mean, it was awful. Watching this team play is awful. I hear promos on this station. This is the home of the Red Sox. It's like a threat. I feel like we're threatening our audience with this. And I don't know what you do about it. I don't know where you go. You heard Rich at the end there, like, what do you do? Do you realize there are 96 games left this year? 96. I don't know how you get through. I don't know how Will Fleming is going to make it through this season. Someone called last night. Someone called into Red Sox Review and was like, Arcan, I'm worried about you. I said, don't worry about me. Worry about Fleming. Okay? What I do is not that difficult. Like, I'm not really under the same kind of constraints. I can speak freely about the team. I can speak freely about my thoughts and feelings, which isn't to say that Fleming can't. But he doesn't have a talk show. It's different. He's calling the game. I have a talk show to do. I can say what I want to say in a different kind of way than you can when you're calling a baseball game, right? I think we all understand what I'm saying here. And so it's easier for me to be honest and to vent and allow you to vent, which I also get to do and I think is useful. When you're calling a game, you don't really get to hear, unless you tune into Sox Talk on a rain delay or something like that. You're not necessarily hearing the people as directly as I am. And I think that is part of it as well. It's also the fact that it's good for us when the team's good. So when the team's not good, it's bad for you. We all are aware of that too. And with that sort of being said, I think that there is reasonable evidence right now just watching this team, watching the way their approach in the box from last night into today. Last night, a game that goes by in 2 hours and 10 minutes. And it went, just real quick, it went 2 hours and 10 minutes, and the Rays had 9 hits. So think about that. The Rays had 9 hits, and the Red Sox went their at-bats were over so quickly that even though the other team was getting on base and scoring runs and dragging out these innings, it was still over in record time because the Red Sox were that much quicker to make outs and just be done in an inning and let Martinez and that whole bullpen off the hook. Right? Just think about that. Mathematically, just think about how sad that is. Really, it's what it is. And then you follow that up coming into this one by striking out every single at-bat, basically, for the entire game. Until you finally got a little bit of offense. Durbin with a couple of taters. I don't want to spoil anything here because we will have dongs later tonight. So let that be the last home run that I mention. But we haven't mentioned Durbin once on the Dong Report. So a little preview there, a little teaser, if you will. Some may call it a spoiler. I don't. A lot of games, should be a lot of dongs. So at the very least, we have that to look forward to.
Sometimes you just got to tease the dongs.
Yeah. Sometimes. Don't always want to do that. But sometimes you have to. And tonight, with this Red Sox team, they look like they're not interested in this season anymore. That's what I see when I watch them. And if I'm wrong about that, if that's incorrect, they know that better than I would, obviously. They're the ones out there playing. I'm just telling you how it looks from my perspective, and I think the perspective of a lot of fans. And when they come back to Fenway, a place where they're even worse than they are on the road, what you just saw was the best of the Red Sox. Kind of pathetic as well. And when they come back to Fenway, they're worse than what you just saw. What you just saw last night, or today even, what you saw today, it was an offensive explosion for this team. 5 runs. 5 runs for that. That's quite a bit of runs. I don't remember the last time they scored 5 runs at Fenway. Honestly, I don't. Maybe that Cleveland game, one of those Cleveland games.
Those were all on the road.
The Guardians?
Yeah.
Who'd they play? Oh, the Braves is who they played at home. That's right. And then they went to Cleveland. That's it. Yeah, I have to go back and look. I mean, I don't particularly care. We all know it's not very often. We all know it doesn't happen very often. I think the Tampa Bay Rays are kind of a fake team, too. They do have some good pitching, but I don't think their offense is really anything special. They have a couple of guys there who can really hit for power, which is something the Red Sox just don't have. I'm old enough to remember Alex Cora and Sam Kennedy and the rest of those people all laughing in the face of all the preseason predictors, all the right baseball prospectus and fan graphs and all of them saying that the Red Sox might not have a 20 home run hitter. Remember that? Remember them being like,
You're wrong. You're a liar.
Okay. They will have one. Like Contreras will have 20 home runs. If he doesn't, then it means he must have got injured or something, or he just goes on the cold streak to end all cold streaks. Alex Bregman, your last right-handed power bat leader, can tell you something about that. I think this team is disinterested. You mean to tell me that Garrett Crochet's mild lat strain from 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, whatever it was, is now way worse than we thought? You mean to tell me Roman Anthony, his sprained or torn ligament, whatever don't care what you call it. You mean to tell me that in over a month it hasn't gotten any better, hasn't healed at all? Guy can't even look at a baseball bat. I mean, you're telling me this team's engaged? You're telling me these guys are? I mean, you may have to chalk it up to this is as good as it gets. This is the best lineup they can put out there, and this is the best that they can do. Duran with his .210 average, Mickey Gasper, Durbin, Kiner Falefa, Monasterio. And I know some of those guys have hit well this year, but we know what they are. We know who they are and what they are. Yoshida slugging .323. Wilyer Abreu, who's gone ice cold since that hot start. It's funny how we keep talking about the right-handed power bat. This team needs a right-handed power bat. They don't have any left-handed power bats. They don't have any power anywhere. I mean, they just don't. Wilyer Abreu is not really a power hitter this year. Jarren Duran, I mean, he had that nice month, but, right? I mean, he's right back in the toilet. Yoshida doesn't hit home runs. There's not a left-handed power bat on this whole team. So, I mean, that was the reason they didn't go after Schwarber, right? No, we need his right-handed power, which you also didn't get. You need left-handed power, too. You need all the power you could possibly can stand. But no one's going to give you any. No one's going to trade their power hitters to you. They're going to be calling you, asking to add bullpen arms to their team that has good power hitters on it. Because why would they trade a power hitter to you? That's not how it works. We give you prospects, you give us your relievers. That's how it works. Don't give us a power bet. That's not what we're doing. We're going to win. We actually have a chance to do something this year. Red Sox, we're not going to give you a power hitter. What are you, nuts? And then what are you going to turn around and trade with the Angels? What do you have that they want? What do the Angels want? Prospects. You're going to trade a bunch of prospects and add to this team that's 12 games under 500? Please. Don't make me laugh. There's nothing funny about this. We'll get to your calls. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. This feels like the COVID season. This feels like the Ron Renneke COVID season. We'll get to that with your calls next.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturrow Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
Let me tell you something. When you sign up for your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. And then you may or may not hear from them again until it is time for renewal. Your business runs all year, and so do the gaps and the risk. That's why I'm introducing SuperSure. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex just to buy a policy online. SuperSure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business, business insurance, and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like Fine Print Facts, which translates your current policy into plain English, so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus, a business value calculator, so you can estimate what your business is worth, so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Go to Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com.
Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
This Father's Day, let Dad relax by the grill, not wrestle with the toilet. Because nothing ruins a perfectly good cookout like a clogged drain. If your sink's backing up, your shower's slowing down, or your pipes are throwing a fit, call the pros at Drains by James 24/7. They'll handle the dirty work fast, so Dad can get back to the burgers, brats, and bragging rights. This Father's Day, give Dad what he really wants. A home where everything flows the way it should. Go to DrainsByJames.com, because at Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes.
You can listen to WEEI on your smart speaker.
Just say, play 93.7 WEEI.
The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
After a trip like this, day off coming at a good time tomorrow?
Yeah, I'd say so. It was tough. It got off to a really good start in New York, and then the way it finished, I think it'd probably be good for everybody to have a breather tomorrow.
Chad Tracy, I don't know what else he's supposed to say. This team needs a breather every 4 games. They need a breather after a homestand. They need a breather after the road trip. They're just constant breathers. I feel like I need a breather from this team.
I'm so excited for the off day tomorrow.
I'm ready for the All-Star break. Come on, All-Star break.
I was just saying that to my girlfriend the other day. I can't wait for the All-Star break.
I mean, really, it's come to that. I'm excited that there's basketball tonight. This is a good series, obviously, but oh, thank God, something else. That hockey game last night, that late surge there by Carolina, that was great. Something else. It was something else. The last time I felt like this was the COVID year, the Ron Renicky year. That was the last time I felt like this. I know it wasn't like at this point in the year because it was a different, timing, but I felt, though, as though what we were watching was over before it really even started. And that there wasn't much incentive to really follow and care about the team. I did not expect to be anywhere close to that with this team this year. Before the season started, I was bullish on the idea that they could at least be contenders again. Not that they were going to win the World Series or anything. But I did believe that they could build on what they started last year. Even with the loss of Alex Bregman and even without really replacing him, although I don't know, did they not replace him with Wilson Contreras? They didn't add to it. And last year, the Red Sox offense wasn't good enough at the end of the year. I mean, that's clear as day. In the month of September and in those wild card games, the Red Sox offense was bad. And that wasn't just Alex Bregman or Jarren Duran or Carlos Narvaez or, Rafaela. Those guys were all bad, but it wasn't just any one of them. It was kind of all of them except for Trevor Story and Masataka Yoshida. Those were the only 2 guys down the stretch last year who could hit the ball at all. And after that, Craig Breslow, unfortunately, had a decision to make. And when I say it's unfortunate that he couldn't just address the offense and the pitching staff, which I didn't have a problem with him addressing the pitching staff. You went through most of that year with only 3 starting pitchers. You had this weird rotation at the end of these journeyman guys and, rookies and whoever kind of rotating through at the back end of the rotation. But really, you only had Crochet, Giolito, and Bayo. And that was your 3 guy. And the 4 and 5 were sort of whoever. It was Walker Buehler, and then he was gone. And then it was Tolley, and it was Harrison, and it was Early. And who was the guy in the year? Who was that long reliever that they had out there?
Cooper
Newcomb?
Criswell?
They
did have Sean Newcomb.
Sean Newcomb, that's who it was. Yeah, Duke Newcomb. I mean, that's how it started. Obviously, as the season went on, you went through a bunch more guys, but that was where you were. And I understand looking at that and saying we can't let this happen again. We're going to have to fortify our starting rotation, especially if we're losing Giolito, which they did. And I'm not busted up about that either. It was okay. Giolito, I think he pitched his arm right off. He didn't start pitching until late this year, right? How's he doing, by the way? Is he doing anything?
He's not doing well for the Padres. He had a couple minor league appearances, then they called him up, and he's been bad.
Got it. Okay, so I'm not too busted up about that, but I do think that you look at the rotation, trading for Sonny Gray and trading for Oviedo's, good. All right, you went out there, you addressed your rotation, and you got some guys in there. I didn't know Oviedo would get hurt as quick as he did, and then for whatever reason, the Bregman thing falls apart. The Alonso thing never gets out to the ground. You never even reach out to Kyle Schwarber. And before you say, well, he was going to go to Philly no matter what, yeah, maybe, but the Orioles reached out to him, and they made an offer, and it was a good offer. And then when that didn't work, they pivoted to Pete Alonso when they got him. The Red Sox didn't make an offer to Schwarber and made an insulting offer to Alonso that basically didn't even get considered. That is enough to get this whole season off on the wrong foot. And I say that as someone who's become a big fan of Wilson Contreras, and I think that he's, good guy to have in the locker room, and that's nice to have picked up a veteran leader. But I don't trust this team. I don't trust this team to keep him around. They don't keep right-handed power bats around, and they don't keep clubhouse leaders around. And they proved that last year with Alex Bregman. So even though there's like a couple of things that you can feel good about, Contreras and Sonny Gray, which if I'm Craig Breslow, that's how I'm beginning and ending every sentence whenever anyone talks to me. How you feel about your job? Well, Wilson Contreras and Sonny Gray, both playing pretty well, right? Those are my main two guys.
Ranger Suarez has been great.
Suarez has been pretty good, hasn't he? Right? Throw him in there too. Suarez has been good, although they never win when he pitches, so it's hard to, like, at least they win Sonny Gray starts. Sonny Gray's like 8-1 or something.
Yeah,
7-1. Yeah. Meanwhile, Suarez can't get a run in support. He goes out there, pitches his ass off, his arm's falling off, and the team scores 1 run for him, which is the way of the team this year. That's what they are. All right, let's open up the phone lines. A lot of you want to vent, and I would hate to prevent that from happening. But first, I have to once again steal the stupid collar mouse back from Ken's spot over here. The one mouse that Rich doesn't control in this entire building has to be the one for the callers. So, all right, let's go to the phones, and we'll start things off with Walter in Worcester. Hello, Walter.
Hey, Kristen, how you doing, man? You're going to be really bummed out. I got to tell you.
Listen, man, what do you want me to say?
Listen, the truth, man. That's all you can say is the truth. But I'll tell you what. So this team is done. I think we all know that. So now I think that it's time for the Red Sox to be as bold as they possibly can. And that starts with firing. You got to fire Breslow, put in Theo Epstein temporarily. You got to ship Tracy back to Worcester. He's way over his head. And after that, John Henry personally needs to drive to Jason Varitek's house, get on his hands and knees, and make him the manager of this ball team. You have to start worrying about losing money now. And we all know that he doesn't want to lose money. Your fans are not going to show up at that ballpark. And when they do, they're going to be telling you to sell a team. You put Varitek in that dugout, you just took care of that. This team is lost. This season is lost. We all know that. But Tracy is way over his head, and Breslow was given a chance, and now I think the Emperor has no clothes. We know that he screwed this team with his moves. So
Walter, just while I have you, hold on a second, Walter. I don't mean to interview the caller here, but while I have you, since you're a Varitek enthusiast, what's the end game there? You give him a long contract? You just have him be the manager for the rest of this year? What do you do? Whoa, hey, wow, my goodness. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and let you go because I don't know what that was. But I'll just ask the question rhetorically then. What was that?
It sounded like he was like crumpling paper or something.
Yeah, sounded like, yeah. I mean, it sounded like he was in an industrial warehouse at the end there. Had like a buzzsaw going or something. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I hope Walter's okay. I'm sorry I'm bumming everybody out, but I mean, again, like, what do you want me to say about this team? What do you want me to pretend like there's something to be excited and happy about? Pretend like this team isn't quitting on the season right in front of us? Jason Varitek? Jason Varitek was part of this. He was part of this mess. He got fired. And the team hasn't gotten any better. I'll agree with you there. But if you're going to go grovel for Jason Varitek, why not just bring back Alex Cora? Why not bring back Fatsy and the rest of those guys? Just what? Varitek's the only one? He's the only winner in that group? I mean, I like Jason Varitek. He's one of my favorite players of all time. I did think it was a little weird when he went on the Hillman Show and started asking for a job in the offseason. I thought that was strange. I think that spoke to the strained relationship between him and Breslow and upper management and all that. And I think when they all got fired and he was out there in the tarmac giving the thumbs down to the camera, that was a pretty clear indication that he's all done with this group. And even if he wasn't, what are you going to do? You're going to make him the manager for the rest of this year? And if things don't turn around, then what? He's going to be the manager again next year until how long until the seat gets hot for him? If I'm Jason Varitek, I don't want to be the manager of this team. Who would want to manage this team? If you're a legitimate manager, a managerial candidate, you want to be anywhere near this team. I guess for Varitek, for somebody like him, it's probably the only place he could get a job like that, I would think. I don't know if there's a lot of other teams knocking his door down to come manage their team. Maybe there is. I don't know. You have to ask him or tweet at Catherine or something. But I don't know.
I feel like he's interviewed for jobs in the past. The Mariners and the Giants are two that come to mind, but he never really got past that first preliminary round.
Yeah, and him working with the Red Sox was one of his first actual jobs on a coaching staff, and didn't exactly cover himself in glory when it came to run prevention and game plan management, whatever his job was. I don't even remember what it was. I know his wife went on Twitter and basically said the job was BS anyway. So, I don't know. You tell me. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We have full phone lines, so we'll get to that. Also, where the hell is Roman Anthony? Where is he? He can't – it's been a month and 7 days. Where is he? What's happening? We'll get to that with your phone calls next.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important to hear from an expert, not a voice actor. For instance, the Nissan Frontier is not only powerful and fun to drive, but it's durable too. We added the V6 engines, so when you need that power in the off-road, it's there. I know, we've tested it a lot. Now get out there and find your Frontier.
Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. Well-qualified buyers get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, Murano, Pathfinder, or Frontier, excluding S-Trim. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. IQS award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand finance. Frontier S-Trim 1.9% APR for 60 months at $1,748 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N6/30/26.
As world soccer hits the big stage, take the field with Fanatics Sportsbook. It's built for fans who want more from their bet. This summer, Fanatics Sportsbook is making every moment count with 10 100% profit boosts over the first 10 tournament days. That's one profit boost per game day. So every time the world's best hits the pitch, you've got a chance to double your winnings. And every goal, every save, every result means more. Plus, new customers get up to $1,000 in fan cash. That's $100 bet match every day for your first 10 days. The world is ready. Are you? Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. CT, call 888-789-7777. MA, call 800-327-5050. NY, call 877-8-HOPE-NY. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and you could receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, and more of your favorite sports with same-game parlays, live betting, and more. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet, take advantage of offers found nowhere else, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the year. Sign up with bonus code KOSTOS, and you could receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Hope is here. Call 1-800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. Must be 21 years of age or older. Massachusetts only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with MGM Springfield. Play with balance. Play for fun. Play well.
Hey, it's Ken. The finals are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. New York is currently trading at 55% to beat San Antonio, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $176 if they take the title. And don't forget about the action on the world's biggest soccer tournament. That's underway, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi from the opening stage all the way to the final. For instance, our first match in Boston coming up on June 13th, Scotland is trading at a 67% probability to best Haiti, meaning a 145.88 payout if Scotland wins. And on Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. As the odds move, you can buy in or out anytime. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use my code KEN, K-E-N, to get $10 when you trade 10. That's Kalshi, K-A-L-S-H-I. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those that are mentioned. And for more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
What if you had $50,000 to get your home ready to sell for top dollar? Even the smallest repairs and upgrades will make a big difference in your home's sale price. This is Anthony Lamacchia at Lamacchia Realty. Before you sell as is and leave money on the table, consider using the Lamacchia Market Ready program. With this program, you could get up to $50,000 to prepare your home to sell for more, and nothing is due until closing. Visit LamacchiaMarketReady.com.
If your body is 60% water, why are you filling it with stuff that tastes like it came from a garden hose behind a gas station? You could have a fountain of youth right inside your own home. LifeSource, powered by Duggan, is a whole home and whole body approach. Duggan, the exclusive New England contractor for LifeSource water filters, is here for you and your family, making you healthy one faucet at a time. Call 855-DUGGAN-1. That's 855-DUGGAN-1. Duggan Mechanical Services will get you glowing.
You're listening to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
Holton stands straight up and down from the left side. The 1-0 is line foul. It's kind of a sawed-off swing there. Roman sort of grimacing now. And here comes Chad Tracy along with Brandon Henry. And this has a chance to be a little bit of a nightmare here. He's got the protective guard off of his right hand. So often you see swings and misses or little fouls like that really do damage to the outside of that lower hand on the bat. And so now it's sort of hold your breath time. It was such an awkward looking swing by Anthony. Well, bad news as we come back to Detroit as the Red Sox and the Tigers go into the bottom of the second inning. Roman Anthony has left the game.
Where are you? And I'm so sorry. I cannot sleep. I cannot dream tonight.
Christian Arcand Show, WEEI. We'll get to your phones in just a minute. That was on May 4th. May the 4th be with you, Roman Anthony. Against Detroit, against the Tigers, the game with the rain, Peyton Tolley. The injury was a check swing foul ball. Again, he did not get a pitch up and in that ran up on his hands or hit him in the wrist or any of that. It was a ball he made contact with on a swing, on a check swing. Didn't even swing all the way. And according to Christopher Smith, who tweeted yesterday that Roman Anthony's still not swinging a bat yet, Chad Tracy said. Garrett Crochet not throwing yet, but still improving. Not even swinging a bat yet. He did try after that interview, and I guess the big setback, tried to swing, and then now it's, discomfort, and I can't do it. Can't swing the bat. Can't even hold the bat, it sounds like, let alone swing it. Can't swing a bat? He fouled that ball off so hard he can't swing a bat? I mean, listen.
I actually have a theory on this.
That Sam Kennedy, he's doing this as an FU to Sam Kennedy. He's just saying, well, okay, if it's not torn, I'll sit out until I'm perfectly good and ready, something like that.
No, just about how they keep getting hurt with these soft tissue injuries or like your hands. It's because part of the driveline philosophy, and I hate the driveline boogeyman narrative, but they're teaching these guys to swing so hard to impact the ball harder so your exit velo goes up. But when you check your swing like Roman did, it's all that force coming back at you when you go to stop it. So it's leading to more like the oblique last year or the hands this year. And Christian Campbell had the same thing, the injury in his side. Like, it's because they're swinging the bat so hard.
Could be. I don't know. I have no idea, but that sounds reasonable to me. Dr. Coe back there. Dr. Coe. That was, I know it was Dr. Cox on Scrubs. That was his name.
That was
right?
actually my pediatrician's name, too.
Dr. Cox?
Yeah.
It's funny. No progress. 2 weeks since the whole kerfuffle there with Sam Kennedy, and no progress for Roman Anthony. No price. Still not swinging a bat. I think we've all been kind of watching this thing play out and thinking, man, this really doesn't look good. I really hope it's not too serious. It's been over a month that this sprained finger has kept Roman Anthony not from playing, but from gripping and swinging a bat. This was supposed to be the face of the front. I mean, this is the future of your team right here. And this is awful. This whole thing is awful. No progress. Garrett Crochet, by the way, don't expect to see him anytime soon. What's crazy is that, and I've said this a few times, but Garrett Crochet, his injury hasn't really played much of a factor in the Red Sox sucking like they do. Their starting pitching has been mostly okay. Like, it would have been better if you had good Crochet pitching, and I emphasize good Crochet as opposed to what we saw with the injury when he was trying to pitch through it, which wasn't very good. But you have good Crochet, then yeah, you'll have some more wins. You'll have a few more wins, but you're still 7 to 8 games under 500, I would say, best case, if he had been making the turn every fifth day since his injury and doing those starts that Brian Bayo was getting, or the opener was getting, and then Brian Bayo was coming in and pitching, which today should have been a Bayo day, by the way, and it was not. All right, let's go to the phone. 617-779-7937. Mark is in New Hampshire. He's up next. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, hey, Christian. If Sean Newcomb is not a random baseball player of the week
yes.
Candidate on the midday show, I'm going to be irritated, okay?
Okay. I'll send him a memo.
Appreciate that. I think the frugality of ownership is completely catching up to them. The only way out of this, in my mind, is to throw money everywhere. I can't see another way. It's going to be fascinating knowing that John Henry is basically the face of a spending cap, and he's painted himself into a corner.
I know.
He's the owner. He needs to set some general direction. I think he was in absentia too long to reestablish control. And Sam, I know you can only talk so much about him. I know he's a guest on the show. He's inept at a minimum. I mean, what in the world is this guy doing or even saying? He's a disaster at best.
This year, he's had a rough year. I agree. Ever since the "you're a liar" thing, it's been kind of a steady down. Although last year, I mean, listen, last year Kennedy said a bunch of weird stuff, but that's, the team was winning, so he didn't really care as much. This year, the thing with Roman Anthony was bad. I mean, that was definitely bad. That made him and the team look bad, I thought. And again, I know I sound like I am, but I am not a Sam Kennedy hater. I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he has a tough job. And I think that, sometimes he does it pretty well, and sometimes he doesn't do it very well at all. And I know he's going to be on with Hillman tomorrow, right? Can't imagine how that's going to go. What do you say about this? I think there's going to be a lot of pivoting going on from, what this season was expected to be to now, the future and what they're going to be looking to do and how they're going to be looking to. I don't even know. Honestly, I don't know what it is. Are they going to blow it up? Are they going to try and sell us blowing it up? Are they not going to blow it up and try and sell it like, we're just going to bring in some new people and add to what we have and watch out next year, American League? Like, where do you go from here? I don't know I think tomorrow we'll get the first taste of what this pivot's going to look like. And we'll see what else comes with that. David is in New York. Go ahead, David.
Hey, Kristen, how you doing tonight?
Hello. I'm okay. How are you?
I'm okay, but I guess I knew the answer to my question based on what this afternoon was like. My question is, what's the injuries that all these young players are having? Year after year. I mean, last year it was Anthony. This year it's Anthony, and now Marcelo Meyer, Kristen Campbell. I just wonder if there's something going on with the medical and/or training staff that is, that they're just not very good.
David, there's something going on with your phone, so I'm going to let you go. Thanks for the call, and I'll answer the questions best I can. First of all, I don't really know. The theory I just heard here from Zach Coe about the drive line and the swinging and, that type of thing, it's about as much information as I have about any of this. I couldn't tell you, but I can say that Anthony is I'm more concerned about Roman Anthony and his ability to play than I am about the team and their training staff and all that. I think that's now become a real issue for Roman Anthony. These are the years where he's supposed to be bouncing back from injuries and not had, like, imagine him when he's 29, 30 years old with a little wear and tear on his body and trying to play through an injury that, like, if he can't do it now at 21, 22 years old, you know, you talk about the future of this team, it's hard to really see one. It's hard to really see one with him as the focal point of it. If he can't get past a sprained finger in his first, you know, like, I feel like those are the type of injuries generally, and I'm not even saying this to say that I think he's faking or whatever. I think there may be a little bit of something going on here since he's made no progress since that whole Sam Kennedy situation. But I'm not going to accuse him outright of doing that. What I will say is that whatever it is, it's bad. Whatever it is, it's bad. Either he's playing a game now with upper management, or he's very, very fragile. Too fragile. Too fragile to the point that he can't get on the field with a sprained finger after a month plus. That's a fragile guy. It's a fragile player. It is. Breaks my heart. I had big hopes for Roman Anthony. We all did. But how do you gather anything other than that from this season so far? How do you gather anything else? Let's try a different David. This one is in Florida. Hello, David in Florida. How are you?
Christian, tell all your callers to settle down and relax. Everything's going to be all right.
Oh, is that so?
Everything's going to be all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Bob Marley.
Yeah. Now, you know, first of all, about Henry.
Mm-hmm.
When Robert Kraft, let me make a comparison with RK.
Sure.
When Robert Kraft had the press conference at the end of the year and he hired Vrabel, he admitted his mistakes with Mayo. He accepted responsibility for his mistakes, and he moved on, and the Patriots had a great year. Do you see John Henry accepting responsibility for his mistakes, or did you just continue to hide behind Sam Kennedy and the rest of his cronies?
He did fire the manager, in fairness, David. I mean, you know, that's what.
Apparently, that was all Breslow.
What do you mean it was all Breslow? Who do you think actually executed the firing?
Well, I mean, if you listen to Sam Kennedy, who sounds like a potato head, but if you listen to him, and it was all Breslow. Now, about Breslow, when he traded Devers, and that trade had to happen, but it's who he got back in return. Is there anybody on the roster right now who he traded for? No, there's not.
The Bello, something Bello?
Jose Bayo.
Jose Bayo, yeah. Jose Bayo, and I think he's in the single A.
Yeah, single A.
And that's it, so no.
Okay, so there's nobody on the immediate radar.
Not from that trade, but you got Durbin in the Harrison trade, so technically he's like a degree away from it, but yeah.
And what's Durbin doing?
Durbin, I don't want to spoil the Dong report, but Durbin is going to be in it. I'll tell you that much, David. I'll tell you that much. I'm way over. I got to get to the break here. 617-779-7937. We'll continue with your phone calls next.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Game 4 tonight of the Pro Basketball Finals. New York with the 2-1 series lead, and New York about a 1.5-point favorite against San Antonio. Total about 215.5. And I'm going back to the well, and I'm playing New York to win tonight. I think it'll be a tighter whistle from the refs. I think that helps New York. Give me New York minus the 1.5. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
So Ryan and I came to the decision
Finding great
to get
candidates to
life
hire
insurance
can be-
when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Now at Lowe's,
faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner at Catches Law. At Catches, we're more than just attorneys. We're your neighbors. We live in the same towns, we walk the same streets, and we care about the communities we serve. When life throws the unexpected your way and you need real results, you need real trial lawyers. Catches Law has recovered over $3 billion for the people of New England. From workplace injuries and medical malpractice to serious accidents, we fight for what's right every time. Visit catcheslaw.com or call today to schedule your free consultation.
Land Rover Norwood is your destination for unrivaled luxury SUVs like Defender. You get power, performance, styling, and a driving experience in a class of its own. Combined with comfort and safety, Defender has form and function, and that demands attention. When you drive Defender, you tower over all the others in the luxury SUV category. And Land Rover Norwood has one of the biggest selections on the East Coast. There's only one Defender, and you'll find it at Land Rover Norwood, where everything is different.
Hey, it's Jones for Verizon. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, new Verizon mobile and home customers can get Fios and a line of mobile for just $69.99 a month with AutoPay. Get Fios 300 megabit per second for $20 a month and unlimited welcome for $50 a month, plus taxes and fees when you bring your own phone. Visit Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Fios internet and mobile customers, discounts applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment is required. Additional terms apply. In terms of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Miller time. People think it just happens, but that's not true. You know what you gotta do? You gotta go say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Forget the couch. Go to that thing. Play the game. See him in person. Talk to that stranger. Live a little. Small acts of rebellion that bring us together. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Boston, your road to $1 million starts here. On June 28th, the road to Fanatics Games is coming exclusively to Dick's House of Sport. Think you've got the swing? Step up to the Chip Shot Challenge, and you could punch your ticket to Fanatics Fest this summer in New York, where you get to compete against 50 of the biggest athletes in the world. Pull up, show out, and get ready to show us what you've got. Only at Dick's House of Sport. Free athlete photo ops with David Ortiz, gold medal winners Megan Keller and KK Harvey, plus card breaks, giveaways, and more. You don't want to miss it. June 28th, Dick's House of Sport, Boston. Spots are limited. RSVP now at fanaticsgames.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Covering Boston sports and beyond. We're back to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
You got to be pleased about the way your guys got off the deck at the end against their bullpen and got back in the game.
Always, yeah. I mean, we need wins right now. We know that. They know that. I've said before, there's no consolation prizes, but you like to see when your guys don't just roll over and cash it in. They keep fighting.
It's Chad Tracy after the game. Huffing the copium like we all are. Although, I don't know if the rest of us are. He has to. Will Fleming has to. I think the rest of us are basically out. Got a day off tomorrow. They come back to Fenway on Friday to take on the Rangers, who aren't great either, but better than you. And when it comes to playing at Fenway, everyone's better than you. Everybody that comes here is basically better than you. They have not won a series in that park since April. First week in April, I think. Been over 2 months since you've won a series in your home park. Is that the type of team you invest in? Is that the type of team that ownership is calling Buster Olney and saying, we're going to get involved in improving this roster? Yeah. You're going to get involved now? You could have gotten involved in the offseason and said, hey, Craig, listen, I know it didn't work out with Bregman, but we need to make sure we're covered here offensively. And I'm not sure that we are. But ownership didn't do that. You know what ownership did? They told us how great Roman Anthony was and how great these young players were going to be and how they're going to get so much better this year and that they're going to be carrying the offense, and sold us that bill of goods on one player who can't get on the field, can't even look at a baseball bat at this point. And another one who I'm not going to tell you he's going to be out for a long time, but I mean, listen, up until recently, and by recently I mean the last 48 hours, Marcelo Meyer was having a crap year too. Christian Campbell can't hit in the minor leagues anymore, and that was what we were getting from the upper management, from ownership, from the meat shields that had to go out and speak on their behalf, because Lord knows John Henry's not talking. And
I believe he's hurt again now, too.
Meyer?
Campbell.
Campbell's also hurt again. That's great. Okay, good. Terrific. That poor kid. It's unbelievable how this time last year we were realizing, oh, maybe Christian Campbell's not that good, but that's okay. He'll be back up. He'll be, just work out whatever his problem is down in the minors. He'll be back, and wow, just wait till these three guys are playing together. And here we are like a year later. Christian Campbell's where is he? Roman Anthony, where is he? Marcelo Meyer, we know where he is, but he's not. He's a platoon player. I mean, basically, he's a platoon player. A nice defensive shortstop, platoon bat, who doesn't hit for much power, doesn't hit for much of anything. And he's young, so, hopefully he gets better. But, I mean, this is way behind where I think anybody was expecting any of those guys to be. And that's wild considering their age. How can you be that far off on three guys? How can you be so far off on Campbell? Anthony, at least you can say there's physical ailments here. You can't always account for that. But they didn't really seem to account for it at all.
Well, that's part of the problem with the... Sorry, I thought you were pausing.
Go ahead.
That's part of the problem with the roster construction. You put all this pressure on a 21-year-old Roman Anthony and a 23-year-old Marcelo Meyer. If you supplemented them with Alex Bregman or Pete Alonso or Kyle Schwarber, it's a different story. Instead, you need Roman Anthony to be an MVP candidate, and he misses a month, and your offense goes down the toilet.
Yep. And maybe Wilson Contreras can be a new leader for that guy and help them out. He's helping them out in the lineup as best he can. But, I mean, how many times are we going to cycle through the new leader in the clubhouse? How many times are you going to cycle through that every other year? Come on. I'm old enough to remember Justin Turner, He was the leader in the clubhouse. And it's Alex Bregman, and it's this guy, and it's that guy. It's like, all right. You know who it should be? Mookie Betts should be the leader in this clubhouse. It's unbelievable that he isn't. Let's continue with your phone calls. Chris in Beverly, you're up. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, how you doing, man? Good, great fan, big fan of your show, man. Sorry.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Hey, was that guy for real? The last caller, like you're supposed to calm us down? I think we have a good reason to be upset.
Yes.
With this team because It's anyway. I was wondering if this team is so bad. Like, it's just, why not go down and have somebody like the Woo Sox? Those guys are hungry. Come up and just take over from now on. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Chris, you taking a look at the lineup lately? It's a lot of Woo Sox in this lineup, my friend. You got Mickey Gasper, you got Nate Eaton, you got Monasterio. You're not lacking Woo Sox on this team, I'm telling you. Eaton came in and pinch hit today for Yoshida. You got plenty of Woo Sox. Your problem is not a lack of Woo Sox in the starting lineup. That is a Woo Sox pitching today. You had all sorts of Woo Sox.
Sogard started like 8 of 10 before he got hurt.
Good point. Sogard, another one. Yeah, Jake Bennett, Woo Sox, right? Tyron Guerrero, Woo Sox. That Watson guy, has he gone down or has he been up at the major league level all year?
He's been up all year. He was a Rule 5 guy, so
That's
if they
right.
want to option him, he's got to go back to San Francisco.
Yeah, got it. Okay, so, yeah, but, yeah, again, I mean, I know what you're saying. I understand. Play the backups, that type of thing, but we're there. They're already doing that. That's why you don't see Trevor Story anymore. That's why Carlos Narvaez and Connor Wong are not seeing really that many starts, and you got Gasper out there dropping pitches left and right. I mean, it's just, this is it. This is what that looks like. And for a while, it was actually preferable to what you were trotting out there, what Plan A was. Once the season was going, Plan A was, okay, we need Story, we need this guy, we need that guy, all these guys. We'll have them all out there. And then eventually, Story hits the IL. Durbin gets kind of muscled over to the side. Kiner Falefa becomes more of a presence in the lineup. Monasterio, Gasper. These guys are all sort of utility guys moving around to different spots in the lineup. But that's, Nate Eaton up now, too. I mean, this is what you have. This is what you are. So, sorry to rain on your parade, but this is what we're seeing right now. This free fall is happening while they're doing that. So, not that things were better before, they weren't, but it's just equally bad, I guess is the point. How about Richard in Salisbury? Hey, Richard.
Christian, how we doing, buddy?
Pretty good, Richard. How are you?
Good, thanks. Hey, I was listening tonight, and your buddy there, is it Stiz that's in there with you?
No, it's Zach back there. Zach back behind the glass.
He touched upon the injury of Roman Anthony,
Mm-hmm.
and, actually he's on to something that's really not out of the realm because, not to brag, but my background is a PGA golf professional. I've taught people how to, with the golf swing and so forth for many years. So, these guys in the major leagues now trying to generate batted ball speed, okay, which basically is the formula is it's the incoming pitch speed, the speed of the bat just prior to impact, and the collision of efficiency at the bat when they hit the ball, okay?
Yeah.
So these guys are trying to generate tremendous bat speed, okay? And when they try and hold up their swing, okay, I'm surprised that this injury, as freakish as it may sound and seem, doesn't happen more often in the major leagues.
Richard, I'm surprised by that, too, because I've never heard of this before, and I watched during the steroid era. And in the steroid era, they were swinging pretty damn hard. Richard, before I let you go, hold on. Before I let you go, the other day I was at McGolf, and I was really bombing them out onto the middle of up over the hill. I don't know if you've been to McGolf, but I was out there, I was just bombing them. And all of a sudden, I go and I swing, I hit it square, and the club head goes flying off into the range. What happened there? Why did that happen?
What type of club was it? I mean, what brand?
It was my brother's old clubs, and it was a big,
a driver?
It was a driver, not a cartoonishly big one, but a pretty big one.
No, probably an older club. Maybe the epoxy that holds the club head onto the shaft may have given out after a period of time.
It was like jagged. I couldn't put it back. Hey, thanks for the call. It was like a jagged break. It might have just been a bad club. I don't know, but I've never seen that before. It's never happened to me before. I felt really strong. I felt like I was really all right, and my club can't even handle how much I'm bombing them today. 617-779-7937. I was going to switch over to the Patriots. We'll continue with our Red Sox phone calls here. Don't go anywhere. We will get to the Patriots as well, and we will talk to Sean McAdam at 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock hour coming up next.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Futures market to win the big international soccer tournament starting on Thursday. Spain is the favorite at plus 450, followed by France at plus 500. England plus 700, Portugal plus 800, Brazil and reigning champion Argentina at plus 900. And I like France to win this event. I like France at plus 500. An absolute embarrassment of riches on the French team. And I think we get a 1998 rematch in the final. France beats Brazil for its third title since 1998. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Hope is here. Call 1-800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. Must be 21 plus. Massachusetts only. Subject to eligibility requirements. In partnership with MGM Springfield. Play with balance. Play for fun. Play well.
Let me tell you something. When you sign up for your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. And then you may or may not hear from them again until it is time for renewal. Your business runs all year, and so do the gaps and the risk. That's why I'm introducing SuperSure. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex just to buy a policy online. SuperSure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like Fine Print Facts, which translates your current policy into plain English, so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus, a business value calculator, so you can estimate what your business is worth, so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Go to supersure.com. That's supersure.com.
Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
Patriots working out down at Gillette as a part of mandatory minicamp, and All-Pro corner Christian Gonzalez is in attendance amid contract negotiations, but he's hopeful to get a deal done.
Of course, I want to be here. I've said this multiple times. I've been drafted here. I want to be rewarded as a Patriot, and I love this town. I love this city. So yeah, of course, I want to be here.
Hopefully, those two sides will be able to come together and make a deal happen. The feed is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. I'm Zach Coe, and that's what's in our feed.
Huge lead, leaning and going. The pitch is swung on and driven high and deep into right field. Abreu back at the warning track at the wall. He can only watch it sail. It's a two-run homer for Cedric Mullins. Slayton gives it up, and it is 7-4 Tampa.
This is the Christian Arcand Show on WEEI.
It's stuff like that that's going to break Fleming. It's plays like that. Christian Arcand Show here, WEEI. It's the 8th inning. You get runs. It was 5-1 going into the 8th. You got some runs. Because I don't want to spoil anything at 9:30 tonight, I will not tell you how those runs came about, but I will tell you there were some runs scored. And it was 5-0, then it was 5-1, then it was 5-4. And everyone thought, I thought, again, well, at least they're staying in it. At least they're trying a little bit. And you heard Tracy mention that before. They didn't give up. They're still up there. They gave up in the beginning of the game and then decided to care at the end of the game is what it really looked like. The strikeouts to start that game, Rasmussen, were ridiculous. I mean, it was ridiculous. They get to within one run. Slayton comes on. Gets the first batter, gets Ben Williamson, who no one's been able to get. Fortes singles. Simpson comes in and runs for him. Chandler Simpson, speedster, and Fortes was a menace today. And then Cedric Mullins comes up, and I think, oh, well, he's obviously going to bunt. He's obviously going to bunt Simpson over, and they're going to do the small ball thing again. Because Mullins had already bunted a guy over, in the first inning? or whenever. Well, I forget, but he already squared around the bunt, dropped it down beautifully on the first pitch he saw, and bam, there you go. The runners moving. You got runners in scoring position. That's that. Instead, Mullins gets a cutter low, fouls off a fastball, and then Slayton serves up another one, and Mullins promptly smashes it over the right field wall. Oh, God, I just did it again. Sorry. No more spoilers. But you heard it anyway. You heard the highlight. What am I supposed to do? Act like that highlight didn't play? I have to be more careful about that. We don't want to spoil the dogs. But that one, I think, was the type of play in a game that we're talking about right now that just breaks your spirit, you know? And Justin Slayton has been crap lately. He's not been good. In 2 of his last 4 appearances, he gave up 4 runs. And now here he is going and blowing it again here tonight. So he's officially in a slump. He hasn't been the same since he came back from his injury. Prior to that, he was an elite setup man and one of the more reliable relievers this team had. But right now, he's a liability. I don't feel good when he comes out there, whether he's protecting a lead or trying to keep a game close or whatever it is. Just another thing you can add to the ledger. I don't know if that counts in the lowest moment, but Slayton falling apart is definitely not a high point. I'll give you that. 617-779-7937. We will eventually get to the Patriots. I was planning on getting to them here, talking about Christian Gonzalez and all that other stuff. However, the Red Sox calls are still coming in fast and furious. So if you want Red Sox, want to continue talking Red Sox, again, 617-779-7937 is your phone number. Jim is in Ashburnham. Go ahead, Jim.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Jim.
Real quick aside, you guys follow Franklin Arias down at Portland, shortstop prospect.
I'm aware of him, yes. Zach could probably tell you a little bit more, but yeah, what about him?
I don't know why they don't, instead of parading up a parade of backup infielders, et cetera, they don't bring the kid up. He's hit at every level and just give him a look. But anyway, leaving that aside.
Every level, he's in Double-A, Jim. He hasn't been to every level.
Yeah, he's hit his way through the system. He's young.
Yeah.
Anyway, what I was going to say is, I'm gonna go glass half full, even though I'm as miserable about all this as you guys and everybody else are. We have starting pitching, and that's a precious commodity. Theoretically, we have a surplus of it. If Crochet comes back healthy, and I think they can use that to get some bats. Now, this year, I'm not ready to give up on this year. But they're going to have to, in 2, 3, 4 weeks, they're going to have to hang around 10 games under 500 or better, and then maybe they can pull in a couple of bats if they make some bold moves. I don't think firing people, hiring Veritek, that stuff is ridiculous. They're going to have to stick it out. So
firing Breslow is ridiculous? I don't know about that, Jim. Thanks for the call. I think, hiring Veritek back is probably a pipe dream at this point, but firing Breslow is ridiculous? I mean, according to Tim Healy, it is. And he speaking on behalf or reporting on behalf of, I would guess, ownership. That's how it read to me, is that ownership has full faith in giving a vote of confidence, a very, public vote of confidence to Craig Breslow, which doesn't track to me. Not that, I'm calling for Breslow to be fired, but the way they went so far in the other direction, we haven't even discussed it. You fired Alex Cora this year, but you never discussed firing Breslow. Here's my theory. Not a good one. I mean, it may be a good one. I don't know, but it's not like good, like positive, like I've been so positive tonight. My theory is that they are stuck with Breslow. They are stuck with him. They don't have any internal candidates to replace him because he fired them all. He gutted that whole scouting department. He's got rid of all the non-Breslow loyalists, only sticking with his guys. Basically, just him and Andrew Bailey. And they don't have anybody that they feel comfortable replacing him with internally right now, and no one externally wants the job. So they're stuck. So, no, they can't fire Breslow right now because they don't have a plan B. The plan B would have to be, all right, start the process of looking for an assistant GM or somebody who's out there on another team who's going to come over here in season, take over this team right now, and then navigate the trade deadline, and then, I think they're saying these things about Craig Breslow not because they have great faith in him, but because they're stuck with him. They're stuck with him. No one wanted that job to begin with, and I don't think anybody wants it now. Why would you? Even if you come here and you turn it around, you got a 5-year shelf life even then, even if you win. So what's the difference? You know, like why? The worst case scenario, you're what Breslow is now. Best case scenario, you have a little bit of success. You're Breslow last year, and you make the playoffs once or twice, and then as soon as things go bad, you're back out on your ass. So why? Like who's up for that? Who's up for that? They don't have anybody internally, I don't think, that if they fired Breslow right now, they could promote and say, hey, we're good. And don't give me Theo Epstein. You think Theo Epstein's going to lower himself back to being a GM again? Theo Epstein's not a GM anymore. That's not what he does anymore. That would be taking a major step backwards in his paycheck, first of all, and also in his career, I would say. Theo being more hands-on with the team, with whoever he comes in next, I could see. But wasn't that supposed to be what this was? This was Theo's guy. Breslow was Theo's guy. And I didn't see any influence of Theo on any of this at all. Honestly, I didn't see any. If you told me Theo was here and had a hand in any of this, where? What? The Crochet thing? Maybe? Okay, Crochet and Chapman? Sonny Gray? Like the good ones? What, you're not going to give Theo any credit for all the crap that's happened? This doesn't look like Theo to me. It's not the Theo years I remember. So, there's nobody else. I don't think there's anybody in-house that they look to and say, yeah, it's not going with Breslow, but at the very least, without disrupting everything, we can just elevate this guy or girl. We could just, do that. If they felt that way, I feel like they would have acted by now. I don't think that they have great belief in Craig Breslow. Look at this product. How could you? But I think they're stuck. That's my theory. It came to that. The theory is not anything that I know. It came to me the other night as I was reading the Tim Healy thing. I said, "What is this? What are they talking about? They haven't discussed it. They're still maybe a playoff team. Like, what is it? What are they saying?" And they know they can't really replace him right now with the candidate. There's no candidates. I think they're stuck. Vincent in Cambridge, go ahead. Vincent going once. Oh, there he is. Hey, Vincent.
Yeah, I was on mute. I'll keep this short. I still believe in Mickey Gasper. And,
okay.
I know he dropped some balls, but
yes,
I like the at-bats that he's doing. I like that they tend to last a long time. And it's just kind of refreshing to see someone take 8-10 pitches as opposed to, grounding out after one or two. So I'd stick with him. I'd give him another week or two.
Okay, Vincent. I wasn't expecting that. Mickey Gasper, I don't think is at the top of my list of problems with this team. The fact that he's their principal catcher right now is just sort of a big picture issue, I guess. But his at-bats haven't been as offensive as other people's. He didn't strike out tonight or today. But I wouldn't say those 2 almost home runs he had yesterday. It's like, I thought I got all of them, like Mickey. Come on. But he's been better than the alternative. Gasper, like him or not, has been better than Narvaez and better than Wong. Better at the plate, and he's still not very good. So that's where we are. He's the best of the bunch, and the bunch sucks. All right, we're going to take a break from the Red Sox. Lord knows we need one. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We're going to switch gears to the Patriots. Christian Gonzalez had some things to say yesterday that I think are worth parsing through and analyzing a bit. We'll get to that next.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up. I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Did you know that if you miss any part of the show, you can jump back to listen?
Either on the Odyssey app or at WEEI.com. Click on the orange listen button.
And rewind to the moments you care about most. The Christian Arcand Show on WEEI.
Do you feel like you guys are making progress in the negotiations to get something done?
I mean, that's. I hope that's up to my agents and the team, and I hope we get something done.
Christian Gonzalez speaking yesterday. Christian Arcand Show here, WEEI. If you know me, you know I'm a big Christian Gonzalez fan. I root for any athlete named Christian, just about, within reason. I was trying to think of the best current athletes named Christian. There's 2 pretty good ones on the Patriots. Barmore was pretty good last year. Gonzalez is one of the best corners in the league. Best Christian in baseball is probably Yelich right now. Best Christian in the NBA, Christian Wood. He kind of sucks, but it's not that many other Christians. And NHL, I'm not sure. There's a good amount in the NFL. There's a good amount in baseball currently, but I think those are probably the 2 best ones. Gonzalez probably the best one, probably the best Christian, right? Probably the best. Best athlete named Christian of all time. To my personal favorite, be Okoye. Loved Christian Okoye. Just a freak.
10 out of 10 nickname too.
Yeah, Nigerian Nightmare, one of the all-time greatest. And I don't know if you ever saw him getting hit by Steve Atwater. Do you know who that is?
I do, yes.
You know the hit I'm talking about?
I do, yep.
If you haven't seen it, go ahead, just YouTube Steve Atwater hit on Christian Okoye. And remember that Atwater came up to Okoye's teats, basically. I mean, Okoye towered over that guy. And Atwater put him in the ground. Anyway. Christian Gonzalez, right near the top of my list of favorite athletes named Christian, is at minicamp. He's dressed for the event. He's on the field, kinda, but he's not really doing much other than talking. And if you know anything about Christian Gonzalez, you know that talking's not really his favorite thing to do. You can tell even from some of those quick answers there, he's not exactly a chatterbox. If you remember his stint as a guest on the Jones and Keefe show, then you really know he doesn't like talking. I always thought whenever he's like mic'd up for a game, I said this during the season, they show him mic'd up, and the only thing you ever get from him is like breathing. That's it. It's like, and then he go and swat the ball away. And he'd be like, yeah. And that's it. And all you hear him say is, yeah. Everything else is just breathing. He never talks. Doesn't talk trash. Just doesn't say anything. Just doesn't like to talk. Listen, a lot of people don't like to talk. Me, I love talking. Because I can't run very fast. So I got to talk. Anyway, Gonzalez, in the early parts of this negotiation between him and the team for an extension he absolutely deserves, and this team should not dink around with, but you know they're going to. We're in the early portions of this negotiation, and I don't know exactly what Gonzalez is asking for, looking for. There's been rumored reports that he doesn't want to just get paid on the high end of the defensive back market. He wants to get paid like the highest paid players on a team, not quarterbacks, obviously, but highest paid position players, edge rushers and wide receivers, and that's basically it. But other than the corners are probably third on the list after that. But he wants to break into that tax bracket. And if I'm him, that's a perfectly fine place to start. That's where I tell my agents I want to start. Yeah, I'll start there. And they can talk us down to whatever they think is right, and we'll start where we start, and we'll meet where we meet. Gonzalez is represented by CAA football, and he has a team of agents. His agents are Reggie Johnson, Luckman Abdullah, and Tory Dandy. Tory Dandy. Those are his agents. They are handling the contract extension, and CAA football is known for being pretty aggressive with their people. The Crafts and the Patriots are known for being aggressive in their own way and not necessarily letting these negotiations go smoothly, even when it's a player that they really like and are really committed to. They don't just throw money, especially before they need to, before they have to. I keep hearing Ted Johnson say this, and he's 100% right, is when do the Patriots ever do this with a first-round pick before they have to? When do they do? They don't do this. They didn't do it with Bill. Don't think they're going to do it now. I do think that Mike Vrabel has the kind of sway and influence that we're seeing right now in the A.J. Brown situation that I think could be applied to Christian Gonzalez if he wanted to. And I'm not saying he doesn't want to. I'm just saying keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on how much or how little Vrabel gets involved in that. Because when A.J. Brown was on another team, Vrabel was pretty open and pretty... he didn't really have any worries or anything about openly courting A.J. Brown when A.J. Brown was on another team. Gonzalez is on his team. So how much does he want Gonzalez to be there? That's when you have someone advocating like that so much for another player, then you start looking at the people who want to get paid right now, and you think, okay, well, is he going to wield that influence in the situation of Christian Gonzalez? Maybe he doesn't like that Gonzalez didn't start the year last year and, milked the hamstring injury or whatever he thinks. I don't know. And I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying, maybe that's what he thinks. Other people thought that for sure. So, Gonzalez, this is the first cut here, Zach, was asked about his time in New England. And he started to say all the right things, but pay special attention to some of the verbiage here when he answers this question.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, I want to be here. I've said this multiple times. I've been drafted here. I want to be rewarded as a Patriot, and I love this town. I love this city. So yeah, of course, I want to be here.
I want to be rewarded here. Okay. I was drafted here. I played here. Did this here. Did that here. I want to be rewarded here. I don't know, maybe just hearing it stated that way. It's true. I mean, listen, that's what will happen if he gets his contract. He will be rewarded, and it will be here. But I just thought that was an interesting way to say it. I want to be here, sure, but if I want to be rewarded here. Okay. Fair enough. He was then asked if he was going to show up for training camp. This is mini camp we're in right now. He was asked if he plans to show up to minicamp or if there is still no deal, does he plan on holding out? And here's what he said.
Training camp, I'm not worried about that. I mean, we in mandatory minicamp right now, so that's what we're focused on this weekend of that.
Okay. I don't think there's going to be a deal ready by minicamp, and I don't think Gonzalez is going to be there. I think he is going to play the game the way his agents instruct him to. I think his agents realize they're potentially sitting on a gold mine here with this guy. And in an era where guys, defensive backs, are getting paid, Stingley and those guys, Surtain all getting paid, Witherspoon, etc., you're gonna pay me too. And since I want top of the market, I'm gonna start off these negotiations over the top of the market. And we'll meet somewhere, we'll meet where we meet. And the Patriots, it's like an unstoppable force and an immovable object. And who wins? I guess we'll see. And we'll see how much Mike Vrabel plays into it, because I think he absolutely could if he wanted to. As we saw with A.J. Brown here, he does wield that kind of influence with ownership, with everybody. 617-779-7937. Taking your Patriots calls. We'll get to your text messages as well. I've been neglecting the text line for sure. When we come back, though, I want to get to Drake May, who's been dominating in minicamp and also dominating a list I saw today, which shouldn't matter, but it does, regarding NFL sales. That's coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
WEEI. Boston's Sports Original.
Having health insurance is a must-have, and the Massachusetts Health Connector has a power-packed lineup in Connect-to-Care plans that delivers. At the top of the order, lower premiums make bumpy costs affordable. The middle of the lineup is packed with low copays and no deductibles, so you can save money on everything, from an urgent ER trip to managing chronic disease like diabetes and hypertension through no-cost prescriptions. Round out the order access to Connect-to-Care plans now at mahealthconnector.org, and you have a winning team with you and the Massachusetts Health Connector.
The Greg Hill Roadshow is bringing the heat this summer with Absolute Tabasco with stop number 5 at the Beachcomber in Wellfleet. It's the official start to summer, so stop in during the broadcast for an Absolute Tabasco Spicy Bloody Mary, or try the Hot and Dirty Martini, or Spicy Lemonade at the Thursday night pre-party at the Chapin's Fish and Chip in Dennisport. Enjoy responsibly. Absolute and Tabasco brand chili pepper flavored vodka. Product of sweetened. 38% alcohol in volume. Copyright 2026, imported by Absolute Spirits Co., New York, New York. Tabasco and the Diamond logo are trademarks and licensed by McClinico.
Hey, it's Ken. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Our first action here in Boston will be June 13th at 9 p.m., and Scotland is trading at 67% to best Haiti, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $145 if Scotland wins. Or take a look at the champion trading. For instance, France at a 16% clip to win it all right now, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $572 if you're right. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. As the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use my code KEN, K-E-N, to get $10 when you trade 10. At Kalshi, K-A-L-S-H-I, trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. And for more information, visit Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
When you work with Arch Painting, you get 30 years of experience on some of the biggest projects around. When you're ready for results, Arch Commercial Painting is ready to roll. Go to archpainting.com for a free estimate. Arch Painting, your project, our passion.
Top Cell Addiction Treatment in North Andover is partnering with me, Ted Johnson, to launch Recovery Champions, sharing real recovery stories across New England. If you or someone you love has gotten sober, nominate them today for a chance to win a beautiful custom Ted Shed from Eastern Shed. Visit TopSaleAddictionTreatment.com.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original
jalapeno or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet. And then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Covering Boston sports and beyond. We're back to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
It's really just on me to give him a chance to touch it, because more times than not he's going to bring it in. So that's exciting, and just knowing that a slant or something, a quick out, something that you can just give him the ball, he can go and break some tackles, and he's tough to tackle, and guys don't want to tackle. So Romeo brings that, Mac brings that. We've got some guys that are tougher to tackle than you think, and then when you get up there and you're guarding him, you're like, man, he can catch a slant and take it the distance. So that's kind of more my mindset to be on time, make good throws and let him run with it.
Drake May, quarterback of the New England Patriots, who has just been lighting it up at minicamp so far. Coming off an excellent regular season. May was 19 for 22. Some reporters had him at 20 of 23 during the 11-on-11 drills. He's already building real chemistry with A.J. Brown. I think that's, you heard him right there talking about how unstoppable he is, going back shoulder to him in the red zone. Also had touchdown passes to Hunter Henry, Ramondre Stevenson in their session. And observers noted a massive leap in May's offensive command, showing poise, navigating the pocket, sharp decision-making, compared to the more up-and-down initial OTA sessions. That first day was awesome, and then they dialed it down a little bit for day 2. But expectations are already very high. And I'm not one of those people that brushes off stuff that happens in camp. I'm not. I was very much into what was going on at camp with Mac Jones and Cam Newton. I was into the Mac Jones, Bailey Zappi camps. I'm into the Drake May, Jacoby Brissett camp, and I'm into the camp now. I'm into it. I don't think there's a QB controversy here with him and Tommy Cutlets or anything. But I do think that you definitely have improvement to be watching for. And the type of improvement that I don't think we're all expecting is going to be guaranteed. And after watching him play in the playoffs, it's hard to think of that as a guarantee. It's hard to think of that as a sure thing. The Drake May we watched in the regular season compared to the Drake May we watched in the postseason were two very different quarterbacks. Very different. Almost opposite ends of the spectrum, really. Regular season Drake May floated through the year. He was unbelievable. I haven't seen a QB in his first year look like that maybe ever. And just be able to do all of those things and make all those plays and be that accurate deep down the field. Like I really hadn't seen anything like that. And then in the playoffs, you didn't see it at all. He just basically was over, except for a couple of plays here and there, the booty touchdown against Houston and et cetera. But it really wasn't the same thing. Wasn't the same experience, didn't look like the same guy. So for him to come out right away in camp, mini camp even, and look good, I pay attention to that. I think that matters. You may not. You don't have to. You don't have to agree with me. I often read too much into spring training, preseason, all that stuff. But even camp, if there was something negative to latch onto, I would be talking about that. There isn't. And I think that means something. Drake May, this offseason, we know he was eating a lot of baked goods. But I think we were all sort of wondering what's it going to look like when he comes back here. How much progression is there going to be? Right now, the addition of A.J. Brown certainly highlights it and gets people charged up and excited for what the future can possibly hold. And I also think it's good that the Patriots had A.J. Brown in the building immediately after the trade was announced, and then, bam, next day he's on the field, and you already see him and Drake May, instantly. That I thought was good optics. And these optics are even better. And you don't have to gussy them up. You don't have to exaggerate anything. 19 for 22 speaks for itself. And we all have seen the cell phone videos of A.J. Brown making these back shoulder catches. And this is day one. It's a long season. Everybody's going to have to stay healthy. It's going to have to all, click in those facets, of course. But so far, exciting. I'm excited. I'm excited very early, and this has nothing to do with the Red Sox completely destroying my will to live. On top of his great first couple days of camp, Drake May has landed near the top of a pretty prestigious list, according to the NFLPA. Well, let me first say that the NFLPA every year does a list of the top 50 NFL player sales. Now, what that mostly means is jerseys, but you also include like other stuff that has the player's name on it. And there's a lot of other stuff, T-shirts and figurines and whatever. I mean, there's just a ton of crap with players' likeness and images on it. But the main thing this is jersey sales. And let me give you, we have the top 50. Let's give you the top 10. At number 10, from the Green Bay Packers, Micah Parsons. Number 9, also from the Green Bay Packers, Jordan Love. 2 Packers already. Number 8, Brian Ferzoko's favorite player, Caleb Williams. Number 7, Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown's least favorite player. Number 6, Patrick Mahomes, who just got $500 million. Number 5, Jaden Daniels, despite falling off quite a bit last year. Number 4, JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba. Number 3, Saquon Barkley. Number 2, Drake May. Number 2. And number 1, Josh Allen. And those are the top 10 jersey sales. Of the top 50, Drake May is the only Patriot when this list came out. However, number 50 on the list was A.J. Brown on the Eagles because he was on the Eagles last year. So technically he's a Patriot now, but all the gear that got sold in the last calendar year was A.J. Brown Eagles gear. And that's it. No Gonzalez, no Milton Williams, no booty jerseys. You think there'd be some, like, freaks out there getting the booty jerseys, right? Just like they don't even like football. They just want you to know what they're all about. But get booty. Who's wide receiver? I don't know what that means. I just like booty. You look at the rest of the list. You got Bo Nix at 11. Christian McCaffrey. There's an athlete named Christian. Probably. I don't know. Would you put him above or below Gonzalez right now? You got to put him above, right?
I don't know. I feel like they're pretty neck and neck. I think I give the edge to Gonzalez.
Yeah. In terms of like what they'll do this year,
Yeah.
McCaffrey has a better resume, obviously. But yeah, in terms of what this year, I don't know though. McCaffrey was good last year again. All right, I'll call it a tie for now. If you're going by longevity, you got to give it to McCaffrey.
I think a tie is fair.
Justin Jefferson, Aiden Hutchinson, T.J. Watt, Jahmyr Gibbs, Lamar 19, C.J. Stroud 20. It's a fall for Lamar. Cooper DeJean 22. Why is Cooper DeJean on the list and Christian Gonzalez isn't? That's weird. Puka 24. Max Crosby number 30. Shedeur Sanders 31. My guy Shedeur. Big QB controversy going on in Cleveland right now, from what I understand. It is not Shedeur's job or Dylan Francis's job. Not Dylan Francis.
Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel. Dylan Francis is the DJ with the coconut song we're going to play later, but I don't want to spoil that either. 617-779-7937. Anyway, Drake May. Don't be surprised. If he has a good year this year, don't be surprised if he's firmly number 1 on that list. That seems like the next logical step. By the way, Matthew Stafford, not on the list. That can't be. I must have just missed him. Where's Stafford? Where are you, Stafford? How could Stafford not be there? How could the MVP not be there and Drake's number 2? Stafford's not on this list. Nick Bosa's on the list. Sam Darnold's on the list, and Matthew Stafford's not on the list. That's wild. Maybe everybody already bought their Matthew Stafford stuff. He's been in the league for like 15 years. Maybe just everybody already has all their Stafford stuff. But then why is Mahomes still selling so many jerseys? To the phones we go. Oh, this warms my heart. Susan in Worcester, where you been, sweetheart?
Oh, listening to you and all the other talk shows and keeping up to what I'm supposed to be doing. But Roman Anthony.
Yes.
I blame the media.
The media?
Yes, they hyped this kid so much.
Mm-hmm.
It was unreal. He couldn't live up to it. He's afraid to come back because he knows he's going to do crap like he's been doing.
You don't think the team hyped him up at all, Susan? You don't think it was at the initiative of the team there to hype him as much as they did?
But so did the media.
Okay.
And that Fleming guy. Look at the swing. Oh, it almost went out. Oh, just a couple of little Fleming. Shut up about him. He's not coming back. I don't think he is. And they can't trade him because nobody wants him.
Right.
So they're going to have to start trading other players. You know that.
I know.
Look at the scores on these teams. I can't believe it. I mean, they pay good money, and they don't think the fans should be mad about all this. What I want the fans to do when every Red Sox player comes up, boom, show them how mad you are.
Yeah.
With a team like this, it's ridiculous. They're the laughing stock of baseball.
Yeah.
And I just can't believe all these adjectives for Roman Anthony that didn't even have a full season. He's made of glass. And when people can't understand that, you can breathe on him, and he's going to get hurt.
I think people understand it now, Susan. Thanks for the call. Great phone call. Susan in Worcester. Going through it. We're all going through it. I liked how she kept that one politically neutral as well. Generally, she throws a couple jabs in there. Not this time. Just all baseball. Just all ball.
She started talking about the media, and I started to hold my breath.
I was ready for something, you know. The liberal Red Sox media, the woke Red Sox media, hyping up Roman Anthony. We may be guilty of that, but let's also not act like the team wasn't doing that full-throated the whole time either, okay? And it's a little bit more noticeable when they're doing it than when the media does or doesn't do it. Because for everyone who was hyping up Roman Anthony, I mean, yeah, we all saw what we saw last year, but some of us were a little skeptical that him carrying the offense was realistic this season. And it seems like those of us who thought that were being proved right so far this year. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. The NBA Finals. Speaking of woke NBA, the NBA Finals. Game 4, tipping off in about an hour. I have some thoughts on Game 3, the series in general, and the president in the war. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to talk about any of that, but we will talk basketball next.
Follow us on Insta at WEEI Sports.
This Father's Day, let Dad relax by the grill, not wrestle with the toilet. Because nothing ruins a perfectly good cookout like a clogged drain. If your sink's backing up, your shower's slowing down, or your pipes are throwing a fit, call the pros at Drains by James 24/7. They'll handle the dirty work fast, so Dad can get back to the burgers, brats, and bragging rights. This Father's Day, give Dad what he really wants. A home where everything flows the way it should. Go to DrainsByJames.com, because at Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes.
Miller time. People think it just happens, but that's not true. You know what you gotta do? You gotta go say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Forget the couch. Go to that thing. Play the game. See him in person. Talk to that stranger. Live a little. Small acts of rebellion that bring us together. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
The worst time to plan your move is when you find the house you love. This is Anthony Lamacchia at Lamacchia Realty. Too many homeowners wait until they find the perfect home before planning how to sell their current home. That's when stress, rejected offers, and missed opportunities happen. The Lamacchia buy and sell system makes it easy to buy and sell at the same time. With our system, when the right home hits the market, you're ready and you're in control. Visit LamacchiaRealty.com. That's LamacchiaRealty.com.
Join WEEI and Shaw's at Shaw's in Sharon on Saturday from 11 to 1. Stock up for your soccer watch party or tailgate. Stop by and visit the WEEI street team and enter for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Ed Sheeran at Gillette Stadium or Red Sox-Yankees tickets. Shaw's has everything you need for game time. Try their delicious ready-to-go food options like wicked hot good wings, salad sandwiches, pizza, and more. All you have to do is eat with WEEI and Shaw's.
This is Michael Toe, owner of the Boston Dragons, Boston's senior pro pickleball team. Pickleball is exploding across the country, and here in New England, we're right in the middle of it. But let's be real. As we get older, your body doesn't always keep up. The knee, the shoulder, that hip pain that just won't go away. That's where Dr. Al Franke and Boston Prolotherapy come in. They focus on regenerative medicine, treatments designed to help your body actually heal, not just cover up the pain. No surgery, no shortcuts, just a smarter way to get back to moving the way you want. The Boston Dragons partner with him because he understands something important. People like us aren't looking to slow down. We want to stay in the game. If you've been dealing with nagging pain, don't ignore it. Call 833-GO-PROLO or visit bostonprolotherapy.com. That's bostonprolotherapy.com. Boston Prolotherapy. Get back to your game.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Jonathan Gulliver, MassDOT's Undersecretary of Transportation and Highway Administrator. 7 World Cup games will be played at Foxborough's Boston Stadium in June and July, and game day changes everything. At MassDOT, we want to make sure that your travel is as easy as possible on game days, whether you've got a ticket or you're watching from home. So kick the drive, take public transit, and allow extra time for your trip. Check out mass.gov/World Cup for more information.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexity of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You can watch the show anytime via our live stream on Twitch.
Just go to twitch.tv/BostonWEEI.
And check out WEEI on YouTube for our video on demand content updated daily. The Christian Arcand Show on WEEI.
Wembanyama comes out, shot clock at 4. Now the dribble. Shot clock winding down. Castle has to put it up. Bang! Stephon Castle from three-point range. And it's a 7-point Spurs lead. Anunoby, corner 3, fires away. Shot's no good. And the Spurs win. What a response from San Antonio. They do it again. An inspiring road win. And they are right back in the series. The Knicks lead cut 2 games to 1.
Basketball. NBA Finals tipping off in about an hour. Which is why I see Kenny and Shaq and Charles and Ernie and Draymond Green. And is that Jimmy Connors? I guess he's a big Knicks fan. All chopping it up there in the pregame. Charles Barkley, who I heard say he wants to get fired. I really wish they would fire me. Because then they'd have to pay me for the next 5 or 6 years, and there's no way I'm going to make it to the end of that contract.
Did you see his comments about Cardi B?
I did. Thought that was funny. However, if you want the best Charles Barkley quote, it's one you have to search for. Okay? It's not something you're going to find in a video clip. If you want the best... I shouldn't even do this. If you want the best Charles Barkley quote, go to Google right now and look up what he said to the cops in Scottsdale, Arizona. Look it up right now. I forget what year it was. It was after he was done playing. He was pulled over in Scottsdale, Arizona, and look up what he said to the police when they pulled him over. It's by far the best Charles Barkley quote of all time. Better than the big old women in San Antonio, better than all of them. It's the best. It's the funniest thing he's ever said. So, you got it? Yeah, Zach got it. Zach's reading it right now. I'll let everyone pause for a minute and catch up. And if you want to do it later, that's fine. Just set a reminder. Arcan told me to look up what Barkley said to the cops in Scottsdale. It's his crowning achievement, I think. It's the funniest thing I've ever read him. I didn't hear it. I wasn't there, but the funniest quote of his I've ever read. Fair? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's incredible.
And he's got a lot of good quotes. I mean, he's a quote machine. That's kind of Charles's thing. But nothing will top that. So I'll let you all have your time here to look that up. And in the meantime, I want to say that I'm very much enjoying these NBA Finals, as are everybody. I mean, that last game was the most watched game since 1998, in the middle of the Jordan era where everybody was basketball crazy all the time. The end of the Jordan era was right after the Last Dance, but that's a time in history where the NBA was probably as hot as it was ever going to be, and I think that speaks to two things. Number one, the international star power of Wembanyama, and also the just long dormant viewing power of New York City and the tri-state area. And how many people, if the Knicks could have just been, a little bit good here over the last 30 years and been one of those teams really competing for titles. I know they were in the finals a couple of times, but they weren't really like contender, year in, year out contenders. The Jordan era, I mean, obviously at the end of that's the last time they made it to a finals. Throughout the 2000s, I mostly remember that as the Isaiah Thomas years, not our Isaiah Thomas, but Detroit Pistons Isaiah Thomas when he got there and decided he wanted everyone on the team to be a scoring point guard. I don't know if you recall this, but there was a time where the Knicks on the roster at the same time had Stephon Marbury, Steve Francis, Penny Hardaway, and who's the fourth one? And there was a fourth one. Francis, Marbury. Oh, I guess Nate Robinson is kind of a scoring point guard, but like that was the team. That's all. That's who Isaiah Thomas was, I guess. So that's all he wanted to have on the team was players like the type of player he was, and they were so bad in that time, and they were getting sued for sexual harassment. There was all this stuff going on. The Knicks were very, very bad for a long time, and everyone kind of forgot how. Not just. I mean, we knew that Knicks fans are all touched in the head. I mean, we knew that the last couple of years. We've known that all along. But when they're actually good and they have a chance and they're contending, how wild their fan base is and how intense it is. And I'm not saying this to excuse any of the stuff you saw in Times Square last night or any of that. That was ridiculous. Lucky none of those Spurs fans had guns. I mean, it's New York, so you can't really have a gun. But, I mean, these are Texas fans at least. I'm surprised something didn't pop off there. Glad nothing did, but also, you can't just go around jumping people like that. What are you, soccer hooligans now? Like, come on. That was ridiculous. And they all looked ridiculous, and they looked like a bunch of animals jumping on the Spurs fans. Like, come on. But all that aside, you can't deny that when the Knicks are in it, that the viewing potential and the amount of eyeballs that are going to be on your NBA Finals that year are going to just be off the chain. I mean, 25 million people watching that last one. It's NFL numbers. Like, this is not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that the Knicks are right at the center of this. Meanwhile, last year you got Oklahoma City and the Pacers, in the finals. And San Antonio is not exactly the biggest market either, but enough people are going to be wanting to see the Knicks go against Wembanyama that, you can afford to have a market like that. The problem with OKC in their market is that their main guy is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who, by the way, is the best player in the league. He's not some, Joe Schmo, but he's also not a 7'4" alien freak show who can do all these things that you see him on the court, and every time he moves his body in any way, it's like a weird science experiment. Like, that's not the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander experience. It isn't. So that's naturally going to be more compelling to watch the freak. And Wembanyama's been, we see what's going on there. And I also like these finals because they're getting kind of sandy. I like it when it gets sandy. I like when the guys got a little sand in the crotch and they start acting out. I liked Wembanyama from a standing position was somehow able to fully palm Jalen Brunson's head and without even bending over, smash his head into the floor. He did that without bending his knees. I don't know how that's possible. You have to have really long arms to be able to do that, but he did. He did it. It's crazy. And Jose Alvarado, who I also love, issued a warning to Wembanyama. Let's hear that.
Some of those plays, I don't think they're basketball plays, but like I said, when in the games, it's, those type of games in atmosphere, you miss calls, stuff like that. So, they can't call everything, but like I said, we be all right. That's something that they got to look at. But he got away with one, so that'll be the last one.
That'll be the last one. Not sure exactly what Jose Alvarado is going to do about it. But I will also say that Wembanyama in the first two games, in game 2 in particular, it was towards the end of the game, maybe it was sometime in the fourth quarter. He got back down and dunked on by OG Anunoby. Do you remember this? Anunoby gets the ball sort of in the low baseline area, and Wemby comes out to challenge him, and OG just kind of, just like Zach Randolph, just kind of lowers his shoulder and bangs into Wemby 2 times, 3 times, and then all of a sudden he just goes up and dunks it, and I was like, whoa. I've seen big guys get dunked on before. We all remember Sean Bradley. I mean, that guy got dunked on all over the place. You want to kill some time? Look up on YouTube Sean Bradley getting dunked on. Right after you're done looking up the Charles Barkley quote I mentioned earlier, look up Sean Bradley getting dunked on. This guy's 7'6". Just dudes dunking on him all over the place. So I've seen big guys get dunked on before, but it's rare that you see someone like that get out-muscled by a guy who comes up to his waist and then dunked on by said guy who comes up to it. That is not something you see very often. And so I was happy to see the Wemby and the Spurs come out like they did against OKC and say, you're not pushing us around anymore. We're not going to lie down and take this. We're going to fight back, and they fought back, and they won that game at Madison Square Garden, and now it's a series. I'm really looking forward to this game tonight. And, I think Knick fans all need to collectively chill the bleep out, first of all. And second of all, the Donald Trump and Stephen A. Smith feud is now on and popping. And I know I'm not the only one. As soon as you saw Trump say what he said about Stephen A. out by the Air Force One or whatever, do we have that clip? Here's Trump after the game.
Mr. President, ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith, who was talking about running for president, said he would blame you if the Knicks lost the game. How do you respond to that?
I think he's a nice guy, but you need a certain aptitude to run for president. You need a high IQ. I'm not sure that Stephen has that. I don't think he does, actually.
Okay, so first of all, I don't even want to address the content of that message, except to say that I believe that Stephen A. Smith's legitimate political career was launched right then. At the end of that quote, Donald Trump suddenly has welcomed Stephen A. Smith into the political arena in a way that no one else really did legitimately. No one's legitimately talked about him as a politician. I think when he tried to talk about serious stuff like ICE and, all that stuff going on, it was kind of embarrassing, and everybody sort of wrote him off as like an actual political figure. He's now having a full-on television in front of an American flag, face-off here with the president over a quote that he had that, by the way, I agree with, that Stephen A. said about, Trump going to the game and how it screwed everything up for New Yorkers and all that, and the bars and the restaurants all around there and everybody having to get there early and, do all this extra screening just so Trump could go watch the game. Like, I agree with all of that. I thought that was ridiculous. But, he's the president. He gets to do those type of things. But now he is officially like, how a wrestler puts another wrestler over? This is like him putting Stephen A. over in a wrestling match. Like, he's a contender now. So we have that to look forward to. Anyway, Game 4 tonight. Looking forward to that. We'll keep you posted on what's going on after that game tips off. 617-779-7937. Very quick break. When we come back, Sean McAdam from Mass Live joins the show, and we'll talk Red Sox with him. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner at Catches Law. At Catches, we're more than just attorneys. We're your neighbors. We live in the same towns, we walk the same streets, and we care about the communities we serve. When life throws the unexpected your way and you need real results, you need real trial lawyers. Catches Law has recovered over $3 billion for the people of New England. From workplace injuries and medical malpractice to serious accidents, we fight for what's right every time. Visit catcheslaw.com or call today to schedule your free consultation.
He's a former coach with 2 sons who played professional basketball. Satch Sullinger's a competitive individual, but his golf game was suffering because of painful joints.
Right, that's real important, the golf game. Right, as we get older, we create these bad habits because we're relegated to hit a certain way.
QC Kinetics used regenerative treatments, all natural healing properties from Satch's own body, to restore those damaged joints and get his golf game back on track.
QC Kinetics regenerative medicine is regenerating me, all natural, and that's what I'm about. I'm going to tell everybody why I'm better.
Oh, and by the way, looks like the competitive Satch is back.
We're all in the same boat, and I'm getting better, and I'm watching them stay old.
Go to QCkinetics.com. Get relief and your game back. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
Big Y is growing. As a family-owned and Massachusetts-based company, Big Y believes in treating their teams like family by supporting each other and the communities they serve. Big Y is now hiring for their new stores coming soon to Pembroke in Saugus, Massachusetts. Management, full-time, and part-time opportunities are available. Named a Massachusetts Best In-State Employer and one of America's greatest places to work, Big Y offers great benefits including health coverage, paid time off, a 401k plan, and so much more. Visit bigY.com/careers and find your place at Big Y, your family market.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
Red Sox fell to the Rays 7-5 the final as Tampa completes the sweep of the Sox at the Trop. In the loss, the Red Sox first 3 hitters went 0 for 9 with 9 strikeouts, marking the first time a team's first 3 batters have struck out in 9 consecutive at-bats since 1901. That's right, 125 years in the making for this Red Sox offense. My name is Zach Coe, and that's what's in our feed.
You're listening to Arcand, the Christian Arcand Show on WEEI.
As we move into the 8 o'clock hour here, it's the Christian Arcand Show, WEEI. We're live in our Catches Law Injury Attorney Studio. No fee unless you win. Nice to have you with us here tonight. We will have New England Nightly News coming up in about a half hour, but right now joining us here on the guest hotline is the legend himself from Mass Live, Mr. Sean McAdam, joining us here on the Christian Arcand Show. Sean, how are we doing tonight, bud?
I'm well, Christian. How are you?
I'm not great. I really am not. I let this team affect my mood too much, and lately there's been nothing to be particularly happy about. I was going into this season like a lot of us, Sean, optimistic, not really loving the offseason, but certainly not with any indication that things could get this bad this quickly. I think, going into the year, we talked, about the preseason projections and all of that, and now here we are sort of watching this team spiral the way it has. Is there one point in the year that you can sort of look to or point to and say this was the time when you realized, this isn't going the way we all thought?
No, because I think it's been sort of a gradual process. And I think, as you kind of referenced, Christian, I think a lot of us thought, like, okay, they can't be this bad, right? There's got to be a stretch where they win 7 or 8 out of 10 and at least get back close to 500, and let's see what happens from there. But as you also pointed out, they're going in the wrong direction. I would label today a low point, really, not only because it's the first time they've dropped 12 games under 500, but if they had anything in their favor, it was that they were playing pretty well on the road, and today was the 4th straight road loss. So combination of the offensive futility, which has been, except for pockets here and there, year-long since opening day, and where they are with bad news today about Crochet and his timetable, no sign that Roman Anthony's anywhere near close. It's hard to look at this team right now and feel like things are going to get better at any point soon.
Well, they had that great Marcelo Meyer trade in place that would have turned everything around, but apparently it wasn't real. First of all, did you hear anything about a Marcelo Meyer trade yesterday, that whole thing that we heard Spear reporting on, and then the call coming in and Breslow not having any idea what was going on there? Have you ever heard of anything like that before?
I mean, certainly you hear things all the time.
Right.
And, it's our job to check out the veracity of this. And the easiest way to do that is to check in with either the GM or the president of baseball operations. So, yeah, there are definitely times. I don't think it's that unusual for a reporter to say, hey, hearing this might be close. Is it true off the record or on background? And the executive might say, can't really talk about it, or working through it, or, this was something that Breslow had not heard himself. So I think it was just generated online somewhere that had no basis of fact. I don't think it's particularly damning for him that he hadn't heard it. It's just it was a creation somewhere on the internet, and it gained steam somehow, enough so that some people were texting him to question him about whether it was true or not.
Okay. Well, you know where my idiot brain went, Sean? You want to hear where I took this?
What was your conspiracy theory?
My conspiracy theory was Buster Olney reporting that ownership is going to get more involved, and I thought maybe, possibly, ownership traded or put the framework in place for a trade for Marcelo Meyer and forgot to tell their chief baseball officer. How's that sound? How's that sound for a conspiracy?
Listen, I wish I could say that is absurd and completely unimaginable, but I'm not sure I can.
Okay. Well, all right, I'll take it.
Don't beat yourself up too much. I don't think that's happened. I don't anticipate it's going to happen. I think this ownership thing, making trade calls, is kind of overblown. If you remember back to 2012, the great salary dump with the Dodgers when they moved, Beckett and Gonzalez and all of that, Crawford, that was largely done at the owner level because so much money was involved with the Red Sox getting rid of literally hundreds of millions of dollars of salary obligations. So given that it was going to eventually have to be approved by ownership on both teams, it kind of originated there. So it's not without precedent that they might be inquiring, or just in small talk at an owners meeting or a labor committee meeting, somebody might be exchanging ideas and, hey, we're really looking for some offense. And all of a sudden that gets turned into, quote, ownership making calls. And I don't want to denigrate Buster Olney, who certainly is an excellent reporter and knows what he's doing. I just think it's one of those things that's kind of taken on a life of its own.
Yeah, a lot of stuff has been taking on a life of its own, and I don't mean to keep asking you about other people's reports here, but do you believe what Tim Healy was saying in the vote of confidence? How much, in Breslow, I should say, how real is that vote of confidence, and why did they feel the need to do that?
Well, I think you have to look at it this way. What could they have said? And I'm not suggesting that anybody's lying here or covering up something, but if they were indeed discussing the possibility of moving on from Breslow, pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't have confirmed that off the record.
Right.
Because once you put it out there that, well, yes, as a matter of fact, we were just talking about his job security when you texted us. I mean, from that moment on, Breslow's gone as soon as that kind of report is out. So even, they could turn around and let him go next week, which I don't think they're going to do. We've talked about that a little bit, about what the likely timeline is here. I'm of the belief that if they're going to make a change, it won't come until September. Maybe I'm wrong. But I just think that in that instance, the minute you don't slam the door on it entirely, you might as well have given Breslow his walking papers right then. Because if you say, well, you never know, then all of a sudden it's not a vote of confidence. The only thing worse than the dreaded vote of confidence is the even more dreaded lack of vote of confidence. So
right.
They had to be careful there. That's kind of a tricky question to even respond to on background or off the record, because the minute you don't immediately negate even the possibility of a move being made, you're cracking the door open enough for people to speculate.
Fair enough. Is there any I don't know, merit to the idea, I guess, that they're sort of stuck with Craig Breslow? I mean, we all know Breslow wasn't the first choice. We know that he kind of gutted a lot of different systems inside the organization, scouting and, people who weren't necessarily loyalists to him. Is it maybe just as simple as they don't have an in-house candidate to replace him right now and feel as though there's nowhere to go?
Yeah, I think you have to look at it a little more pragmatically.
Okay.
If they were to fire Craig Breslow tomorrow, how does that change the next, at minimum, 7 weeks to go before the deadline? Whoever is put in charge, whether that's some combination of Brian O'Halloran, Eddie Romero, other people in the front office now, they're going to face the same uphill challenges that Breslow is going to face in trying to make a trade weeks ahead of the deadline. Now, you can question whether you want to have a guy you're not entirely sure about running the deadline, and that falls into the timeline I was suggesting of maybe a move being made in September. And I say that in part because the last two guys who they moved on from, Dombrowski in 2019 and Heimblum in 2023, they were let go in September. And surely there were questions about both of them 6 weeks earlier at the deadline, and yet they were able to remain. So their MO, to the degree that it's a proud thing that an organization has an MO about when the best time to move on from general managers is to wait until later in the season, make the change in mid-September, and get a head start on trying to find his replacement. I still think that if Breslow goes, that's more the timeline we're looking at, because getting rid of a general manager in the middle of the year is not going to improve the on-field product.
Right.
The roster building gets done in the winter, in the off season, or 80% of it does. Yeah, you can make additions at the trade deadline and things that can boost you over the final couple of months, but you're not going to fundamentally change the makeup of your roster, even at the deadline. So my question to people who want him gone now is, to what effect? What is that going to do now or July or in August, for that matter?
Sean McAdam, great stuff. Great to have you on. I appreciate the time, and we hope to talk to you again soon.
Sounds good, Christian. Thanks.
All right, Sean McAdam, Mass Live, joining us here on the Christian Arcand Show. Great stuff there. We don't have anyone on video tonight, so we'll try and get clips up whenever we can. Maybe before the Greg Hill Show starts tomorrow morning, if we're lucky. But yeah, great stuff. I can tell you for sure that if you missed any of that, you can obviously go back and listen to it on the Odyssey app. Zach's working hard back there, posting all the hours, cutting them up, and posting them online for you there and wherever it is that you get your podcast. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. With all this Red Sox chaos, ownership does seem like they have to do something. What that is, we can discuss, and we'll get to that next.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The Greg Hill Roadshow is bringing the heat this summer as two iconic brands come together with Absolute Tabasco. Fusing Absolute Vodka with the unique chili pepper and vinegar notes of Tabasco. Toast every stop along the roadshow with an Absolute Tabasco Spicy Bloody Mary Hot and Dirty Martini or Spicy Lemonade. The cocktail options are endless. Absolute Tabasco. Bring the heat to your classic summer cocktail recipes. Enjoy responsibly. Absolute Tabasco brand chili pepper flavored vodka. Product of Sweden. 38% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2026. Imported by Absolute Spirits Company, New York, New York. Tabasco and the Diamond logo are trademarks of and licensed by McElhenney Company.
This year, make your smile count. Now open in Belmont, Dr. Emma Wu Dentistry is welcoming new patients to their brand new state-of-the-art office. From cosmetic dentistry to full mouth restoration and dental implants, every smile is crafted for comfort, confidence, and results that last a lifetime. And to celebrate the grand opening in Belmont, for a limited time, patients receiving implant or full mouth restoration services can receive up to $2,000 off treatment. Call 978-686-2223 or go to dremmawu.com. That's dremmawu.com. The summer is finally here and vacation season is in full swing. You can help pay for your summer vacation with the money you find at findmassmoney.gov. It's Greg Hill. You could have unclaimed money from a forgotten savings account, an uncashed payroll check, or a refund check that never got to you. It is estimated that 1 out of every 10 of us will find our name on the list when we look for it at findmassmoney.gov. My name was there. Yours could be too. So go to findmassmoney.gov today. If you've seen your name, check again. The list is always being updated, and make sure you fill out the paperwork so you can become reunited with your lost funds.
You're listening to Christian Arcan on WEEI.
Nobody likes to lose, but did you take anything positive out of this series?
Well, I mean, the end of the game today, I thought our starters, we had some good starts and threw the ball well, so there's still a lot of things we're doing well, and I think the middle games of this, it's no secret, we just got to get the bats going consistently again, kind of like we had them going at the second half of May, and hopefully it turns.
Manager Chad Tracy, after the Red Sox lose another one today, 7-5, gets swept by the Rays, fall to 12 games under 500, 27-39, and just a strikeout factory today. Brutal. The Red Sox will be back home on Friday to take on the Rangers. Sonny Gray is going to get the start. He's been the only thing to watch on this team, him and Contreras. That's about it. Everybody else has been, well, I guess Rafaela too. I'll give Rafaela a break, although, my God, him today, Jesus. It was every bad Ceddanne Rafaela at bat you've ever seen in your life, I feel like was just on display today. It was ugly. Red Sox are in a bit of a state of chaos right now, I think. I consider this all to be quite chaotic. McAdam... Pretty much. I mean, you go down the list. There's a little something with everybody. There's not anybody that you feel really great of. Jarren Duran has had his issues. Rafaela is having a fine year. I'll give him a break. Abreu had a good start and is now ice cold. Contreras gets a break. Gasper's your starting catcher, which is Jesus. Yoshida is a DH, has hit 1 home run. Caleb Durbin has started to find it a little bit. He's up over the Mendoza line after his performance today. He's up hitting over 200, so there's something there. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is a utility guy. Monasterio, utility guy. You have the Roman Anthony and Garrett Crochet injuries, which were almost cartoonishly mischaracterized by the team and by the players. It was Crochet telling us, don't worry about this latest setback. It's barely even a setback. What setback? Pfft. What do you mean setback? Oh, it's actually way worse than we thought, and I have no idea when I'm going to play catch again. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I thought that you were, maybe downplaying the injury. I didn't realize that you were just completely lying. I didn't realize it was just a full-on lie.
Well, it's funny, too, because Tracy said no timeline for when he'll be back, but it's a very low-grade lat strain.
Right.
And now even then, they said no timeline, and they still found a way to lie about the severity of it.
Crochet went on the injured list on April 29th with a very low-grade strain. The last time he pitched the simulated game was on May 26th. Felt shoulder tightness. And now it's just, I don't know. What, do you want me to rush back? You want me to really get on my horse and rush myself back for this? You think this is something I'm going to break my back coming back for? I'll be back when I'm back.
He hasn't pitched in a game managed by Chad Tracy yet.
Right. He's not even been a part of the Chad Tracy era. This is a protest. He was a big Cora guy. He's protesting. Same with Roman Anthony. Roman Anthony very upset. Roman Anthony is not, right? Cora was the manager when he got hurt, wasn't he?
It was like a week or so into the Tracy era.
Oh, was it? Okay, never mind. All right, never mind. It was a week into it when Roman Anthony fouled off that faithful pitch and then never, ever healed. He's like the opposite of Wolverine. Whatever the opposite of adamantium is, that's what his skeleton's made of. Paper mache, maybe? I don't know. You tell me. I think that if you're John Henry, what Sean McAdam just said made a lot of sense. To what end does firing Craig Breslow get you? And I think that the only real way that could make sense to me is if they had Romero or whoever they want, they knew who their next president of baseball ops was or chief baseball officer, whatever it is. They knew who it is. And all it was a matter of was just, a little bit of paperwork. And then all of a sudden this person's taking over. Breslow's out. And not only that, but you get a bit of a head start here on the deadline. And, you'd be taking over next year, be your first full year. But here you go. We got Breslow out of there, and now we're starting to rebuild. We'll start this year. And I understand it's not going to really affect the product on the field. Changing your chief baseball officer doesn't really go hand in hand with big-time on-field switches, unless the vibes are really just that bad. It's all vibe. Oh, the Breslow vibes are just too low. I don't think that's it. But I do think that from the fans' perspective anyway, you can at least acknowledge that you understand that this is unacceptable. And I don't know necessarily what that's going to signal or how the fans are going to take it. I guess we'll find out together. I do think, though, that there is something about, mob justice. And when the mob gets angry, you have to satiate the mob. And John Henry knows that. That's why he fired Terry Francona. That's why he fired, John Farrell. That's why he fired David Dombrowski. That's why he fired all these people. Dombrowski was the one when Francona got fired, it wasn't really that shocking. I think people were, it was 4 years from their last World Series. He'd been the manager for almost a decade. And I think people were okay with it. There was still a lot of Francona loyalists, and everybody had a problem with the way they smeared him on the way out the door. But I don't think at the time that people were looking at that going, that was a terrible, terrible move. Bobby Valentine, terrible move. John Farrell, World Series, with Ben Cherington and, Sandoval and Hanley and all those guys. Mike Napoli and Victorino and all them. And then Dombrowski coming in. After they moved on from Cherington, you get Dombrowski, you start spending, start paying, win again. And now we're on year 8 since the last World Series. And really year 8 since the last time contending. I know in 2021 you made it to the ALCS, but that's looking more and more like a massive, massive fluke. So I think for ownership, they're going to have to really do some soul searching here. And figure out not only what's going to be best for the team, but how they can best present that to a fan base that is really questioning their judgment right now. Robert Kraft, when it looked like everyone was really questioning his judgment, made a good pick in Mike Vrabel. That was a good pick for him. And it worked out right away. I mean, really, there was returns on it immediately from just that one move. And I don't know that you have a move like that here for the Red Sox. I think that their problems run deeper than, the coach or the manager or who's hitting leadoff or who, the number 5 starter is. Like, you have some real rot in this organization right now. And it is bleeding out all over the field. 617-779-7937. We will get to the New England Nightly News in just a minute, but first here's Jay in North Carolina. Hi, Jay. Jay going once, Jay going twice. Jay going to put you on hold, and we'll try and get to you later. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. I have just noticed a fly in the studio, so we are going to go to break, and I am going to kill it. I'm telling you right now, that fly is not going to make it to the next segment. I can see where it is. I'm tracking it. I am an expert bug hunter, and this fly is going to die. All right, we'll be right back here on the Christian Arcand Show.
WEEI. New England Sports
When you own
Original.
your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Ken. The finals are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. New York is currently trading at 55% to beat San Antonio, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $176 if they take the title. And don't forget about the action on the world's biggest soccer tournament. That's underway, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi from the opening stage all the way to the final. For instance, our first match in Boston coming up on June 13th, Scotland is trading at a 67% probability to best Haiti, meaning a 145.88 payout if Scotland wins. And on Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. As the odds move, you can buy in or out anytime. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use my code KEN, K-E-N, to get $10 when you trade 10. That's Kalshi, K-A-L-S-H-I. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those that are mentioned. And for more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
We rode into Boston Children's Hospital, and that's where this whole journey began.
She was just fine. How can she have something serious?
She was diagnosed with brain cancer. It was a very difficult journey, but the people made it easier for us to get through some of these tough times.
She's finally off of treatment. We always tell her, you can do anything.
To be able to see her have fun, laugh, it's an amazing feeling.
Give more kids a chance at a healthy life by donating at Shaw's and Star Market.
Make your Father's Day the bee's knees at the American Heritage Museum's Tanks, Wings, and Wheels weekend. June 20th and 21st, starting at 9 a.m. Witness historic aircraft and tanks on display and explore special exhibitions. Don't miss the live parade presentation of antique automobiles at 1 p.m., complete with a colorful narration. Bring the family for a swell day full of fun. Purchase tickets now at AmericanHeritageMuseum.org.
What up, it's Swiggy. Get ready for match day with me and WEEI at the Hop on Friday. Kick off the night by watching USA battle Paraguay live at 7. Come by for the games, prizes, and a good time. Presented by Fanatic Sportsbook.
Hi, this is Stephen Goulston. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because we're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate. 781-344-2420. Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Wow, okay.
This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Huh. The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now and keep your phone, and T-Mobile will pay it off up to $800.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges up to $800 with new account qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, ported, 90-plus days with device, and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 15 days. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks and a member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out?
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Did you know that if you miss any part of the show, you can jump back to listen?
Either on the Odyssey app or at WEEI.com. Click on the orange listen button
And rewind to the moments you care about most. The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
A little after 8:30 here, Christian Arcan Show, WEEI. If you missed any part of the show, like our interview with Sean McAdam, you can go back and listen on the Odyssey app or on Spotify app or wherever it is that you get your apps, or you get your podcasts, I should say. And we are coming to you live all over New England. If you're not in New England, you can always stream the show on the Odyssey app. And it's the best app out there, so go ahead and download it if you haven't already. It's 8:30, which means we're going to get to the New England Nightly News. We will also have Arcan Fire at 9:15. Folks, we will have dongs, and I haven't looked at the dong totals yet. What are we talking here, huh? Stop me when I get, okay. Pretty big dong total tonight.
They've slowly been streaming in.
Good, all right. Good dong stream. I will have that for you at 9:30. And we will have dongs tomorrow as well, because we have another full show tomorrow. And for those of you that were looking for a night off from this team, you get 2 nights off from the team. But you don't get the day off. Unfortunately, you had to slog through that one today. It was a tough one. Is Jay in North Carolina there? Should I try and go back to him or not before we get to Nightly News? What do you think?
I bet he's there. He's usually pretty responsive.
Usually he is, but he was not ready to go. All right, I'm taking you off of hold, Jay. Or actually, no, I'm not, because I can't. I'm frozen. Can you put him back up? Jay in North Carolina, go ahead. Jay. Sweet, simple Jay. Sure, he had some great Patriots take, but we'll never know. And with that, let's get to the New England Nightly News.
New England Nightly News.
By the way, I killed the fly. First news story, I killed the fly. I told you I was going to kill the fly. And then as soon as the break began, I stood over in the corner. You got to watch under the lights, right? Because we got all these studio lights in here. You just got to watch. You see this little thing flying through the lights? And went up to the window. I said a little prayer for it. Pulled out one of those Revs towels they sent us, and whoopsh, gave him the old towel treatment. See you at the crossroads, my friend. In the meantime, we got your New England Nightly News. And for the Nightly News tonight, we are going to go to the town of Ipswich, a town that has been fraught with controversy here over the last week or so, and a town that was heavily featured this morning on the Greg Hill Show. I thought they all did a very, very good job with that, talking to a member of the MIAA, parents from the team. If you don't know what I'm talking about, here's Channel 4 with a recap of the Ipswich lacrosse situation.
Story only on WBZ. A high school lacrosse team's postseason dreams go up in smoke because of a photo of some of the players with cigars. Well, tonight, their school canceled the big game just as the buses were ready to roll out. As Brandon Truitt shows us, the cigars weren't even real. They were fakes made by a parent.
It's all a joke. It's hard to believe that this is all happened to these poor kids.
Tonight, the Ipswich High School boys lacrosse season is over after parents say the school district suspended multiple players over photos of them appearing to smoke cigars. These images taken, then posted online after graduation on Sunday.
They're all very good athletes. They're all very good kids. And they took a picture and someone reported them.
By Tuesday, parents tell me 9 seniors were suspended from the team's state semifinal, forcing them to forfeit the game in the 11th hour, just as they were boarding the bus to Scituate.
The town's in uproar, the whole town, not just parents of the children either.
John Giannakakis' son was one of the suspended students. He says he made the fake cigars after the teams asked for ways to take part in post-graduation traditions without violating the rules for athletes. The MIAA has clear guidelines about alcohol and tobacco products. The policy also includes non-alcoholic beer.
Okay, you can stop it right there. You get the gist. These kids were Ipswich lacrosse, having a historic season, and then had to forfeit their Division IV state semifinal game against Cohasset, coming after the superintendent suspended multiple players for a violation of the MIAA tobacco policy or the chemical whatever policy it is. Stemming from that, as you heard, post-graduation photo showing players posing with cigars. School administration cited a shortage of available players and did not detail the suspensions. Parents and players have disputed the decision, providing school officials with receipts and explaining that they were fake cigars. You heard that this morning. One of the fathers, I think the father who bought them or claimed to have bought them, said that they were banana leaves or something, and that they filled it with chamomile tea so that it wouldn't be tobacco. Which, whether, I'm not going to say the guy's a liar. I don't think he is. It sounds, if he has a record of doing all of that, then I'm sure, we know about it. And even if he didn't, even if they were actual cigars, even if they were illegal Cuban cigars, who cares? First of all, it's weird to graduate and then have a semifinal game after the graduation. But notwithstanding, you're going to do that. As soon as I heard the story, as soon as I heard the bones of it, I thought someone's out to get those kids. Someone in the school board or some other parent or something. Someone is out to get some kids on that team, or maybe the whole team in general. But it seems like there is some targeting going on here. And wouldn't you know it, Kat Cornetta, who I follow on Twitter, and who I think used to write for the Herald, I want to say, works for the local news, Ipswich and North Shore events. It's called the localnews.news. And the latest, I saw her link to this, was that the Ipswich lacrosse semifinal forfeit has sparked outrage and claims of retaliation. And this is Trevor Meek and Kat Cornetta over at the local news. The silence from school officials has been deafening since the varsity lacrosse team was forced to forfeit their matchup against Cohasset on Tuesday. Players and the parents are making themselves heard loud and clear. It's your tradition to smoke cigars after graduation, but according to MIAA, we can't smoke tobacco, so we made fake cigars. This is from Christian Giannakakis. Said that on Wednesday. He's a senior player, athlete named Christian. His father, who was also on with Hillman today, John, I believe was the guy, talked about how they used the banana leaves and the chamomile tea and all of that. Brian Blake, the superintendent, got involved, shut everything down after the kids were told that they could play. And the principal said, yeah, all set. We'll clear you guys, no problem. Superintendent got involved and shut everything down. And as far as retaliation is concerned, I don't know how you could possibly overlook that as a possibility here. Reading from the article, some are now wondering if Blake's decision to suspend the players was retaliation for a widely publicized incident earlier in the season that saw a varsity lacrosse player seriously injured while the athletic director and trainer were not present, prompting parents to question the district's emergency preparedness and policies. The athletic trainer ultimately resigned, citing public criticism and comments made by parents on social media. It was also pointed out by parents at the time of the injury there was no AED, which is one of those defibrillators. You probably in your office have one hanging up on the wall somewhere. Automatic external defibrillator available at the field. That's required by state law. School committee questioned Blake about the incident, encouraging him to be more proactive and improve communication with the committee around player safety. Parents who spoke to the local news at the time asked to remain anonymous for fear of retaliation against their children. This was at the time of this incident, and they were worried about retaliation then. Giannakakis says, it feels like a punch in the face back at us and the parents going after the school. Blake has not communicated anything to us or any news people who are trying to interview him. He's kind of hiding. It kind of shows that he knows he did something wrong. My first thought was someone's out to get this kid or these kids. There's some reason for it that has nothing to do with them posing with a cigar on Instagram, wherever it was, after graduation, a cigar that wasn't even really a cigar. And there's going to be more to this. That's great reporting there from Cornetta and from Meek, so props to them. There's going to be more digging that goes on here. And this is the type of story that's already, I think Barstool's written like 5 articles about it. Like it's, you know what I mean? Like this is one of those type of stories that people will get really upset. Chris Curtis, I thought his head was going to explode this morning. You know, this is the type of story that people will get passionate about nationwide. It won't just be here in New England. Like this is something that is going to be a national news story unless they get to the bottom of it and do something about it. Because this is pretty embarrassing. This is a pretty embarrassing thing for Massachusetts, is what I think. There's also one other piece of local news I wanted to get to quickly. Here we go. And that is something that happened down on Nantucket. You may have missed this story, but quickly, let's hear from our friends over at, who is this? This is Channel 10, NBC 10.
What initially appeared as a kind gesture is now leaving the Nantucket School Committee on edge.
Well, a local activist gifted the members a batch of brownies that she says are laced with laxatives. Our Jeff Saperstone is here now with much more. Jeff.
Yeah, quite a wild story everybody's talking about this morning. The chair of the school committee calling it a gotcha display, but a local activist on Nantucket says she was just trying to make a point. Take a listen.
You have a non-detect level of X-lax in them. But I figured since we're okay with a non-detect level of PFAS, it would probably be okay.
All right, so that's Megan Perry. She brought brownies that she says were laced with a laxative to school committee members. It's all to protest Nantucket's new turf project. Perry says she's concerned about the synthetic field and the levels of PFAS, or forever chemicals. Voters already approved the project. The field sits over the island's water aquifer, and Perry is concerned any chemical leakage could contaminate the town's water supply. In a statement, the chair of the Nantucket School Committee says, we welcome impassioned discourse, but we also need to uphold standards of dignity and respect. The chair planned to file a police report on this. By the way, none of the brownies were eaten.
So a couple of things. You probably read that headline and thought, oh, some crazy lady went to the Nantucket School Board and poisoned them. That's not what happened. She was making a point. I actually thought she did a pretty good job of making the point. You know, no one got hurt. No one ate anything. It was a display. But who knows if there was even laxatives in there? It probably wasn't. She probably just said that. And what she was saying is there's this turf project that is going to be bad for the water. And even though there's only a trace amount of it, here's some brownies. There's only a trace amount of X-lax in it. You want to eat them? And that's a pretty effective point. It's not like they ate them and she was like, ha-ha! There's X-lax in those, and you're all going to be crapping for the rest of the night. Like, that didn't happen. I don't know this person at all, but I found that to be reasonably effective. I think that was a pretty effective way of making her point, and it got a lot of attention, not with people who maybe read past the headline of lady brings brownies with X-lax to a school board meeting, but I thought that was, if you just dig into it a little bit, she probably got more attention paid to whatever the hell it is, the water in Nantucket, than anybody else ever was going to do. And props to her. So there you go. There's your New England Nightly News. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. I see some phone calls lining up here. We'll get to your calls and Tom Brady's latest business venture. That's coming up next.
Follow us on Insta at WEEI Sports.
Hey, it's Jones for Verizon. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, new Verizon mobile and home customers can get Fios and a line of mobile for just $69.99 a month with AutoPay. Get Fios 300 megabit per second for $20 a month and unlimited welcome for $50 a month, plus taxes and fees when you bring your own phone. Visit Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Fios internet and mobile customers, discounts applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment is required. Additional terms apply. In terms of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now and keep your phone, and T-Mobile will pay it off up to $800.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges up to $800 with new account qualifying unlike device credit service ported 90 plus days with device and eligible carrier and timely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 15 days. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
When you've got a commercial painting project, you need more than ladders and drop cloths. You need it to be drama-free. So when you choose Arch Painting, you get the expertise of your own team. That includes a dedicated project manager like Sarah.
At Arch Painting, we're in your corner from start to finish. Plus, with 800 crews, many of them local to you, we're on site fast.
And when it comes to next-level accountability, we back you up at every level of the organization, from our CEO to our sales team.
Our Arch Painting White Glove Guarantee is the industry's only guarantee that starts with no money down and comes with concierge service that lasts long after the paint dries.
Plus, you can count on a strong reputation that started with our founder.
I'm Joe Giacalone, founder of Arch Painting. We've got 30 years of experience transforming spaces and building relationships. So when you're looking for a premier commercial painting partner, the Arch team is ready to roll.
Go to archpainting.com for a free estimate. Arch Painting, your project, our passion.
I can't raise my arms. I can't climb the stairs. I can't kneel down without exhausting pain. Hey, it's Wiggy, and I'm here to celebrate what you can do. And that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain. It's gone. They moved on, back to living their lives. You've heard me talk about Dr. Tupper and his team at QC Kinetics. And so many of you have been through their game-changing regenerative treatments done right in the office. Not missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down. And we love hearing from you. How we here at WEEI helped you dig out from that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So go find out what you can do. Let's get rid of that pain starting now. The consultation is totally free. Call 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-7246.
Now on Boston's South Shore, Barton and Gray Mariners Club connects you to over 40 harbors, from Nantucket to the West Indies, with access to a fleet of fully captained Day Chaser and Hinckley yachts. Host clients, reward your team, or stage unforgettable events on the water and on your terms. Join them this summer as they celebrate 20 years of unforgettable days on the water. Visit bartonandgray.com to explore membership. Barton and Gray Mariners Club. The sea is their clubhouse.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees when used as directed. Spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
If you missed any part of the show,
or to have it delivered to your phone daily,
subscribe to The Christian Arcan Show on the Odyssey app.
or wherever you find your podcasts.
The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
The coconut nut is a giant nut, but it's delicious nut. It's not a nut, it's the coconut nut. It's a big nut, but it's delicious nut. It's not a nut, it's the it's the coconut.
Christian Arcan Show here at WEEI, live in our Brighton studios. You like this song? Pretty good, right?
I've actually never heard this before.
Dylan Francis, I think he made this for like a Malibu rum promo, but it's pretty good. You know, it's pretty good. I didn't know much about Dylan Francis before I heard this song. He is not the quarterback for the Browns. That's Dylan Gabriel. Didn't know if you knew that, but that's a common mistake. Anyway, why are we playing this? Well, Tom Brady has a new business, and it involves coconuts. And let's just get to it, and then we'll get to the phone calls, because we have a lot of phone calls here. Some want to talk about the Ipswich thing, some Red Sox calls, etc. But first, let's hear the first promo for Tom Brady's new venture, a coconut-flavored beverage.
Are you launching another celebrity seltzer brand?
No, I'm launching a brand new coconut water. It's actually really good.
Oh, what's it called?
So we called coconut farmers in Vietnam for this one, which, when you care about ingredients, it's kind of a huge deal.
No, not who you called, what's it called?
You called me!
Okay, just tell me what it's called, Tom.
When you have a product this good, it doesn't matter what it's called, okay?
Yeah, it kind of does.
It's called nut water. It's called nut water. Tom Brady's nut water. That's what it's called. I'm not a big coconut fan. There's this place, I used to live near it in Alston, and it's ice cream, but instead of like dairy, it's all coconut ice cream. You know what I'm talking about? What's that place called? I forget what it is. But someone's like, oh, you got to try it if you like coconut. And I was like, yeah, I like coconut. Sure. And then I went there and I realized I actually don't like coconut. I don't like this. This isn't good. Whatever that place is called. I ordered some ice cream. I took 2 bites and I was like, I don't want this. And I don't even know if they're in business anymore. What's that place called?
Is it Scoop and Scootery?
I don't think so.
I just Googled coconut ice cream Alston, and that was the first thing that came up.
I must have closed then. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they don't exist anymore. This place I'm thinking of. But yeah, not a fan. And Tom Brady is not like broke, right? Tom Brady has some say in what goes on with the Vegas Raiders, right? So you would think he would have some say in something like this. Like, guys, I don't know if I want to do a commercial I don't know if I want to be attached to nut water. I don't know if that's great for my brand right now. Do we know what it tastes like?
Coconut penis.
Oh. Okay. That was from The Office, of course. When the guys down in the warehouse win the lottery, and that Japanese fella there who was a surgeon in Japan, and then he goes to work in the warehouse, I forget his name, invests in an energy drink for Asian homosexuals that tastes, the flavor of it is, again,
coconut penis.
Is that not what this sounds like? Is Tom Brady finally just carry the flame from The Office and that fake product? Which Daryl had a great line when he takes a sip. He goes, that coconut's pretty subtle. But is that what's happening here? Did Tom Brady finally create the coconut penis drink? Or I guess he didn't create it, but he's attaching his name to it. What's it taste like again?
Coconut penis.
That would be a less weird name than calling it nut water. Than if it was just called coconut penis. That would, or I don't know, would it be less weird, more weird? I think nut water's worse. I think that's worse than coconut penis, which is pretty bad. Like that, I wouldn't drink that, but I'm definitely not drinking Tom Brady nut water. I mean, there's no way. You kidding me? If it was one or the other, I'd probably have to go with. If you know,
coconut penis.
That would probably be the. If it was between that and nut water, I think I would go that way. Anyway, Tom Brady, man, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Coconut penis.
Let's go to the phone. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. Should keep that for the dong report, I think. It's a good dong drop. All right. Should we try Jay in North Carolina again? I feel like his phone's been pretty spotty, but we'll try him again. Jay, go ahead.
Are you on?
Hello. Yes, I'm here, Jay. Hi.
You're one of a kind, Arcan. But I tell you, the lacrosse story,
yes,
it looks like humor ran into the Grim Reaper. Can't people get a life? It's an insignificant story that is blown out of proportion by the wrong people. But anyways, I want to talk about the four Boston teams. The Red Sox, Celtics, and the Bruins haven't done too well. But I think the Patriots, this isn't going to be a cakewalk, Arcan. They're going to run the gamut of good teams. And I think Vrabel has built a mystique of winning. That's why they got A.J. Brown, because they're a winning team. I ain't saying I'm not going to touch the offensive line. I swear to God I'll never touch the offensive line again, but they damn well better protect Drake May. Have a good season.
All right.
See you, Arcan.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. And, I think that this season is going to be much tougher. But I believe in Drake May. And I feel like a lot of these preseason prognosticators do not. Otherwise, there is no reason to put this team at 14th in your preseason rankings. Even now, before, minicamp starts. Or training camp starts. Minicamp just started and training camp's going to start. To have them that low now, after what they did last season and getting A.J. Brown, I think is a direct slap in the face to Drake May more than anybody else. And I would like to think he can use that as motivation, maybe play with a little edge, and go out there and replicate to his best of his ability that regular season and put that postseason behind him. And, make that the big step that he takes this year. Because there's not really any further up you go from last season in the regular season. The elevation's going to have to come in the playoffs. And in order to even get there, you're going to have to ball out again in the regular season because you're going against the best teams in the league. 617-779-7937. How about Gabe in Springfield? Go ahead, Gabe.
Hey.
Hey.
I haven't laughed so much in a long time. Thank you for this.
You're welcome.
It's outrageous. You got on one end you can slobber down some Tom Brady nut water, but you can't simulate, puffing on a couple cigars.
Mm-mm.
And I'm from Western Mass, like the capital of woke Massachusetts.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't even touch any of that. They're going to let the kids be kids.
Definitely.
We've done that forever.
Out there in Hippieville? Oh, yeah. No, and you're right. Western Mass is, it's all hippies out there for the most part. I mean, there's some, pockets of conservative areas out there, I'd say, but they're mostly overwhelmed by, like, Amherst and everybody else out there, all those hippies out there in the hills. And by the way, no disrespect, it's just who lives there. And, you don't see that happening. You don't see that happening anywhere else. You didn't see that happening at one single other high school this year. And you mean to tell me those are the only kids that smoked a cigar on Instagram? Which also, by the way, and I don't want to belabor this, but just a word of advice to any other kids out there who may be listening, just if you're going to go smoke cigars, just don't take pictures of it. Don't take pictures with your cigars until the season's over. If you have one more game to go, just don't even give them an opportunity to bag on you for something like that. And I'm not blaming them. I think that what happened here is ridiculous, but it could serve as maybe an example to some other kids here. Don't even give them a chance. You want to go smoke a cigar? I'm not even saying don't smoke the cigar. Go smoke the cigar. Just don't post evidence of it on the internet. That's all. Everybody overshares. And you didn't have to do that here. That's the only way these people would have known about it. So that would be my one piece of advice. I'm not victim blaming here. I do think these kids are being victimized. I'm not blaming them for it. I'm just saying, in the future, I think they'll probably have more discretion when it comes to what they post online. 617-779-7937. Phone call still lining up. We'll get to all your phone calls here at the top of the hour. Don't go anywhere. It's the Christian Arcand Show.
Coconut penis.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WEEI. Right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel is the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want, and best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Just go to FanDuel.com/local to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. You got to be 21 or older and present here in Massachusetts. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Hope is here. GamblingHelpLineMA.org or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support and connect with a Playwell advisor at playwell.org.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
Patriots back on the field down at Gillette for mandatory minicamp, where Drake May and A.J. Brown are building their relationship.
They found each other a couple times yesterday in the red zone. And I think that's a work in progress. I think that's just how it goes from having, a player come in that I think that connection is critical to rely on. A quarterback and receiver have to be on the same page. Practice is critical. The reps are critical.
My name is Zach Coe, and that's what's in our feed.
You're listening to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
Final hour here. Your final hour, Christian Arcand Show, WEEI. We are live in our Catches Law Injury Attorney Studio. No fee unless you win. We got the NBA Finals going on. San Antonio out to a big lead in Game 4 here. Up 22-11 in the finals. Already got Wemby getting knocked around a little bit by Mitchell Robinson and Jalen Brunson. And we'll see how physical it gets here. But so far, the Spurs off to a big lead. We'll get to your phone calls here in just a minute. Real quick, though, I got my hands on the celebrity list at the Knicks game tonight. It's a long list. I'm going to go down the list until I get to someone whose name I don't recognize. At the top of the list is Mariska Hargitay. Oh, from Law & Order? That lady? I think that's who that is. Maybe out after one. Taylor Swift, know her. Estee Haim. Oh, the Haim from the group Haim. The two sisters. I think there's a third, right? She's not there. Ben Stiller, I know him. Christine Taylor, that's Ben Stiller's wife, right? Yep. Tracy Morgan, of course. Nasty Nas. Walt Frazier, Bernard King, Charlie Ward. Jerry Seinfeld, Fat Joe, Jimmy Fallon, Steve Sharipa. Oh, that's Bobby Bacala from The Sopranos. Edie Falco, Carmela. Timothy Chalamet, we know, of course. Julianne Moore, Susie Essman, hilarious. Jill Martin from the Today Show, I think. Or Good Morning America. She's one of those. Either Today Show or Good Morning America. I forget which one. That counts. I know who she is. Alex Powell? Don't know who that is. All right, I guess I have to stop there. Matt Harvey, I know. Charles Smith, Eddie Curry, Steve Novak, Jeremy Lin, Chris Childs, all the big Knicks legends, like Steve Novak and Chris Childs. Chris Dudley, Dud's there. Sean Landetta, the old punter. A-Rod, Amy Schumer, Woody Johnson, Michael Che, Jadakiss, Whoopi. Quite a crowd. But they got nothing on Nick Verano and the celebrities that show up at the Celtics games. Donnie Wahlberg, Arthur Wahlberg, all the Wahlbergs, except the main one.
He's too busy leaving Super Bowls early.
I know, right? Like, even if he was there, he'd leave early. Just kidding. Love all the Wahlbergs. I've met some of the other Wahlbergs who aren't, like, in the spotlight as much. Cool guys. Like, they were cool to me back when I was working in New Hampshire. Anyway, let's get to the phones here. A lot of people want to react to the Red Sox, the Ipswich, the NBA Finals, all sorts of different calls on the board right now. So let's go ahead and get to them, and then we'll get to the Arcan Fire at 9:15. Casper is in Worcester. Go ahead, Casper.
Hi, Christian. Ari, the Red Sox. Bad is good, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
SG vacillates between the second and the third largest sports conglomerate in the world. All those 19 minority investors invest millions to share in the profits. They're not going to attract new investors if you can't manage your own house. That's why John Henry has to be worried. There's a lot of money. Those 19 investors invest millions, not 50 grand, 5, 10, LeBron probably put in 15, 30 million.
Sure.
So more failure is good because you look like a fool to get investors if you can't manage your anchor team for the whole conglomerate.
I know.
With that said, I'll let you go, and I enjoy your show.
Thank you, Casper. I enjoy you, too. Yeah, it is starting to look like Fenway Sports Group's like Bernie Madoff pyramid scheme right now. All these investors, and the team just sucks. I know it's not like Bernie Madoff. That's extreme. That was an extreme thing to say. I take that back. But it is bad. I mean, it's a bad situation. I don't think they're going to run out of investors. It's still the Red Sox, still making money. If they stopped making money, then sure. But as we know, this team was put together and is treated as a mark on a ledger. When things are going bad, they'll act. They'll fire the manager. They'll do those things. But are they going to fundamentally change their spending behavior and do? No, of course not. In fact, they're going to be this offseason leading a charge to get a salary cap installed. So not only are they not going to go above and beyond, they're going to make sure no one else ever can do that again. And maybe that'll help them. I don't know. But either way, it's not the direction that they're choosing to take things right now. Let's go to Tim in Hanover. Hi, Tim.
Christian, I went out to get Chinese food, and I heard you talk about high school sports. I love your topic from professional sports to high school, man. Mm-hmm. You're awesome. You're awesome.
Thank you, Tim.
Hey, I want to say, you know what? This the MAI or MIA, whatever it is from Massachusetts.
Yes.
Yeah, it's ridiculous because you know what? They should be making sure that there's an ambulance there at every football game that is certified to take care of business with any defibrillators or anything, because this is if they're relying on just a few 3-4 classes for first aid classes, that's stupid, man, to try and teach them. And I tell you what, they got to watch what they're doing, because if they're involved in that, the kid safety is everybody, man. That's how these kids grow from high school or intramural to college and to the professionals. So they got to do what they got to do. And I love you. I love the way you think, brother.
All right.
You enjoy your good night.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate you. And enjoy the Chinese food. I had some Chinese food tonight. It was choice. 617-779-7937. I think that's what he was talking about there with MIAA and the defibrillator and all that. I think that was a school thing. I don't think that's an MIAA thing. I think it's their rule, but the school has to follow the rule. And they weren't following the rule, so I think that's what happened there. It seems like the decision came from the school. MIAA had to go with what the school said. They didn't intervene. And that guy Baldwin, who was on this morning with them, said we can't meddle with the school decision. To which Curtis and others said you can't even do it in a situation like this where they're clearly railroading these kids. And he said, we can't, because then we have to get involved in every single one of them. And I understand that way of thinking, but I also think that, sometimes there's special circumstances, and this seems like special circumstances for no other reason than to have the entire country come down on you and the MIAA and the school and everything and have it be this big thing, you can roll the dice if you want to, but I don't know. I think that was a missed opportunity here for them to try and right a wrong and avoid embarrassment. I mean, I think this is going to be embarrassing. I don't think that it's going to stop here in the Greg Hill Show and me talking about it. I think this is going to continue to snowball. It's already all over like Barstool, and people are seeing it, and it's terrible. I mean, it's a terrible thing. They never ever should have done that. Let's continue here with Steve in Centerville. Go ahead, Steve.
Hey, Christian. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Christian, it's the annual, or the weekly Sam Kennedy update. I just wanted to ask you if you could just remind the callers, what is the link between Hein Bloom and our good friend Craig Breslow? Like, what's the common denominator in terms of who hired those guys?
Oh, well, that would be John Henry and Sam Kennedy and the ownership group.
And the difference between Sam Kennedy and those other guys is Sam Kennedy doesn't have deep pockets. Right. So when is there suddenly responsibility put on Sam Kennedy for hiring decisions that he's advising these capital holders to make significant decisions? The hiring of Hein Bloom and recently the hiring of Craig Breslow. I mean, it's easy to attack these guys. Sure, their performance is bad, but at what point do you look at the people that did the hiring? We're not going to get rid of the owner unless he sells the team.
Right.
But there are other people that are not holding capital that are making significant decisions, and they're failing. This team is a failure.
Yeah, agree with you, Steve. I don't know that it's necessarily Sam Kennedy's fault or that Sam Kennedy had final say in either Hein Bloom getting hired, Craig Breslow getting hired, or for that matter, Dave Dombrowski getting fired. I don't think that was all Sam Kennedy decisions. I think that I don't know if he advised for or against any of that. I think if he had advised against firing Dombrowski and John Henry wanted to fire Dombrowski, then he was going to fire Dombrowski. I don't think that Sam Kennedy was going to factor into it one way or another, and I sort of feel the same way about these last two hires. But when it comes to Craig Breslow, whoever hired him had to go through a whole bunch of other options before they finally landed on him, because they cycle through whoever is telling and who has told John Henry to cycle through chief baseball officer GM roles as often as he does, whether it's Sam Kennedy or Larry, rest in peace, or whoever else was doing that, or maybe it was just his, own original thought. But if someone was telling him to do that, then that really made this more difficult than it needed to be, because that now makes it hard for anybody to want to take this job. And I think that included Breslow. Breslow wanted a lot of assurances. He ended up getting them. And I think right now his job is safe, and I use that in quotes because they're kind of stuck with him. It just seems like that's where they are. They don't have a lot of internal candidates. They don't really, stand to gain much from firing him at this point. And they don't really have like some plan B that they can just pivot to and say, all right, you're in charge now, and, try and get us out of this. I think they're stuck. and he's there, and that's it. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. Just a quick 2-minute break. We will not be gone very long. When we come back, we'll get to your phone calls, and we'll get to the Arcan fire. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, it's Jones for Verizon. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and home customers can get Fios and a line of mobile for just $69.99 a month with AutoPay. Get Fios 300 megabit per second for $20 a month and unlimited welcome for $50 a month, plus taxes and fees when you bring your own phone. Visit Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Fios internet and mobile customers, discounts applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment is required. Additional terms apply. In terms of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
When life throws you a curveball, trust Catches Law, New England's hometown law firm. With over 4 decades of success and a local team that truly cares, let Catches Law fight for you. Remember, there's no fee unless you win. Visit catcheslaw.com to schedule your free consultation today.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Topsail Addiction Treatment in North Andover is partnering with me, Ted Johnson, to launch Recovery Champions, sharing real recovery stories across New England. If you or someone you love has gotten sober, nominate them today for a chance to win a beautiful custom Ted Shed from Eastern Shed. Visit topsailaddictiontreatment.com.
Covering Boston sports and beyond. We're back to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
We're going to get to the Arcand Fire here in just a minute. First, let's take a couple more phone calls before we do that. I don't want anybody to get stuck on the line because once we get to the Arcand Fire, then it's the dongs, and we just don't have time for calls. So, Johnny in Brooklyn, go quick. What's up?
Hey, what's up, man? Thanks for the call. Yeah, just on the NBA Finals, it's two very likable teams, in my opinion. I thought if the Knicks actually had been able to roll in this series, the Spurs would have been an interesting candidate for a Jaylen Brown trade. But it doesn't look like it's going to go that way, and they're actually a Wembanyama jumper away from being down 2-1. So we'll see how it goes, but thanks for the call, and I'm looking forward to the Dogs, man.
You got it. Thanks, Johnny. Appreciate it. I'm watching right now, and Mitchell Robinson just gave the Wemby a forearm right to the Adam's apple, right in the jugular. He got fouled for it. They call it a flagrant. That is a flagrant. Knicks are still mad that Wemby didn't get a retroactive flagrant for – or no, they're looking at it right now. They're going to decide if it's a flagrant or not. I feel like they can't call this a flagrant. If they didn't call even a foul for Wemby doing that to Brunson, they can't call this one a flagrant. Say, no flagrant here, but you guys keep it up. I'll be chucking guys out of the game. Get it together. Issue a stern warning. That's what Nick Pavetta would have done. Let's go to Sean in Worcester. Hey, Sean. Sean in Worcester, got to be ready. Okay, let's get to the Arcand Fire.
It's time for Arcand Fire on the Christian Arcand Show. This is WEEI.
Alrighty, so I'll take you to the clown show that is the Boston Red Sox.
This is unbelievable. I'm reading this now. Yeah. This is incredible.
Things just keep getting worse. Of course, after the game, we had this report from Peter Abraham of the Boston Globe, who said that Garrett Crochet's lat strain, of course, the setback that he suffered after the live batting practice a couple weeks ago is, quote, a lot worse than we thought. When asked when he would be cleared to play catch again, Crochet told Abraham, quote, I have no idea. Well, now Christopher Smith of MassLive.com has some comments from Craig Breslow, who said, quote, my understanding is that, like Chad said, Garrett continues to make good progress with the lat strain. Smith then writes, I then ask, so there's nothing new in terms of severity? And he replied, quote, correct.
I honestly think it's like a bit at this point, like it's a performance. Hey, Red Sox. Hey, Red Sox, you want to stop this, please? Craig Breslow, Sam Kennedy, all of you, can you stop doing this, please? Your ace comes out and says this lat strain's worse than we thought, and I don't know when I can play catch. And the chief baseball officer actually says, no, there's no update in terms of severity. It's the same as it was, even though the player just told the Globe that it's way worse than you thought, even if that's not true. Even if that's not true. You don't come out and contradict him like that right away. What's wrong with you? That's your ace. You at least talk it over first. No, it's fine. He's progressing and, no change in the severity. Now, that tells me one of two things. Number one is that Craig Breslow didn't know that Crochet made those comments. And if that's true, then what the hell, man? And if he did know that Crochet made those comments and felt the need to tell Christopher Smith that, no, he's actually lying about that, the player, our ace, is actually lying to you, and there's nothing different about his severity of the injury. It's the same as it was, which is to say, not so bad. Hey, Craig, you guys told us it was going to be a couple days. A couple days. I don't know, same as before. I would hope that something happened, some kind of setback, some kind of something. Jesus, this team. Can you stop contradicting your own players? And if you didn't even know that your player said that, can you get your head out of your ass and read the paper? Jesus, shock, God. Roman Anthony, Garrett Crochet, who's next? Can this team go one day without being an embarrassment on and off the field? Someone called in last night and was like, this team sucks, but they're also not interesting. They are kind of interesting, but what's interesting is the incompetence. That's what's interesting. There's nothing else really particularly compelling about this team except how unbelievably incompetent they are. Even when it comes to something as simple as addressing an injured player and discussing the player's injury, which, by the way, why are they discussing so many player injuries? Shut the bleep up about the players who are injured. Say, we don't have a comment on that. They're rehabbing, and when they're ready, they're ready. I'm not going to talk about that. God. You have to pull your foot out of your mouth every other day. It's like Gerard Mayo all over again. It's like Gerard Mayo every day with this team.
I was about to say the exact same thing.
Isn't that what it seems like? I mean,
100%.
come on. God.
David was watching the Mariners broadcast about a week ago, and they were talking about their upcoming series with the Mets, and the play-by-play guy said, the Mets, that's the most dramatic team in baseball, and their color guy chimed in and said, for me, that's the Red Sox by far.
It is the Red Sox. And the Mets, it should be the Mets. I mean, the Mets spent way more on their roster than the Red Sox did, and they're worse. I mean, they're terrible. They have gotten better, though. I don't know who has a better record right now, the Red Sox or the Mets, but they both stink. They're both horrible disappointments. But at the very least, the GM of the Mets isn't, and the president of the team aren't openly contradicting their players, discussing like injuries and how long guys are going to be injured for. And now the Red Sox have done this twice this year. Two different people doing it just right out in the open. The Mets have won 29 games. The Red Sox have won 27. You're worse than the Mets. And you're more embarrassing. So that's the latest with the Red Sox. What else we got?
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Piece of local news that we didn't get to in the nightly news. Boston Mayor Michelle Wu extending last call to 3 a.m. through the month of July.
Okay. I have thoughts on this, and I have thoughts on happy hour potentially getting reinstated, too. I know they're mulling that over. If you look up the reason why there's no happy hour in Boston, it's not a fun story. It's pretty terrible, actually, but we don't have time to get into that. I'll say this. From my time in the bar industry and from working in a place like Faneuil Hall for many years, Quincy Market area where there's a lot of tourists, I can tell you that culturally tipping is not uniform. It's something that some cultures do and most cultures don't. I mean, most cultures just don't have it. They don't have tipping. They pay their waiters, they pay their bartenders, and that's it. You just don't tip them. Here in America, you rely on tips if you're in that industry, and you can make great money with tips. I mean, it's not like it's this horrible thing. I know that the taxing on tips was a big ballot issue this year, but whatever. I say all that to say this. You're staying open later for the World Cup, right? That's the idea? Staying open till 3 a.m. for World Cup watch parties and stuff like that. That, and I don't mean this in a xenophobic way, but that does invite cultures that may not tip. And to be staying open that much later in the bar business for those type of customers is good for the business, but it's not great for the workers. It's not great for the workers relying on tips from, first of all, sports fans, period, because when you're working at a sports bar, it's on Sundays, it sucks, man, because people just sit there all day. You know, they just sit there all day and they never move and they order soda so you can't kick them out. And it's like, all right. And, you know, they're just sitting there just watching the games all day and you can't turn the tables over and you can't make any more money and it sucks. And now add that to the tipping culture maybe not being a thing and also extending your hours from, you know, people who don't work until 3 a.m. now having to do that. I think Boston, if they want to start having later happy hours, they should coordinate that with the MBTA. They won't, obviously, because they never did. But I think that would make more sense. And if you want to stay open later, stay open later. I just feel like, I don't know, young people, the nightlife in Boston is the college kids, and college kids don't go out anymore. So what are you going to do? We should do more on this tomorrow. I screwed this up by getting so deep in with the phone calls and everything and having this big Red Sox story. But I do want to talk more about this. So I guess we'll just have to do it tomorrow.
Hadouken! Alrighty, last one because we're a little bit pressed for time, but there is a beaver hunt going on in Canada as a part of the World Cup. Let's take a quick listen to the CBC.
It's a unique scavenger hunt in a downtown neighborhood tied to the World Cup.
The goal, find 51 beaver sculptures, each designed by an artist to represent the countries taking part in the tournament. We sent CTV's Raheem Ladani out on the great beaver quest.
Old Town Toronto often feels like a fairy tale. Maybe it's the playful dogs or the ever-still birds trying not to draw a cat's attention. And now this Narnia-like neighborhood has a new inhabitant.
I found so many beavers and they're so cute.
Not one or two or even three, but 51 beavers have ditched their dams for this urban oasis, representing nations competing in the upcoming FIFA World Cup.
I think it's a great opportunity for folks to get out there and see parts of Toronto, even if they live here.
The quirky rodents are part of a scavenger hunt put on by the Old Town Toronto BIA. Anyone can download the Great Canadian Beaver Quest app.
It's like keeping me from not being bored. It's giving me something to do when I'm walking around.
The more beavers you find and snap pics with, the greater chance you have of
All right,
winning
you can
gift
stop,
cards.
but I think I get the gist here. It sounds like kind of a Pokemon Go thing with beaver statues. And I liked how that one kid was like, hey, you know, kids, something to do. It's like, wow, it must be really boring up there, man, if the beaver hunt is all you got going on. I got the beaver hunt going on every weekend, bro. Yeah. All right, that's enough of that. All right, good job there, Zach, on the Arcan Fire. 617-779-7937. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, it's not good for the Red Sox right now, but you know what's good, you know what's strong, you know what's healthy? The Dongs. Coming up next, we have the Dong Report.
WEEI.
New England's
Sports Original.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey, it's Ken. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi.
On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Our first action here in Boston will be June 13th at 9 p.m., and Scotland is trading at 67% to best Haiti, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $145 if Scotland wins. Or take a look at the champion trading. For instance, France at a 16% clip to win it all right now, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $572 if you're right. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. As the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use my code KEN, K-E-N, to get $10 when you trade 10. At Kalshi, K-A-L-S-H-I, trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. And for more information, visit Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Join WEEI and Shaw's at Shaw's in Sharon on Saturday from 11 to 1. Stock up for your soccer watch party or tailgate. Stop by and visit the WEEI street team and enter for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Ed Sheeran at Gillette Stadium or Red Sox Yankees tickets. Shaw's has everything you need for game time. Try their delicious ready-to-go food options like wicked hot good wings, salad, sandwiches, pizza, and more. All you have to do is eat with WEEI and Shaw's.
Dig into the 99 restaurants, $14.99 big deal meals. Available all day, every day. Save on big hearty favorites like our grilled teriyaki chicken at just $14.99. That's a big deal. You gotta love the nines.
When you work with Arch Painting, you get 30 years of experience on some of the biggest projects around. When you're ready for results, Arch Commercial Painting is ready to roll. Go to archpainting.com for a free estimate. Arch Painting, your project, our passion.
I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code BOOST to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code BOOST to borrow up to $10,000. Use code BOOST to borrow up to $10,000.
Did you know that if you miss any part of the show, you can jump back to listen?
Either on the Odyssey app or at WEEI.com. Click on the orange listen button
And rewind to the moments you care about most. The Christian Arcand Show on WEEI.
Dong 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 dong.
Swinging a drive! Oh! He killed it!
Where's the dong?
It is gone! You can put it on the board, yeah! Como estas? It's out of here!
Congratulations on your extremely long dong.
Dongs, 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 dongs. Dongs, 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 dongs.
Oh, yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it is time for the Dong Report here on the Christian Arcand Show. Red Sox, depressing. The Dongs, uplifting. Before we get to the Dongs, this is somewhat Dong related. I have to apologize to Tom Brady. It's not called Tom Brady's Nut Water. It's called Good Nut. Good Nut is the name of the beverage. Which now, is that better or worse than Nut Water? It's a little better. Slightly better. But it's not worse than coconut beans. So, without any further ado, we have a big slate of games here. But before we get to tonight's Dongs, let's hear Will Fleming out of context.
Rough at bat for your meat and veg.
Yeah, it's been a tough season for the old meat and veg there, Will. All right, let's get started here in Tampa with the Red Sox and the Rays.
I sense a butt coming.
Gross. For the Red Sox, Caleb Durbin, ever since going to hang out with Lorenzo over there in Waltham, Durbin socking dongs, a double dong day for him today. Numbers 2 and 3 on the season. Ceddanne Rafaela hit his 6th dong of the year. And for the Rays...
Say dong! Say good night!
Yes, that's the 6th time we've been able to say that. We had to say good day or good afternoon today because it was a day game. But Rafaela with his 6th. And for the Rays, Cedric Mullins, dong number 6. Rays, of course, take down the Red Sox by a final score of 7-5. Let's go to Cleveland for the Yankees and the Guardians.
Ooh, I would love to smell my own fart.
Yeah, I mean, everybody likes their own brand, right? No dongs for the Yankees. For the Guardians, Angel Martinez.
Oh, hell no!
Dong number 11. 406-footer. Not enough for the Guardians, though. They get doubled up by the Bombers 8-4. Off to San Francisco we go. Oracle Park, Nats and the Giants.
That's like weird hard.
Yeah. I love Hillman just being like, yeah, weird hard, of course. For the Nationals, James Wood.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
18th dong of the year for Mr. Wood. Curtis Mead hit his 10th dong of the year for the Nats, who are winning games and hitting dongs. For the Giants, Matt the Bat Chapman. Double dong day for him. Numbers 5 and 6 on the year. Rafael Devers.
They pay me good. I play baseball.
And you hit homers.
And I hit homers.
Hit one tonight. Number 9 on the year for Raffy, a 408-footer. And how about Bryce Eldridge with the biggest swing of the day? A 4th home run of the year, 330 feet, walk-off grand slam. Bryce Eldridge is the youngest player ever to hit a walk-off grand slam. Am I reading that correctly, Zach?
That one came from Braverman, but yes.
How old is Bryce Eldridge? Gotta be pretty young.
24.
Bryce Eldridge is 21 years old.
Oh, wow. I overshot him.
Years old. The walk-off grand slam. Good for him. All right, let's go to San Diego.
Gotta get it up.
We all know what that's German for. Where the Padres hosted the Reds. Thank you, Mego. For the Reds, Spencer Steer. Dong number 10. How about J.J. Bleday? Dong number 11. How about Eugenio Suarez? Dong number 5 for Mr. Suarez. And for the Padres, Fernando Tatis Jr.
There was something in the air that night. The stars were bright.
Fernando! How about Fernando with a walk-off dong? To give this game to the Padres 5-4 despite 3 Reds dongs. Fernando, there was something in the air. It was the baseball as they walk off 5-4. Let's go to Baltimore. M's and the O's.
Give me the sex.
Okay, Wiggy. Mariners, no dongs for them. For the O's, the polar bear himself, Pete Alonso. Dong number... That's what a polar bear sounds like, I guess. His 14th of the year. He used that on the Red Sox, 402-footer. And how about Jackson Holiday? Dong number 3. That was a grand slam for Jackson as the Orioles take down the M's 7-2. Let's go to Pittsburgh, Dodgers, and the Pirates.
Just don't go full boardgasm.
What's a boardgasm? Cooper Boardman? Getting too excited? Is that what he meant? Okay, that's what I thought. I thought that. I wasn't 100% sure. And by the way, Cooper, don't listen to that. Don't listen to him. You boardgasm all you want, buddy. It's your life. It's your voice, your excitement. This game is still going on. It's the top of the 9th inning in Pittsburgh. But we do have some dongs to tell you about, like Ryan Ward, another grand slam. It's 3 grand slams tonight. How about that? Ryan Ward with some salami for the Dodgers. His 3rd homer of the year for the Pirates. Tyler Callahan. Welcome. First career dong. And then hit his 2nd career dong, a double dong night. For his first 2 dongs of his career, Tyler Callahan, good for you. Spencer Horowitz hit his 9th of the year. And the Pirates lead the Dodgers right now 9-8. That game again, top 9 in Pittsburgh. And now I can't flip the page. All right, here we go. How about the Twins and the Tigers in Detroit?
I'm not trying to my own horn.
Yeah.
Not trying to what? I didn't catch that.
Toot my own horn. It's Peyton Tolley.
Oh, Peyton Tolley. Not trying to toot it, but beep, beep. Yes, of course. For the Twinkies, Royce Lewis, dong number 4. And, of course, Byron.
I like big butts and I cannot
Buxton, I cannot lie. His 20th dong of the year. Cannot stop socking dongs. That game in the top of the 6th inning. Twins lead 4-3. Off to Florida we go for the D-backs and the Marlins. No dongs for the Snakes. For the Fish, Owen Casey. Casey? Owen Casey.
Casey, yep.
Dong number 6 on the season. And Kyle Stowers, I barely know her, is his 5th dong of the year. A long dong, but not the long dong of the night. 425 feet. That game, a final Marlins win 8-0. Off to Toronto we go for the Phillies and the Blue Jays.
Inches matter.
Do they ever? For the Phillies, Bryce Harper. Dong number 15. That was very nice. How about Alec Boehm? 8th dong of the year. And nice big Schwarbo there for Kyle Schwarber. It's dong number 24. That leads the majors. And the Phillies, no problems with the Blue Jays. They lead 7-3 that game in the bottom of the 7th inning. No dongs for Toronto. Off to Citi Field we go, the Cardinals and the long-suffering Mets.
Boner.
That's a good one. Boner. Cardinals, Mets. For the Birds, Nelson Velasquez. Dong number 2. Jordan Walker.
Walker told me I had AIDS.
Oh, that's too bad. Dong number 17 on the year for Walker. For the Mets, Francisco Alvarez. Dong number 5. As the Cardinals well in the lead in that game. Bottom 9, they're up 9-2. Let's go to Kansas City, Rangers and Royals. Definitely not drinking Tom Brady nut water. Definitely not. Tom Brady coconut penis, who knows? No dongs in this game so far.
Swing and a pop-up.
Our first dongless game, which is pretty good. That game sees the Royals up 3-2, bottom of the 6th. All right, let's go to Chicago, White Sox and Braves.
He was pissed.
No dongs in this game either. They're in the bottom of the 6th inning. And the White Sox lead the Braves 2-1.
Swing and a pop-up.
How about Colorado, Cubs and Rockies?
Coconut penis.
Cubs leading this game 1-0, but no dongs.
Swing and a pop-up.
They're in the bottom of the 4th. All right, let's go to Vegas. Brewers and the A's playing in a minor league ballpark.
I love a Big Johnson.
We know you do, Shime. No surprise here. They've been hitting crazy amounts of dongs in that little park. Gary Sanchez, El Gary, the 7th dong of the year. And this thing went really far, 466 feet. That is the long dong gong. And if you didn't know, that means that's the longest dong of the night. That might be the longest dong of the year. I think that's the longest dong of the year.
Shea Langoliers hit one like 484 the other
484,
day.
okay. Langoliers, he hit a big one last year. He had a couple of long dongs last year. So not surprised to hear that. Gary Sanchez, though, going to be on the leaderboard. He may not be number 1. He'll be up in the top 3 with that one. 466 feet. What a dong. Congratulations, El Gary, on your long dong. All right, and finally, Angels and the Astros in Anaheim.
What just happened?
A boardgasm, apparently. No dongs in this game because it literally just started. So
Swing and a pop-up.
Okay. Add them all up, Zachko. Carry the 5. And you got yourself 32 dongs. I had a feeling there'd be some late breakers today! Before we could even get to a Devin McCourty 32 or a Kevin McHale 32, what do we got?
We got Shohei Ohtani hitting his 12th home run of the year, 412 feet.
Ohtani-san with an Ohtani dong, which brings our total to 33. Oh, baby. I'm going to lose my voice tonight, Zach. What do we got now?
Back out to Vegas. Jackson Chourio, his 6th of the year. No distance on that one yet.
Love a nice churro in the morning, or a Churio for that matter. Which brings our number up to 34. A David Ortiz 34. A Rich El Guapo Garces 34. A Sammy Morris 34. I'm going to catch my breath. Send in your 34s at Christian Arcand, at @co_Zach. And you can text them in at 617-779-7937. 2 late breakers. 34 is the number. We'll be right back.
Boston Sports on Demand anytime. Download the Odyssey app and search WEEI.
It's gonna be a Subaru summer. Subaru summer is finally here. Buckle up for an unforgettable summer in the trusted 2026 Subaru Crosstrek with symmetrical all-wheel drive to take any summer adventure on or off the road. Buy the 2026 Crosstrek with 1.9% financing or lease for just $255 per month. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. It's gonna be a Subaru summer.
The Greg Hill Roadshow is bringing the heat this summer with Absolute Tabasco with stop number 5 at the Beachcomber in Wellfleet. It's the official start to summer, so stop in during the broadcast for an Absolute Tabasco Spicy Bloody Mary, or try the Hot and Dirty Martini, or Spicy Lemonade at the Thursday night pre-party at the Chapin's Fish and Chip in Dennisport. Enjoy responsibly. Absolute and Tabasco brand chili pepper flavored vodka. Product of sweetened. 38% alcohol in volume. Copyright 2026 imported by Absolute Spirits Co. New York, New York. Tabasco and the Diamond logo are trademarks and licensed by McClinico.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code BOOST to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code BOOST to borrow up to $10,000. Use code BOOST to borrow up to $10,000.
Cypress Hill, once upon a time in the summer 2026. July 12th, premiere theater at Foxwoods Resort Casino.
As I take hits from the bar.
Get tickets now at foxwoods.com and ticketmaster.com.
So I just killed a man.
Don't miss Cypress Hill Live, premiere theater at Foxwoods Resort Casino.
That was the moment when I realized I got to do something. I was scheduled to go in for knee surgery, and for the pre-op, they do the blood work. It was determined that I was now type 2 diabetic and I was severely overweight. Years ago, I could cut back and lose weight, and I was finding it difficult to do that. 2 days into the Awaken 180 program, my daily glucose level went from 170 down to 61. 1 week into the program, I lost 10.5 pounds. That was the eye-opener that I knew this was the right thing for me. They teach you the lifestyle change and how to be smart. I just can't say enough good things about Awaken 180 and the positive effects it has on you. It has completely changed my life.
Thanks, Phil. Ted Johnson here, and Phil wanted to share his Awaken 180 story for the same reasons I have for so many years, to let others know there is a medication-free solution for weight loss. Find your results at awaken180weightloss.com or call 1-844-346-1800.
Listen up. Partner with one of the most trusted independently owned lumber yards and showrooms around. Cape Cod Lumber and CCL Homescapes. Shop at CCL Homescapes for your Anderson 400 Series windows and doors for your next project. Anderson is the #1 trusted window and door brand. CCL, your go-to supplier for Anderson 400 Series windows and doors. Visit us online or come see us in person in Abington. CCL, 100% employee owned and operated. Find us at cclco.com.
Losing a loved one to suicide is a unique, painful experience. Samaritans is here to help you manage your grief. Whether your loss occurred days ago or years ago, you can find compassionate, peer support with virtual and in-person support groups, one-on-one visits, and community events. All our suicide grief support services are free, confidential, and non-judgmental. Learn more at SamaritansHope.org. That's SamaritansHope.org.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. You can listen to WEEI on your smart speaker.
Just say, play 93.7 WEEI.
The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
All right, the number's 34, and we got a lot of them here. We might not even get to the fun facts. We've got so many 34s to get to, including some calls on the line, which we will hear in a second. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All right, quickly, because we haven't gotten to any of these numbers. There's so many late breakers. A lot of people with 34s. I just want to get to some of them. Now you got to send in 35s. I can't. I'm gonna lose my voice. I have a full show to do tomorrow, Zach. These are too many late breakers. 36?
Oh, buddy. 37.
37!
37. We got first
7 dogs.
Alec Burleson of the St. Louis Cardinals solo shot 408 feet. Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels solo shot 404 feet.
My God.
And Jake Berger of the Texas Rangers a solo shot 399 feet.
Okay. So we're at 37 now. 37 dogs. We got phone calls on the line with 34s. Let's go to them now, see if they can think fast and get me a 37. Danny in Medford, what do you got?
All right, 37, I got Bill Spaceman Lee. 34,
Lee.
I want to ask you, Christian, I think you're going to like it. I'm going to quiz you. Heisman Trophy winner, University of Georgia, New Jersey Generals, Dallas Cowboys, Philadelphia Eagles, and Minnesota Vikings running back. Also, a United States Olympic bobsledder.
And a bobsledder?
And the current United States ambassador to the Bahamas.
I don't know. Oh, wait. Herschel Walker. Yeah, I did know that. All right. Thank you, Dan.
I thought you'd like that one.
Appreciate it. Spaceman Lee, 37. Herschel Walker, 34. It's a ton of 34s. It's Barkley and Akeem and Shaq and L.A. and all these 34s. A ton of 34s. Nolan Ryan, there was all these 34s. Kevin in Worcester, you got a 37 or you want to give me a 34?
No, I got a 34.
Who?
Walter Payton, Chicago Bears.
Sweetness. Walter Payton, good one. But that's not the number anymore. The number is now 37, and all I got for that is Patrice Bergeron, and I'm struggling to think of anybody else. Rodney Harrison, 37.
Hideki Okajima.
37. I loved Okajima. Oh, I love watching him pitch. I loved watching him pitch because when he let go of the ball, he was looking way over there. Just balls out. If I was up at bat against him, I would have been terrified. I would have crapped myself. 37. Was Damian Harris 37 or was he 34?
I feel like he was 34.
Or am I thinking of Shane Vereen? Or maybe Shane Vereen was 34. Now I'm mixing up my 30s and my 32s.
Rex Burkhead was 34 too.
Rex Burkhead 34. Okay. Let's see.
Nathaniel Lowe.
Red Sox Nathaniel Lowe 37. That's a good one. I think boy. Was Pivetta 37? When he pitched here? I think that was Nick Pivetta's number.
I think so.
I think. This is a tough one.
David checking in, Semi Ojeleye.
A Semi Ojeleye 37. Good one. Semi Ojeleye. Hey, all right. Let's see. 37. Sean Alexander, the running back, was 37, I think. The Seahawks. Cover of Madden 1 year, MVP 1 year.
Mike Greenwell.
Greenwell was 39, I thought. Wasn't he?
Could be wrong. I feel like I remember.
Maybe he wore that for like a year, but I remember Greenwell being 39. Hold on, I'll look it up. No, I need to look it up. Mike Greenwell, rest in peace to him, obviously. 39. Mike Greenwell, 85 to 96. And he also wore it for 1 year. In, I guess, later on in his career. In his last year, he wore it in 1996. He wore 37. I don't know why. I loved Gator. Gator was the guy. 37. Let's see. Who else wore 37?
That's a tough one.
I know. It's not a big basketball number, you know. Did our test wear 37? I feel like he wore a bunch of weird numbers. Or Meta World Peace. I think that was probably at some point he had that. I think he had like 73. So he must have had 37, but maybe I'm wrong. He was like Rodman. You know, Rodman had a bunch of them like that. I feel like, is Connor Hellebuck 37? Is that his number? With the Jets? Olympic hero, Connor Hellebuck? U.S. hero?
He sure is.
30, okay.
Steven Strasburg.
Steven Strasburg, 37, okay. Gonna take over the league, that guy. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of any other ones. I'm all out. I'm out on 37s. Let's see. Looking up at the text line. 37th episode of The Office, The Convict. That's the Prison Mike episode. That's a good one. Michael attempts to be supportive when he finds out one of the new employees has a prison record. Another funny scene from that is when the guy does like the little chest pound to Stanley, and Stanley just rolls his eyes. I don't know why. The way he just turns away and rolls his eyes cracks me up. Stanley's hilarious. Tom Brady's 37th touchdown pass was to David Patton against the Dolphins in a 26-14 loss. Or 26-13 loss. Arcand to Frank Castillo, 37. Rest in peace to Frank Castillo. Yes, 37, of course. 303 texts in a Braxton Fulford on the Rockies, 37. Going to take your word for that. Lester the Molester Hayes from 617. Sure he doesn't appreciate that. A Casey Stengel, 37. And a Dave Steeb, 37. Okay. And, of course, a bunch of Patrice Bergerons. Good stuff there. I'm looking on the Twitch chat. Don't see any 37s. I feel like they're not really playing. We have a caller here, Chuck in Plymouth, with a 37 for us. Go ahead, Chuck.
Well, they're kind of rare. I got Scott Terry, pitcher for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Uh-huh.
And I got Jerry Ellison, Tampa Bay Buccaneers running back in like 1996.
Okay. Jerry Ellison.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Chuck, thanks for the call. Jerry Ellison. Yeah, I didn't know that. Real quick, a couple interesting facts about 37. The normal core temperature of a healthy human body is 37 degrees Celsius. And in lunar geography, Crater 37 is a famous, highly visible lunar crater often studied by amateur astronomers due to its network of interior fractures. And, of course, in the Kevin Smith film Clerks, there is a funny punchline about 37, something that happened 37 times. And I'll leave it at that. Zach Coe, great stuff as always. I want to say thanks to Sean McAdam. I'm Christian Arcand, back tomorrow at 6 with another full 4-hour show right here on Boston Sports Original WEEI. Good night now. Definitely not drinking Tom Brady nut water.
Penis. Go away, go away. I'm so tired of this. Freaking go away, you freak.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Exceptional isn't just a word. It's our standard at Land Rover Norwood. From our selection of vehicles to the personalized service, every detail is focused around you. As your destination for luxury vehicles, the Land Rover Norwood team prides ourselves on delivering a seamless experience, both in dealership and after your purchase. Discover the difference at LandRoverNorwood.com or when you stop by the Land Rover Norwood dealership, where everything is different.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. This is the best of Boston Sports Original, WEEI.
High noon, Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. Tiers are up at Jones and Keefe. Top 26 running backs for 2026. See where Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson check in. It's also a Tommy Tuesday. Tommy Curran, NBC Sports Boston, joining us here on Jones and Keefe. Tom E. Curran, how we doing this week?
Great. Looking forward to this. Perfect weather. Get our eyes on the fellas out there in as meaningful a practice as we will see in the offseason, although that's grading on a curve.
So we asked you last week when we were talking to you, Tom, what you expect out of Christian Gonzalez. Will he show up? And if so, will he do anything on the field? You think that would be a malpractice on the part of the agent to let Christian Gonzalez go out there today and do anything on the field? Does it change your mind at all knowing he's available, and the Patriots released this within the last hour, he's going to be available to speak later on today? Does that tell you anything about what he's going to do or perhaps where negotiations are heading?
Not really. I mean, I wouldn't make a guess until I hear from him. He hasn't really given any indications. Again, it doesn't change my mind, his availability as to whether or not he should be on the field, because the reality is the reality. He's a rep away from twisting a knee and tearing an ACL and having the ability to, have a simple renegotiation and an extension that he deserves go through. So that doesn't change anything. It'll be interesting to hear what he does have to say. He could have said, "Nah, I'm not talking." But as I've said a couple times, I think this has been a fairly collegial process so far. It's not unexpected that a guy of his ability gets to a point in his contract and says, yeah, where I'm slotted right now is far outstripped by what I'm owed. So I think it's just a fact of NFL life.
Yeah, and with that, do you look at the time frame as, all right, try to get something done? You have now until camp, which begins at the end of July, something sooner, so closer to the season. How do you view the timeline?
We discussed this a little bit last night on Early Edition, where Adam Jones from WEEI.
Oh, yeah, I was on there, Brad. Yes,
wow, that's incredible.
Yes.
And he was tremendous.
Yeah.
So many nuggets and so much insight. Mike, they said, when will you worry? And I guess I kind of contrarianed it and said, I don't worry. I got bigger things to worry about than Christian Gonzalez's contract, believe me. But I think if you're a Patriots fan concerned about the season, when should you start to wonder whether or not he's entering danger zone? And I said second preseason game. Phil and Jonesy both gave a little pushback on that. I also retreated by the end of their dissertations and said, you know what? You want to have him out there before the first preseason game, at least going through practices so he has the full run-up and you're not concerned about a quad, a hamstring, or anything like that entering into his season. But I don't imagine it'll be done before training camp. It's that extra tumbler, too, that has to fall into place with Witherspoon in Seattle. Two guys are represented by the same agent. The two teams probably, if they're smart, should illegally collude and say, don't go over 35. Okay, we won't if you won't. Mm-hmm. And then you can get it done.
You said these negotiations you feel are collegial, so maybe that already answers this next question. But what percentage do you think? And we've talked to him before, Tom, on this show. He was a guest on Patriots Mondays. Not exactly the most fiery personality, Christian Gonzalez. But what percentage do you think he goes scorched earth today and talks about wanting a new deal? We've heard Patriots do that over the years. Wilfork, Seymour, Mankins, guys like that. What percentage that's in play today?
Instead of scorched earth, I would phrase it him being adamant and acting as if he is being done dirty. And I would have to say it's less than 5%. I mean, he's not getting hosed. He's entering the fourth year of his deal. That would be the Patriots have control of him for a full 5 years, having picked up the option, and they could franchise him. So they're halfway through what they could really maintain control over him for and have him have no say. So I think that everyone does it. It's correct. That's the way of the NFL. But a player is still being done solid if he goes to the table after he's completed 3 seasons, when a team can really be hard asses and say, we're going to control you for 6.
I'm trying to figure out the Kayshon Boutte situation, meaning like what exactly is he looking for outside of, like more targets or whatever. But Jones and I were debating this yesterday. Outside of A.J. Brown, shouldn't he have the confidence that he can go out there and outperform everybody else on the roster? I know they just gave Romeo Doubs money, but it was his time to go out and get money. I feel like Boutte last year entered the year really low on the depth chart and skyrocketed up and ended up being a big playmaker for him. I've been a little confused by the way he's handled this whole thing.
I'm not, because I think that I don't think he was low on the depth chart last year. He was kind of their best receiver down the stretch in 2025, and he entered training camp, I think, along with Diggs, as the top 2 guys. So he's looking around and saying, I'm a pretty good player. I know I can produce, but what I don't see is the ability for this team to believe that I will produce. That's why they've drafted Kyle Williams, who plays my position. That's why they brought in A.J. Brown, who plays my position. That's why you have Romeo Doubs, who could play my position. So all those guys are here. I would imagine Kayshon Boutte said, go ahead, put me in the huddle, have me run the same routes as all those guys. I'll beat them all, because he has that level of confidence. He truly does. But he's looking at it and saying, I'm not going to get it. They don't want me to be the guy. I think that Kayshon Boutte will be the kind of player, unfortunately for him, who is perpetually on the cusp of being replaced. He can go out and produce, but teams are going to look at him and say, we could get somebody faster, taller, stronger than Kayshon Boutte. Meanwhile, he just goes out and catches 80% of the passes and wins 50-50 balls. So has unbelievable body control. So I just think the teams, he's going to be a player who's constantly having to combat being marginalized. Kayshon had a nice season, but we can do better than that.
Patriots signed the next to last unsigned rookie in their class, Caleb Lomu, yesterday. Gabe Akis still unsigned. Why haven't we seen him out there, and when do you expect to see him out on the practice field?
I think he was nursing something that he was recuperating from after his final season at Illinois. So that's the explanation so far that I've been offered. So that's the reason he hasn't been out there. When do I expect him? When he feels better and has a deal done, too. Those two things would be in lockstep. But I'm interested to see him because it's an important part, of this team. We talked for a while last night about the perception of the Patriots around the league and how will they do relative to last year. And a lot of projections, especially with A.J. Brown being added, have the Patriots, a top 5 to 7 offense, maybe even higher in some instances. So why are they then projected to be, 14th ranked team or a 9-8 team by some of the analytics and the simulations and the beep boops that do their work? And I think, as Phil pointed out last night, probably has something to do with their defense. They really couldn't stop the run effectively during important junctures later in the season until they get Williams and Spillane back. They don't generate a pass rush, generally speaking, aside from what they generate with scheme as opposed to straight-out ability. And they're going to see better quarterbacks. So I guess maybe the beat boops are looking at it and saying that they're not going to be as good. So defensively, I think they need a player like Akis. They need Draymond Jones. They need Barmore. They need all of those guys to play at a level exceeding what I think the outside expectations are.
Speaking of the beat boops and some of the projections, we were looking at, some of these different ones that were out there. And for Drake May, who had an unbelievable season a year ago, they had him worse in every major category. It was like 20 points worse on the quarterback rating, 7% on the completion percentage lower, fewer touchdowns, and way more picks. How realistic do you think that season could be?
He did have an historic season.
Yes.
So that's what's – but it also seems like a major overcorrection for a guy who is now playing for the second time with an offensive coordinator in Josh McDaniels, and he hasn't had that opportunity in a while. You've also upgraded his wide receiver core. You've upgraded the offensive line. 2 players who are there, and Wilson and Campbell, who were there, should be much better this year. Vera Tucker should be a better left guard than Wilson was. He's healthy enough. So all the way up and down, you see better artillery for the team to take the field with. The only difference is schedule. So I just don't see massive drop-offs. Is he going to be a 73% completion guy? Is he going to complete, 50% of his passes on 3rd and 12 and have the team converting nearly 48% of the time on 3rd and 10 or more, which was completely attributable to him, which is still a stat that blows my mind. I doubt it, but I don't see the 27 and 14, which our beat boop is predicted, 27 touchdowns, 14 picks. That beat boop is way off.
Yeah, it would be a little less than 2-1, which would not be ideal for Drake May. He's Tom E. Curran. You can check him out at Tom E. Curran on Twitter and, of course, all over NBC Sports Boston. And every Tuesday at high noon here on Jones and Keefe, we call it a Tom E. Tuesday. Tom E. Curran, we appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
We will have our Patriots Talk pods posting the next 2 days to get you fully up to date on the events that happen down at minicamp as well.
Let me tell you something. When you sign up for your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. And then you may or may not hear from them again until it is time for renewal. Your business runs all year, and so do the gaps and the risk. That's why I'm introducing SuperSure. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex just to buy a policy online. SuperSure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like Fine Print Facts, which translates your current policy into plain English, so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus, a business value calculator, so you can estimate what your business is worth, so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Go to supersure.com. That's supersure.com.
Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC. A licensed insurance agency.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You are listening to the best of WEEI. WEEI, Boston Sports Original.
That must mean, by hearing Eric Church, that our own Chad Tracy, interim manager of your Boston Red Sox, is about to join us. Brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. Chad, how's it going, my man? How you doing?
Doing all right, guys. How are you?
Hey, good. Obviously, we wish we were speaking with you on better circumstances. We, it was unfortunate last night how things went. But I will say this. We spoke to Buster Olney yesterday, and he speaks highly of you. And he believes that no matter what's going on right now, that you have a very bright future as a manager in this league. And we were talking about how tough it must be to get thrown into a situation like this at a minute's notice. But the one thing that we were talking about, Chad, that we were unsure of is, what exactly right now is your current contract situation with the team? Are you officially on an interim deal? And if so, does that designation affect how your players or your coaches see you right now?
Yeah, I'm on an interim contract. I think most people know that. And I don't personally, furthest thing from my mind right now with everything going on and trying to get us on track. And I think the players know that, the coaches know that. And it's not front of mind for me right now.
Has the organization given you any kind of private assurance that you're their manager for an extended period of time, like at least the rest of the season, or are you still operating on a day-to-day basis?
No assurances, and that's okay. Like I said, I know it's, again, a cliche answer, but it's like with all the work being put in right now to try to get us on a good stretch, like it's not something that we're talking about. So we're just, as a staff, as a group, day to day, trying to get this thing on track.
You know, Buster was telling us that his sources, that in his reporting about the Red Sox, they were reporting that the environment around the team and management were, in his words, terrible. How would you judge that assessment that Buster only had from his sources?
I can only comment to you guys on the environment within our locker room, and it's fine. I heard a little bit of that back and forth, but I can assure you, inside these doors with our staff, our players, that everybody's focus right now is on getting our team on a run. And for a lot of us, as you guys know, with the day-to-day of this and all the other things we have to worry about on a day-to-day basis, like anything that's happening outside here isn't productive for us, so it's inside these walls as far as prep and everything. Like, this group is fine. They're together. We're still committed to getting this thing right. And that literally is where our focus lies. And quite frankly, it's where it has to lie. And the other stuff can just be a distraction.
Chad, just a week ago, everybody was talking about, the bats seem to be turning around. These guys are getting hot with the bats, comparatively speaking to how the season started. And then the last, 4 games, the bats have been quieted, only 1 walk in the last 4 games. What do you attribute that to?
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. I mean, obviously, the last game in New York, you're facing Cam Schlitter. He's very good. You kind of go into a game like that knowing that this is going to be a tight ball game with Ranger on the mound for us. Like, there are instances with certain guys where you kind of know this is not going to be an easy assignment, but you're right. And I do think that's part of a season too. Like, we did have a long stretch there where the bats were going pretty good. Last night was not as good, and the guys know that. Usually when we're not walking, maybe we start expanding the zone a little bit too much. So that all comes into play. But no secret. Like, when the bats got going, the runs were going on the board. I think we were averaging about 5 runs a game. We got to continue to do that. It's just part of it, and you just got to keep turning the page and move to the next one.
How about with Jarren Duran specifically, Chad? He had a
a hot streak there and now cooled off a little bit in June.
Yep.
Anything that you're seeing with his ABs?
I think with JD, it's often like he always grinds on when he was hot. He's being very decisive about what he's swinging at. When he's not, he's chasing a little bit more. That being said, like he had a pretty long stretch there. It's as a group, like that's the thing is getting this thing going holistically where if everybody's going, that one guy can maybe go through it for a little bit and the rest pick him up. So we got to do it as a group. It's not one guy, but it is part of baseball. I mean, you'd love to see a guy get on a hot streak and hit for 4 months straight. Usually it's not how it works. Individual guys are going to go through little spells and the rest of the group has to help pick them up. So that's where we're at. And, he's going to get hot again. And when he does, it'll be good. So it's part of a season.
So Chad, I want to quickly circle back to what Ted was just saying a second ago about the offense. And obviously, the team could be hitting better and you understand that, but but the walk stat is really interesting to me. So yesterday was the 4th straight game drawing just 1 walk, which is the longest streak of any team this season. Like, what do you think is behind that part of it? That for some reason stands out as being very strange.
Sure, it does. I mean, you're not wrong about that. It's a fine line, right? You don't want hitters going up there looking to walk, right? And you get very passive in the zone, and you're taking strikes that you should hit. But that being said, walks do help create innings. Oftentimes with us, we're literally in spots on an even night. We're looking for one inning that can change the game because we play in such close games. So that's part of it. And if you're expanding outside the zone, it's going to be hard to walk. It's that simple. So that is something we're constantly focused on. Is for us, like our chase rate and how much we're chasing outside the zone. When we have spurts where we're not doing that, we get some walks, and you guys know those show up, and you look up, and here comes a bases loaded inning, and there's another one, and you're giving yourselves big opportunities to score. So when you're not doing that, you get more games like last night where you kind of scatter 4 hits and scatter ABs, and you never really gave yourself a really good significant chance to score. So we have to be better at that. The guys know that. We're focused on that. And for that stretch, we were scoring more runs.
You see, but I guess it sounds like when you add the walks into the team not really hitting where it should be, it just seems like a comprehensive, like all-encompassing problem with offense and hitting. And so where do you point? Like, how do you – because, a good batting coach would usually be able to help you with that. But in this case, you have players going outside of the team. Doesn't that stand out as a giant red flag with maybe where these people are getting their advice from at the plate?
No, I don't think so. I mean, to your point, again, you're right. You're implying like, you get the walks, you still need to get the hits.
Yeah.
You're also not wrong there. When you create the bases loaded opportunity or the first and second no outs, like you still at some point though, you're going to need the big hit, right? That still has to come. It's not. You're right in the fact that it's not a one-sided issue. Like, we walk more, it's great. Like, no, you still got to get the ball in the gap, and have somebody hit a 3-run double. That's all part of baseball. But I don't want to make too much of, and I think too much gets made of outside hitting coaches. Like I told you guys in studio, like last week, there are. Outside right now, just walked in from 5 or 6 guys early hitting with our group and working on some of the same things that maybe you saw. With Durbin, and Durbin's comments even said, working very, very hard on the same things with our guys. Those are our function. I think it gets blown up sometimes, but that's a function of baseball. And there are plenty of guys that have people that they talk to throughout the season. They work with for 4 months that they can lean on and ask some things. That's part of it. As long as your coaches are in constant communication with what's going on and everybody's on the same page, that's that's a much smaller thing that's being made of. But again, as a group, games like last night are ones we want to eliminate and just create more traffic.
Chad, Brian Bayo was adamant that he is a starter and that he was just going through a slump and he was going to figure some things out in the big, on the big club. And then he was sent down to AAA right after that. Just curious how that did you tell him that he was going down? How did that conversation go? And just your thoughts on Brian Bayo being sent down to AAA.
Yeah, I think, and Brian, spoke the other day when he was in Worcester, and I think as a group, you guys heard his comments. It was an emotional meeting for a kid that's been, at times, in the past, especially last year, for a very long stretch, has been very good for us and means a lot to our organization. So it's never, ever easy to have a conversation like that. That being said, like, just felt like with all of the, the commentary around that day in the rotation, that spot, and where he's trying to get himself and the confidence we're trying to get him to have in himself, get it back. It just felt like for a stretch that maybe, this is probably better done right now in AAA, where he can take down some starts and help get himself in order. So, and for us, we believe in Brian Bale. Like, I do think he's going to come back here and help us. It just, that day became a little bit of a grind as far as whether it's Brian starting or an opener. Neither which scenario was going well. We tried, openers. Obviously, Brian was thriving a bit in that role, but we were having struggles opening the game and keeping runs off the board. So for the time being, it was just about our team, about the Red Sox, and also about what can we do to help Brian get on track. The combination of those things felt like that was the right time to do it.
Chad, any good news on Roman Anthony?
Nothing new yet. Nothing new yet. We're waiting.
Question about Sunday. Ranger Suarez came out after 90 pitches, and I heard you say after the game that was kind of where he has been. Is he capped there, or how does that work with him?
No, not necessarily capped there. It's just there was, as he came off the hamstring issues, we kind of slowly built him back up. And you also have to be very aware of certain things. Like in that situation, he's at a number where you don't have much room left. And when you have to look at lineups, right? And at that juncture of where we were at, Tehran Guerrero is ready to go. You do have a 3-batter stretch of righties. If you don't move there and you drag it on and then you have to pull them, you end up running into Ben Rice once you get past Gold. There are times where it's like the 3-batter lanes help make a very good, sound decision on if we're going to do this. If you wait too long and then you pull, you're going to have to run into an area of the lineup you'd rather not. So when you put all those factors together, you're at the end of the rope anyways, and you make the best decision for the guy on the mound and the guy coming in to give us the best chance to win. It's that simple.
We're talking to interim Red Sox manager Chad Tracy, and you mentioned in an interview recently, Chad, that you and Alex Cora have talked to each other a handful of times since his firing. First of all, that's awesome. I love the fact that you guys have been in contact. Second, how often has that happened, and what did you guys talk about? Not
as much recently. A bunch of times early on, and it was mainly. I really don't want to get into all the details of everything. It's between me and him. But I will just say, mostly broadly, support for each other. Obviously, I'm close with him, and what happened wasn't easy, and him offering support to me despite me coming in as his replacement and all the other stuff that happened. Just knowing for me and him that friendship is still there, the support is still there, and the offer of advice if I ever needed is still there, and that meant a lot to me. I can speak for myself and say that meant a lot to me. That how all that went down. That I know that a person I feel very fondly of is still there. So it was mostly that, and I won't get into a lot of the other stuff. But, we talked a handful of times in the initial couple of weeks.
I love that because he had every reason to leave you hanging. Because, I mean, I would think that whenever you get let go from an organization, there's probably that part inside of you. It's like, yeah, screw these guys. But the fact that he didn't do that at all and actually reached out to you, doesn't that say something about, the kind of character he is?
Yeah, I think so. I think most of us, I saw something he had said about the fraternity of baseball, and most of us, that have been around and understand how the game works are not going to sacrifice great friendships over stuff that sometimes is or is not in your control. And I won't forget that, so he's, it's a long time I've known him. So, and I don't think that just gets thrown away. It's just something that happened.
How, on the bright side, Marcelo Meyer home run yesterday, Chad, you see him breaking out here, see some signs?
That's what we hope, it's obviously you guys see he's working hard. He's, doing a little work with the toe tap to get his timing mechanism right. The swings have been better. So that's what you hope. You keep getting him in the lineup in the spots that are conducive for him and get him out there. And you hope that happens. If he starts to go with what we know he's capable of, and he starts to provide some of that thump, towards the bottom of the order that flips it over, obviously that would help. But yeah, good to see him do that last night. Particularly off a left-handed pitcher, but it was a welcome sight for sure.
All right, finally, Chad, is Tropicana Field the worst stadium in the majors?
It's interesting. The roof, obviously with the hurricane, the damage to the roof a couple of years ago, they redid the roof, and I think just because it's new and maybe not as weathered, it's much brighter in the Trop than I remember. I've been here a lot of times. I grew up in Sarasota, so I've been to games here. I've been managed games here, come in spring training. A couple years back, they had spring training games here when the facility was messed up. So it's brighter. The sun lets through a lot easier, so it's brighter.
Did they get rid of the catwalk that like
the
many of
all of them, all of A, B, C, and D, all of them are still there.
Okay. I don't know. I
all
can't.
four of them.
Part of the charm.
How could you possibly?
There's an enormous amount of ground rules that you have to be aware of here. Like if it hits that one in that spot, that's in play, and if it hits that one, it's a home run, and if it hits that one in foul territory, it's foul. So you just got to be very well aware if a ball goes up very high in the air that it may hit something.
That's just one of the stranger things that is just allowed to be a stadium, and who cares about like whether it's just that ball's in the middle of play, just gonna knock right into, and it happens every year too. It always happens.
Yeah. Right. I've never seen it happen in person, but yeah, you always wonder like when is the ball, when's the high skyscraping routine fly out going to clip something and go fly in the other direction and land for a hit, that would be tough to deal with.
Well, let's hope you guys are able to hit that third beam and get a home run here and get the offense going. And, we're obviously 2 more games. Let's hope things get turned around soon. And, let's get some runs on the board. Right, Chad?
That's the goal. Appreciate it, guys.
All right, Chad. Thanks, great talking to you. We'll talk to you again next week. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks.
All right, thanks. Bye. Chad Tracy, the interim manager for your Boston Red Sox, brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. There's a lot to unpack there. We will be right back and do that.
WEEI. WEEI, New England's sports original.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WEEI. Right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel is the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want, and best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Just go to FanDuel.com/local to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. You got to be 21 or older and present here in Massachusetts. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Hope is here. GamblingHelpLineMA.org or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support and connect with a Playwell advisor at playwell.org.
Meet Keith. He runs a 30-acre ranch. 8 years ago, his knees started giving out.
Climbing a ladder was almost impossible. If I could get down, I have to have something next to me to get up.
Keith's wife had a knee replacement. The recovery was hard and the results, not great. Keith wanted another way.
I won't go under the knife because I believe the body can do whatever it needs to do to heal itself.
Surgery wasn't the answer. QC Kinetics was. They're regenerative treatments. No surgery, no long recovery.
After the first one, the inflammation dropped 90%. Today, my knees are just amazing. I could not do what I've done if I had not gotten treatments through QC Kinetics. I just pray that my physical model continues to go and help other people.
Maybe that's you. Tired of dealing with the joint pain? Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 617-644-PAIN, 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-7246.
Gear from MLBshop.com helps you show everyone what team you're with before you even say a word. So people start asking you things locals and fans know, like,
you with the crew?
You from the D?
Where'd you go to high school?
Your dad put you in brown and gold?
You see Skins go?
You get your Dodger dog?
Siempre 305?
You see Big Dumper 60?
Do you see him put Vladdy in the jacket? How about 40-70?
You see Judges 62?
Shohei's 50-50.
The gear says it all.
Cut from the city. Go to MLBshop.com.
MLB trademarks used with permission.
Join WEEI and Shaw's at Shaw's in Sharon on Saturday from 11 to 1. Stock up for your soccer watch party or tailgate. Stop by and visit the WEEI street team and enter for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Ed Sheeran at Gillette Stadium or Red Sox Yankees tickets. Shaw's has everything you need for game time. Try their delicious ready-to-go food options like wicked hot good wings, salad sandwiches, pizza, and more. All you have to do is eat with WEEI and Shaw's.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
We are back to the best of WEEI, Boston Sports Original.
It is that time of year, and unfortunately the team is really bad right now. So that means there's going to be a whole lot of talk about whether the team is ready to make a trade. There has been rumors that are floating around. There's been all sorts of speculation. Who's on the chopping block? Sell, buy, although nobody's saying buy right now. But if you want answers, you go straight to the guy who's at the top of the totem pole when it comes to insiders, and that is Buster Olney from ESPN, and we are lucky enough to have him on with us right now. Buster, thanks for coming on with us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate the words. I would dispute that, but we move on to the Red Sox.
Absolutely, Buster. All right, so let's get right to a report that you came out with last week. That is that the Boston Red Sox are aggressively seeking an impact right-handed hitter on the trade market. Can you kind of expand on that and tell us a little bit more about what you know?
Yeah, so this is what I'm getting from other teams that, generally speaking, there isn't a lot of trade stuff going on. And in fact, when Sam Kennedy came on and said, hey, there's more trade talk than ever, there's a lot going on, a rival executive actually called around thinking like, oh, man, I missed something. Like, what is going on? And when he checked into it, what he got back was the Red Sox are looking aggressively. And the Red Sox are kind of, on their own in that regard. And then I heard last week from a couple teams that they were signaling that they're willing to take on money. Today I talked to someone with another team who told me that it's to the degree that the Red Sox ownership has gotten involved, that they're actually, and I have not confirmed the name of the owner, so I'm not going to mention the name that I heard, but an owner actually, one of the Red Sox ownership group is actually calling around and trying to grease the skids to do something to add a right-handed bat, which, all of it, of course, they've gotten two reactions to all of this from other teams. One, which is, why didn't you just offer Alex Bregman more money in the wintertime?
Right.
And the second thing was, and then the second reaction was like, man, they are desperate.
Yeah, and does that surprise you how aggressive they are being right now, Buster?
Yes. In one hand, it does because of the fact that during the winter, it felt like that they, thought that Durbin and some other, additions that they were going to have an answer, that they would have a good offensive team. I know, when we looked at the Red Sox going into the season, the big question was, will they hit enough home runs? And it felt like that question was being asked everywhere, apparently, except within the Red Sox front office. I mean, the idea that we're sitting here today, more than a third of the way through the season, and a Red Sox team, not team that plays in the monster ballpark, but the Red Sox, 30th in home runs, 29th in runs, and 26th in slugging percentage. Look, all you have to do is look at the history of the Red Sox to know that is not typical.
Oh, I know. And how can they be so bad offensively at home at Fenway Park? It really is. And it's been just, they just hit double-digit wins, which is absolutely absurd a couple days ago. But when you talk about these right-handed hitters that could be on the trade market, are there any names come to mind who the Red Sox might be interested in?
So, and I just want to make this clear. I don't have specific information that these players are available, but I know when I've talked to folks with other teams, they're talking about, well, the Giants have, Matt Chapman, who has a full no trade, Willie Adames. People have said out loud to me, what about Bo Bichette, who's in the first year of a $126 million deal with the New York Mets? And it looks like, it's possible the Mets will be headed toward some kind of midseason sale. It was interesting. Nolan Arenado was the third baseman that no one seemed to want when he was with the Cardinals, and now he's having a good year with the Diamondbacks. At some point, does that conversation happen? Although Nolan, again, had full no trade. There certainly are names available, especially if you're willing to take on a bad contract. But as you guys know, when you look at the standings, there are not a lot of teams that are just saying flat out, hey, we're out of it. And they're not going to trade. For example, the Detroit Tigers, other teams have called about Tarek Skubal. Is he going to be available? When is he going to be available? And the Tigers are 5.5 games out of the wild card. They're telling other teams, we're not trading now. We're going to try to stay in this thing. Because the American League is so mediocre, I think that really is limiting any sort of player availability that we have so far.
Buster, what do you think other teams are asking for from the Red Sox in return? And, obviously the money could factor in on that as well, but do you think the prices are super high right now?
Yes, but I can't tell you for sure if the Red Sox have gotten that far, if I'm making sense, that, other teams, let's say they called, on an expensive player and another team, the response from the other team might simply be this time of year, we're not ready to talk about it. So I don't know if the Red Sox have actually gotten far enough along where other teams are saying, we'll engage you and we're willing to talk about, prospect A, B, or C. I have got nothing that it's that far along. All I've heard so to this point is that the Red Sox are being aggressive in trying to find some help and, as I mentioned, indicating willingness to take on money.
Hey, Buster, when Alex Cora, when Breslow let go of Alex Cora at the end of April, did you see that as a sign that if Breslow's going down, he's going to go down doing it his way? How did you see that firing at end of April?
It was about compliance. I don't think you can read it any other way that, Craig wanted control. And I know he's pushed back on that notion, but, you heard stories about, Alex not necessarily embracing everything that the front office was taking to him, that the coaching staff, Jason Varitek, they weren't embracing everything the coaching staff was coming to them. And maybe, given the fact that the Red Sox were off to a bad start, Craig might have looked at that as, well, you know what, if we're going to dig our way out of this thing, then we're going to need a compliant staff. And we have what we have. And I was thinking about this today before I got ready to talk, as I got ready to talk to you guys. I just remember, talking to folks in the Yankees organization during that postseason series last year and them talking about, man, this Red Sox team, it's going to be a beast going forward. You got Crochet, you got Roman Anthony, you've got, one of the most respected managers in baseball. It looks like they have some young players and they're taking a big step forward. And instead, where we are now, when you really look at it, they have a team that's, one of the worst offensively, which, you're not going to win with a Red Sox team that's like that. You have a team that, generally speaking, I think you guys would agree with me, they're hard to watch.
Yeah.
They don't score a lot of runs. And they fired one of the most respected managers in baseball. That's a list of accomplishments for a third of the season.
It's strange. And we talk to Chad Tracy every week, and, he obviously seems to be doing his best, and he seems like a good guy. I don't envy the situation he was put in thrown into the middle of. Are you getting any kind of source from, or any kind of sense rather, from people that you've spoken with as to what the environment is like right now inside the Red Sox organization?
Terrible.
What?
Terrible.
Wow.
It's not hard to tap into unhappiness in that organization where, whether it's people have been fired or people have been asked to take pay cuts or the current handling of the coaching staff. And I've been trying to, find any comparable in my time covering baseball to the situation we have now. And I want to make this clear. It might be that privately Craig has given assurance to Chad Tracy that he's on for the rest of the year. And maybe he's given private assurance to the coaching staff that they're on for the rest of the year. But we don't have any indication that's the case. And so what I've been calling around other teams is, can you imagine being a coach essentially on an NBA 10-day contract. and, you know, if things aren't going well, you might lose your job. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't know how that group of people, move forward. Because you think about it. Do you get an apartment? Do you live in a hotel? How do you arrange housing? Do you invite your kids, your family to come join you? All that stuff when you're on an interim contract. And again, maybe that privately has been taken care of. It's not that expensive. Some GMs with other teams have said it probably would cost the Red Sox about $1.2 million to guarantee this current staff that they're going to work through the end of the year. But as far as we know, they haven't even done that.
Wow.
Which is kind of insane.
Yeah, what a weird environment to be in. Where do you think that comes from? Is that a Breslow? Do you think it's a Breslow call, or do you believe that would be ownership?
Well, in the end, it's, the buck stops here with Craig, right? Yeah. He's the guy in charge right now, head of baseball operations. That situation is something, and I know there have been other general managers who I've covered in a similar situation. They would go in ownership and say, hey, you know what? For the sake of the people involved, let's take care of them through the end of the year. And by the way, that doesn't preclude you from making moves. And Chad Tracy's someone who's very respected within the industry. People think that long term he's going to manage in the big leagues, whether it continues with the Red Sox or other teams. But you just think about where they are, day by day. And if they want to make changes during the course of the year, guaranteeing the staff financially through the end of the year would not preclude that, right? You could tell Chad Tracy, you're the guy through the rest of the year, and then if mid-September, John McGraw pops up and you want to hire him to be your manager, you can still do that.
By the way, Buster, who do you think they would be interested in? Are there any name managers out there that are sort of waiting in the wings that they might want to take a look at?
No, I don't have any specific names yet. And I guess the big question, because everyone is wondering, with this being such a disaster, what's going to happen with Craig? And I know at the time that Alex was let go, I asked people, how does John Henry feel about Craig? Because that, in the end, especially within the Red Sox organization, where it always feels like it's Games of Thrones, I was told that John really likes Craig. But we've seen with Ben Cherington, with Dave Dombrowski, with Chaim Bloom, that can turn in a minute. And if you wind up getting a lot of empty seats at Fenway Park and continues to be unhappiness about that team, who knows what's going to happen.
And Buster, that Theo Epstein criticism kind of came out of nowhere too, didn't it?
It did. Theo's a smart guy, and he has to have known how this was going to land. And I haven't talked to him, so I don't know exactly what the intention was there, but it certainly got a lot of people's attention around the sport, especially because there's a belief within the industry that, Craig was Theo's handpicked guy. And that when they went through the interview process, it wasn't like they had an exhaustive search where they talked to 100 people. The presumption is that Craig was someone that Theo wanted.
And what is the likelihood, do you believe, that there could be a chance that Craig doesn't make it through the season?
I don't have anything that suggests that that's going to be the case. But the speculation is all over the place, and I get asked about it by other teams all the time.
Wow, that is wild. Well, listen, the one thing I can say is this team may be bad, but my God, it is filled with drama. Between everything that's going on with, like, what you were talking of, and Brian Bayo not being able to start a game and getting sent down, it has just been nonstop there, Buster.
Buster, I'm curious. Have you ever seen anything like that? What's going on with Brian Bayo, where he?
No subscription fees. We're free. Just download the Odyssey app and take Boston Sports Original WEEI wherever you go.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic, could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did, they gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914.